Thanks for tuning in to another Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy video, where Legacy is for the people. If you're enjoying our content, take a second to subscribe, hit that like button, or leave a comment on the video. These are a couple of ways that you can help the channel for free and support the Legacy community. Thanks again for watching, and enjoy the video.
Alright, good morning everyone. My name's Brian, this is Brendan here with me, coming at you live from Columbus, Ohio with Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy Win-a-Mox, second event we've done this weekend.
Yep.
Oh, alright. We got players resolving mulligans right now. On the left we got Grafton here playing Blue-Black Ninjas. We were looking at these deck lists earlier. I thought it for a moment he was just playing the like the stock tempo list with the Kaidos and stuff, and then we're looking at here, we see some Baleful Strixes, we see Ingenious Infiltrator, Yuriko, Tiger Shadow, some cards some of you guys might not be familiar with, because these are a lot of these are commander cards here coming in. And then of course Nadu Breakfast, just staple of the format right now, played by Jason across from him.
So it looks like Grafton's on a 6 and Jason's on a 7. Grafton always brings something spicy.
Yeah.
He always plays something that's really cool and fun to watch.
And like the thing with like the Ninjas deck, like it does like the Demir tempo kind of game plan, but just in a very different, very weird way. Like I said, we've got Baleful Strixes here, long-time Legacy staple that's kind of fallen out of favor over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
Still very strong card here, Flood Pitch Drowner from Duskmorn. If you're a standard player, you're probably very familiar with this card. Ingenious Infiltrator, just an uncommon from Modern Horizons. And then, of course, Yuriko, Tiger Shadow, Ornithopter, which we see over here on the board. Retrofitter Foundry, favorite card of like 8 cast and affinity players. Very good here, just kind of, you know, valuing up these ninjas and just kind of bashing in. Very strong start here, and then just, alright, Nadu Breakfast, just chilling, vibing, hanging out, having a good time, just going to surveil. It looks like he likes the card on top, though.
I think he's still deciding, because he can't do anything else with his turn.
Yeah. Oop. And then just for any of you guys who tuned in yesterday, just take a quick little check this out. We do actually properly have a backup match going on today. So if we see any of that, we've got another Naughty Breakfast playing Stiflenaut on our backup stream. So hopefully, if one of these games finishes up quick, we can pop on over to the other one. So we're going to stay focused over here with this Ninjas list.
That's one of the cool things I haven't thought about with Retrofitter Foundry is Ornithopter is a Thopter.
Yeah.
Which means Grafton did make a turn 1 4/4.
Yeah, it trades up very nicely.
Alright, looks like Jason has 3 Nadus in his hand, which card is good. It's not wanting 3 in your hand good.
No, and especially, and I mean, so I'm sure, I guess it depends. I'm not familiar with Jason as a person. It kind of depends on how familiar he is with the Legacy format. But if you're staring down, you know, Blue-Black lands or Retrofitter Foundry, unless you're very, very, very into the format right now, I mean, this is Ninjas. It's one of those like very niche kind of decks. It doesn't pop up very often.
So it looks like Jason has a Nomad's Encore here, which Grafton's going to try to Bowmaster, but I think if I'm him, I'm firing off a Force. We have 3 Nadus in our hand. I believe that's 3 Nadus.
It's at least 2.
Yeah.
It's got those nice full arts.
Oh, there's a Cephalid. Okay. So it looks like Jason's going to value the Nadu package this game instead of just going for the turn 2 kill, which makes sense. It's safer against just blue piles.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that Nomads is going to get, you know, shot down anyway, then the turn 2 or turn 3 Cephalid's not going to do anything either.
Yeah. And it looks like Grafton has another Bowmasters in his hand, which I think a Yuriko as well. I'm a fan of firing off this Bowmasters, which looks like Grafton agrees.
Yeah, shield's down, might as well just pop it while you can.
Yeah, he was already willing to fire off a Force of Will, which means he probably has some kind of backup for it. And if that Nadu resolves, it's probably game over if the Nomad stays in play.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, a 4/4 Ornithopter.
Yeah. I think I see is that a Murderous Cut in Grafton's hand?
He is, in fact, he does have 2 Murderous Cuts in his main board. Yeah. I got some spicy picks over here. Sink into Stupor, Murderous Cut. I mean, the whole ninja package is pretty spicy, honestly.
Oh yeah. Ben's another Retrofitter Foundry. Can't say I blame him. Seems not the best here. I think if I'm Grafton, I'm probably just all out attacking. And then gonna ninjutsu whichever Nadu doesn't block between Bowmasters and the token. But it looks like he's gonna decide to Murderous Cut. Playing around days.
You picked up a Tamio off of that? Was that what that was?
Yep.
Okay. And then, yeah, Jason down to 5.
So I think Jason drew a land for turn, so Jason's probably going to have to play the Nadu and the Tamio. Just to live.
Yeah, this is one of those rough spots, and especially so obviously one of the advantages of being here in the booth is that we know Grafton's got that. He said he's got Yuriko in hand, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, so we think he's got that Yuriko in hand. Yuriko, very very weird interactions with some of these. It's got the ninjutsu thing, so if anything comes through, it's gonna take the one, but it has like that reverse Dark Confidant thing where when it hits, you look at you reveal top card. Your opponent loses life, so that's why you've got like the 6-drop or 5-drop Murderous Cut.
You also have Force of Will,
yeah,
which just
burn
more
for
common
5, burn for 5, Sink into Stupor burns for 3. Some of these weird cards. Ingenious Infiltrator burns for 4. It's just stacks damage on damage.
So it looks like this is gonna be the Nadu.
And is he gonna run out the? Yeah, he's gotta, right?
Yep, run out Tamio. So unless Grafton draws a removal spell, it's probably just going to be a full-out attack. Tamio's probably going to block the 4/4, and then Nadu's going to block one of the other.
I feel like the Bowmaster.
For sure.
That's Yuriko in there.
If he doesn't draw the Tamio there and only has the Nadu, then the Nadu has to jump the 4/4, which feels really bad.
Yeah, I would in this particular case, you could rebuild with the Nadu. You cannot rebuild as easily with just the Tamio.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's just swing out.
So we're guaranteed to put our opponent down to 3. If Yuriko hits one of the 3 drops, then we just end the game here. There's already a Sink into Stupor in play. One of the Murderous Cuts is gone. So
we have
our
not
hit
seen
rate
a Force of Will.
This is true. Our hit rate is a little bit lower, but not that low. Let's see what Yuriko hits.
And
Basic land. So not looking great here because Jason's about to go get a Shuko, and Grafton has no interaction. So this Nadu's going to draw a couple cards.
Good, yeah. They got. I was worried for a moment that they weren't going to get that that trigger, but the damage, but they got it. So Jason down to 3.
Probably going to make a construct. Unless the hand is 2 Narcomoeba. They drew a Narcomoeba for turn. Not sure what the last card is.
I'm going to take a quick look at this. Let's see if we can maybe...
It's a blue card of some sort. Decides to make a construct. So we're going to get at least 4 Nadu activations this turn, which is pretty good from what I've heard and played.
Oh, yeah. Very, very, very good. Yeah, grabs the Shuko. So the construct is what? Is it 2/2 right now?
2/2 currently.
Okay.
We're gonna get 4 activations. We can very easily whiff.
Saga. All right. Second trigger. Nadu. First trigger. Tamio. Okay.
That's 2 more looks.
Yeah.
Another Nadu. So I believe that's all of the Nadus. Because we pitched one to a force, cast one, we just put 2 in our hand.
Yeah. And we pitched the Cephalid.
Or we did pitch the Cephalid.
So there should be
one of them died to
a Murderous Cut.
A Murderous Cut.
Yeah. Okay. So I think more importantly, okay, so we're just gonna run out the Narcomoeba.
Ponder. There's a Saga. There was no Force of Will in that pile. And not having nomads definitely feels not as good.
Yeah, because you're not getting that value on your opponent's turn.
We did just look at 6 cards, which
yeah.
can't be too upset about.
Oh no, we only looked at 6 cards this turn.
Put 2 Urza Sagas in play. That, like, we didn't have the best Nadu hits. I would, in this position, I wouldn't consider it a whiff, but I'd say it's on the lower end of what we could have got.
Yeah, definitely. I think the more important thing, for me here, if I'm Jason, I'm at 3 life. I put up blockers against the deck that needs me to not have blockers.
Yeah.
2 of them have flying, which right now may or may not be the most relevant, but it is a key thing here.
Grafton probably going to make a servo in the end step. Yep.
I mean, that's 3 creatures for 3 blockers, and all of them can be blocked right now.
Grafton needs to draw something amazing here. It looks like a Baleful Strix, I believe.
No, because he bounced the...
He bounced the token, so he didn't pick anything up.
If it is a Baleful Strix...
I think we just jam it and just draw the card.
Just jam it, draw a card. Because Jason's in no position to even think about attacking right now. But, you put out that Baleful Strix, like... He's going to have to deal with that, like if he wants to get through with anything.
Yeah, if Jason untaps, I'd be very surprised if he didn't just win the game through
just
card
value.
advantage. Yeah.
There's so much value being generated right now.
Along with drawing 2 more Nadus, at worst he can just look at 6, cast another one, and reset.
Yeah.
Which, if that's the worst that you're doing, you're looking pretty.
yeah. I wouldn't feel bad.
Very curious to know what card Grafton drew. It looked like a Baleful Strix. I don't think it was, because otherwise you just kind of fire it off. Like,
yeah.
You have nothing else to do. Doesn't attack with Yuriko.
If he's just attacking, it could be Ingenious Infiltrator maybe.
Potentially.
Could be Kaido. I don't know. Yeah, so he's just gonna chump and block.
The construct will eat the servo if Grafton doesn't sack it to the retrofitter, which it looks like he's going to.
Yeah, I don't think there's another one of those. No reason not to. If it's gonna get blocked anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well turn it into something with flying.
Which, yeah, still not sure what Grafton drew, but I think his plan, if he doesn't cast anything, is to just pass, hope that Jason somehow whiffs, and then make another 4/4.
Oh, so yeah, because he could just, if Jason doesn't win, here, yeah, Grafton can just untap that Retrofitter Foundry, turn that servo into another 4/4, make it a problem for Jason. Yeah. That said, though,
pretty unlikely to not win this turn.
We've got at minimum, assuming he runs this Tamiya, it's at minimum 6 activations, not even looking. Oh, yeah, that
was pretty good.
That's a good one right there. Days back up too.
Double Brainstorm. Believe we're out of Surveillance. I think he has a Dread Return in his hand.
Yeah, that's that full art Dread Return. Not the place you want to have it. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those... with the Nadu package, the deck just generates so much value. You don't need that Dread Return. Alright, so that's probably the Nomads. Yep. Shuko not needed here. Another Days.
Why not?
yeah. You can never have too many.
Haven't seen a force from either player.
Yeah, I mean, they are both playing 4 of them. Sure. Yeah, alright. It'd be weird if they weren't.
Jason is only on 2 days and saw both of them before the Force of Will, so that's fun. I think if I'm Jason, I'm probably just running out this Tamiyo, get 2 more looks for free.
Yeah. I'm more curious. I mean, you could probably run out the. Is he just gonna trying to say if he's going to try to make constructs, use the Urza Sagas to run out another Shuko. You know, makes the constructs bigger, not just because of artifact count, but you know, you can equip them and have bigger blockers against, you know, what's inevitably looking like going to be another 4/4 coming in.
Looks like he's probably going to play the Tameo. Yeah, there's the Tameo, so we'll just get 2 more looks. Basic Plains. Thoracle.
Okay, so yeah, at this point,
one of the unique tricks with Nadu is being able to brainstorm lands back on top,
and then
just Nadu trigger them to put them in play. Like if you only have 1 blue, but you have 2 lands in your hand that you want in play, you're just okay. I'll brainstorm and double target.
Jason has so many cards in his hand,
And they all look upside down.
Yeah. Like, what a madman. It's almost as bad as like playing lands in front.
That's punishable.
I used to play with a guy he'd play lands in front, but he would also I say he played land in front. He played with his board, basically his whole board upside down, so that his opponents could read everything.
I've played against a couple people who do that, and I'm like, I
hate
know
it.
what they do.
It's like, I get it. I appreciate what you're doing, but please just turn your cards around.
Okay, so it doesn't look like Jason's gonna try to go any further. Definitely has the ability to if he wants, but decides to just hold still. So he's gonna pass back to Grafton and be able to just do it 8 more times. Plays another Shuko, which
I would say, see, like if I'm Jason here, right? Like I'm looking, Grafton's got 1 card in hand. He did not do anything about the swords coming in on the Yuriko, very important card in his deck, right? I think this is, and again, maybe this is why I don't play combo decks very well. This is the mode where I want to get greedy, right? Like Grafton's got 1 card in hand. Does not look like he's got a whole lot of answers going on. Like, let me get greedy. Let me do as much value as I can accrue this turn. Make it overwhelming.
So it looks like Grafton is gonna make the 4/4, although I don't think it's gonna be that relevant.
Yeah, Jason's got so many like blockers and so much board presence right now. Pitching the
looks like
Dread
Thoracle
Return and
and Dread
Thoracle to
Return.
hand side. Yeah.
Makes sense. Stops and upkeeps, that way we can just look at 8 cards again. So I'm not sure what Grafton drew. There's the Force.
Memory's Journey. Ponder.
Looking at Grafton's list, it doesn't really look like there's anything he can draw or could have drawn that would have saved this game.
No, not at this point. Not with like the Nadu line going full blast here.
Once we pass back with the Nadu still in play.
Yeah, it looks like Grafton has. It looks like that was Baleful Strix and then a Daze.
Or that might be Shadow Mage. It looks like Shadow Mage.
Okay. Whatever it is, it's not going to be enough here.
Yeah, if I'm Grafton, I'm scooping it up. But I also would have scooped it up last turn because I don't think we can beat the active Nadu.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and there's a point, right? Like especially early rounds like this, where you might. I think it's. I mean, yeah, I don't want to say any game is particularly just over until so somebody either scoops or life points you hit 0, whatever, right? But I think to me it feels very obvious that this game is going to go to Jason here within the next turn or 2, and I think there's an amount to be said for Grafton going ahead and saying, I'm going to scoop it up here. I'm not going to show you any more cards that I'm playing today.
Yeah.
And that sort of gameplay might not necessarily be as useful, say, like at the end of the day when everyone's been playing around everybody can see what everyone's playing at this point. Especially like turn 1, turn 2, closed deck list format like this, like it's an option. Don't, if you know you are about to lose, don't give your opponent any more information than you need to.
I wish Days said pick up a blue source, because I'd love to pick up a Sink and a Stupor.
Oh my god, that would be that's gonna give Wizards like 3 years, and then we'll hit that point.
MH4.
Yeah, MH. Oh, please no. it'll be a modal card on one side. It's a Days that just lets you pick up and it's just pick up a land.
It just says pay a blue, return this to your hand.
Yeah.
It's Oboro. Looks like Grafton does scoop it up. Alright, in the board for Grafton, he has a couple back to basics. I don't think he's gonna bring in. Although he does tend to want to use these on greedier mana bases, which Nadu Breakfast definitely has a greedy mana base, but it's not that bad. Has a couple Thought Seizes I like. Has 2 Snuff Outs.
I think I like Snuff Out here.
Oh, absolutely. Kills Nadu.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things. It just destroys a creature. The big thing here is the, it's free.
Yeah.
Right. Grafdigger's Cage, I like.
The biggest question is what is bad in Grafton's stack? I don't think this is a Retrofitter matchup personally, because I think that Breakfast can go bigger.
Yeah, I think it's tempting though, right? Because like game 1, like that turn, basically turn 1 4/4 feels really good. But I think I agree. I think this is definitely not necessarily the best place for the Retrofitter Foundry.
Yeah.
I think that's an easy cut.
Flood Pitch Drowner, not that great because we're not really attacking, or like Nadu Breakfast is not really attacking.
Yeah, you don't really need to worry about this. I mean, you can shuffling things back in is neat and cheeky, but again, where the Nadu deck can just accrue so much value. You shuffle something back in, they're going to see it again in 2 turns.
That, or like they can just do their combo in 1 turn, and Flood Pitch Drowner takes a total of like a turn cycle.
Yeah.
To even get rid of the creature, and that's a 4 mana investment to just shuffle it away, not even just kill it. So only a couple cards out of Grafton's board I like. Out of Jason's list, there's a Teferi in the board, a Pending.
I say there's 2 Pendings, another Swords.
I like those 4, and honestly,
I kind of think I'm 50-50 on the Pithing Needle, because on the one hand, Pithing Needle, if Grafton leaves in the Retrofitter Foundries, like you Pithing Needle Retrofitter Foundry, that feels really bad. Which looking at the sideboarding, it looks like he might be leaving them in. Which I mean, Jason would not know.
If I'm Jason, I didn't see any Wastelands game 1. And most of the time, if I'm bringing in Pithing Needle, it's because I'm expecting Wasteland in some capacity.
Yeah, I want to double check something real quick before I say something very wrong.
But out of Jason's board, I like the 1 up to Teferi, the 1 extra Swords, and the 2 Pendings. And then potentially the Cavern. I don't think he's going to need the Cavern, because I think Grafton's list is trying to fight more on the once your thing is in play axis. It looks like Grafton is bringing in the back to basics.
So this is what I wanted to double check and make sure before I said it. Notably, Ninjutsu is an activated ability.
It is an activated ability.
And I was like, this one I was like 99% sure, but I wanted to double check before I said anything. So I mean, that would be kind of cheeky. It'd also feel real bad if you go Pithing Needle and name Yuriko.
Yeah. I think like one of the issues with wanting to Pithing Needle and Ninjutsu thing is if you are against even just like Dimir tempo.
Yeah.
Needle
named Kaido.
Needle of Kaido doesn't even feel that good.
It hits the Ninjutsu and it hits all their activated abilities.
Yeah, it feels weird. Although the most fun thing is stifling a Ninjutsu.
Oh god, yes.
Because it returns the creature no matter what.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think bringing Pithing Needle in here is, like I said, I don't think it's the best choice. I think it'd be cheeky, and I think it would be funny.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it would be great, but again, it's with the Saga decks, it's almost like it's almost free. Like if you can just if you've got extras of something you can pull out, you can just kind of slide it in. If you need it, you've got it. If you don't need it, you can take it out. If it goes to game 3.
And this is also where it comes back to the what is your game plan as Breakfast is, are you keeping in the combo or are you pivoting to like Bant mid-range?
Yeah.
Because if he's pivoting to Bant mid-range, then the Needle is definitely terrible.
Oh yeah, I think in this matchup, I think just staying in the Breakfast line is probably fine, honestly.
Yeah, I did see Grafton bring in his Fairy Macabres. So Needle naming Fairy Macabre is definitely a line that I've been taking a decent amount.
Yeah.
Just because it's one of the hardest things to interact with, especially now that we're not playing Cabal Therapy anymore.
Yeah. I agree. Cabal Therapy does not need to be in the breakfast decks anymore. But I will also talk about how much I miss it. I should call her.
I love her. I miss her. I do love that we don't play it anymore, mainly because I hated playing the one of Underground Sea because it felt so terrible.
Oh, see, I think I played 2, but I don't remember how many I played. I leaned a little bit heavier into black sideboarding though when I was playing it.
Yeah.
I do not remember my list. It's been several years at this point, but I think I was playing 2 Underground Seas and then 1 Scrubland.
What do you mean you don't have your 75 fully remembered?
I don't. In fact, I actually a couple years ago I went through my Mox field and I just wiped everything that I hadn't looked at in like a while, and then I kind of regret it. And then I used to have there was like a couple of different like deck websites and apps and stuff that I've used over the years. I don't remember where half of my stuff is saved anymore. I don't remember my logins for most things. I'm sure there are deck lists out there of mine.
Grafton's hand here actually looks pretty insane. He has an Ornithopter, a land, a Fatal Push, or he has 2 lands, one of them being a Sink into Stupor, a Fatal Push, a Yuriko.
Ooh, yeah.
So he's going to be able to ninjutsu in the Yuriko immediately, assuming it doesn't get swords, which wouldn't feel the best. But Jason is on a 6, so if he has the swords, it's kind of, yeah, that happens. But Grafton's going to be able to deploy a threat, quote unquote, in the form of Ornithopter on turn 1 and be able to hold up the Fatal Push.
I feel like in against ninjas, like Ornithopter's got to be like that, like
you don't want to kill it, but you kind of have to.
Yeah, it's like am I really about to waste resources dealing with an Ornithopter?
I think on turn 1 it's reasonable to do it. I think on turn 2, or sorry, on turn 1, I think you're able to leave it like fine because all they're gonna do is a Yuriko, and you can just kill the Yuriko.
Yeah.
But on turn 2 and beyond, it's representing the threat of Kaido, and Breakfast kind of has a tough time dealing with Kaido. There's not a card in Breakfast that actually answers it once it's in play.
Yeah.
Besides just attacking. I think there's going to be a Ponder from Jason's side. I didn't get a good look at his hand.
I know. I saw a Ponder. I saw a Nadu.
Tamio.
Oh, Tamio.
Which,
okay.
Very good for Grafton that it's not going to get swords. But it looks like Grafton's going to fetch a basic Swamp here and probably Fatal Push to Tamio, which I don't believe Jason has a Force of Will. Grafton has the best basics, by the way. Do you know what his basics are?
Are those the gurus?
They are the gurus. I have asked him, hey, how many of those do you have? Guess what his answer was?
Oh, God. What?
He said, enough to draft with. He has a down payment on a house in Guru lands.
That's absolutely hideous.
It is. He has a lot of Guru lands.
There was a... years and years ago, I used to... I was an L1 judge for a long time. Oh, so he just let... Okay.
So he was able to ninjutsu in
get that
the Yuriko. Gonna get to replay the Ornithopter because who doesn't like free O2s?
Yeah. No, I was an L1 judge for a long time, many years ago. I kind of let my judge certifications lapse when I was doing my masters, because I was busy doing my masters.
Yeah, more important.
Yeah. But I remember judging like a states tournament or something, and dude had like the absolute most beat up deck. Like all of his cards were super heavily played, like the cheapest possible printings, except for his basics. He was running 7 Guru basics, and I was like, "Buddy, what is up with this?" And he was like, "Oh, I had him."
Yeah.
All right, so Yuriko down.
Looks like Grafton's gonna probably Ponder on his turn. Fire off a Ponder before we attack, so that way we can see if we have a ninjutsu that we want to use. There's a Yuriko in that pile. There's a Flood Pitch Drowner, Yuriko, and Thoughtseize. Honestly, if... I know we can see Jason's hand. I don't like putting a Yuriko in play into the open mana, but it looks like Grafton's gonna want to do that.
I don't hate it. I would almost have been more tempted to keep the Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
And go for that.
I wanted to Thoughtseize this turn and then Yuriko next turn, because worst case scenario, if we Thoughtseize, which even if we Thoughtseize, there's a Nadu in Jason's hand, we're probably gonna have to take the Nadu.
Yeah.
But if we Thoughtseize and they like swords in response, we can just hardcast the Yuriko. It's only 3 mana.
Yeah, Yuriko's only 3 mana.
So here's gonna come a fetch, probably grab a Savannah, and then swords the Yuriko here. Very fortunate to have double swords. And kind of unfortunate from Grafton's side to not have a daze or force or any kind of counter
backup,
magic. Yeah. And here comes our O2 again.
All reliable. Yeah, so 2 Yurikos down, only 1 left. But there's still 3 Kaidos, 3 Ingenious Infiltrators. There's still plenty of shenanigans afoot.
So I don't think Jason has the 3rd land to be able to play the Nadu. We were kind of forced to not get a 2nd blue source just to be able to swords plus potentially cast Nadu. There is no land in that pile. I think if I'm Jason, I'm shuffling that away. There is a Shuko in there, but we're still not gonna be able to cast.
If you're landlocked.
Yeah.
Because if you don't shuffle, you're stuck still for.
Yeah, there's in that pile. It's a Shuko, a Brainstorm, and a Memory's Journey. Memory's Journey is not great here.
No, yeah.
The Shuko's the only actual good card in that pile that we would want.
Yeah, but again, without a 3rd mana, they're keeping it.
Yeah. That was the unfortunism of having to fetch both a green and a white source is he had a Brainstorm in his hand. He had Brainstorm Ponder, so he could do the build a fetch land at home. Draws an Urza Saga. Very, very good draw there.
Not mad about that.
I think Grafton's hand is double Sink into Stupor, and then they survey a land.
What is it? What is that?
That's a Pithing Needle.
That is the Pithing Needle?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he does bring it in. Not sure what he's going to name if he does play it. I think the best draw here for Grafton would be... I think that says Kaido. At least that's my assumption. That'd be the card I'm most afraid of if I'm Jason.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, especially with not necessarily knowing is he on 3 Yuriko, is he on 4 Yuriko, not knowing how many Yurikos, you've got at least 2 down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the Yuriko threat is pretty much gone at this point. Okay, so we see Bowmaster Sink. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yep, and then Grafton surveilled a card to the top, so he does like it. I think the best hope for Grafton here is like that was a back to basics on top, and Jason runs out of Nadu here. Because if we sink into Stupor the Nadu on the stack, and then play a back to basics, Jason's actually locked out.
Ooh, I was just looking. I was thinking about running out this Tamio. I realized he's stuck on only 1 blue source.
Yeah, so he can't Brainstorm immediately. If I'm Grafton, I kind of like bouncing the Tamio in the end step. Like, we have these sinks. We're not doing anything yet. Decides to go with the Bowmaster instead.
I don't hate it.
Just knowing that Jason's stuck on 1 blue kind of makes me want to fire off the sink there.
Yeah.
We obviously don't know what Grafton's top card is, so that could very much change what it is. Looks like a snuff out. Yeah.
Okay, I feel better about this now. If I'm Grafton, I mean, like I definitely think.
I'm a fan of attack and pass and just hold on to what we have because we're not really forced to do anything.
Yeah, I think you swing with. I think you just swing with everything, right?
Is he gonna bounce? Gonna sink the Tamio. Hit for 2. Which, it does feel kind of weird, but depending on the draw here, we might just be making a construct. Although force backup's pretty good for the Nadu that we have in our hand.
Yeah.
So that definitely changes it. Just go get a Shuko, be able to play a Nadu with force backup.
And then, yep, there's the Nadu.
Grafton has to let that resolve. And then we do have the option to like wait to snuff out until our turn. Because there's no reason to snuff out immediately, because no matter what, Jason's going to get 2 triggers.
Yeah.
That's not going to change. Ooh. I still think we're firing off this force on the snuff out.
He's thinking about it.
Does also very heavily depend on what that needle's naming, because if he named Fairy Macabre, I'm happy to let the Nadu die and get the second trigger.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, part of it is you know, if he's gonna force, what does he want to force?
Yeah.
Or you know, what does he want to pitch to the force? He's got options.
So he's just gonna let the Nadu die.
Classic.
Drawing another Nadu there is pretty good. Doesn't have a third land though, unless that's a Plains in his hand. I just can't see.
No,
that.
I don't think so.
Not sure what that card is. All right, passes back to Grafton. Grafton draws a Daze.
Okay, I actually really like the Daze here with Jason stuck. I don't hate it. Just pop for 2 and see what Jason draws.
Yep, say go.
And yeah, he's got Sync and Daze backup. Yeah, I think he's probably feeling all right. Draws a Brainstorm. Probably does not want to play this Brainstorm. I mean, it is one of those, like, he kind of needs to.
He has the Cephalid plus force in hand.
Yeah.
So he can just go for it.
Well, oh yeah, I guess.
He does have that option. And even if it does get Dazed, Grafton doesn't have the best response. Like, he can sync the Cephalid back to his hand. I like syncing first. Because he has so many cards in hand, it's very likely Jason has a force. Unfortunately, we can't sync our own stuff. Because then we can Daze. If they force, we just sync back our Daze.
Oh, that'd be something. No, I think, okay, so he's
Looks
just
like he
gonna
lets it
let that
resolve. Probably going to sync in response to the first trigger. Sync your Cephalid.
Probably, yep. Pitch
Force
Cameo.
Cameo. Daze, pick up Undercity Sewers. Yep. So Jason's going to mill a total of 6 cards here, or should at least. We'll see what... if he misses the trigger or not. There's a Narcomoeba in there. It's very interesting. No Narcomoeba milled. Cephalid goes back to hand. I still like Jason's spot here a lot.
Yeah, because, I mean, Grafton has to find another answer now.
Yeah, he needs to draw something right now, or else he loses the game. Draws a basic land.
Doesn't look like that's going to do it.
Yep, just attack for 2. Now, if Jason draws one of the combo pieces, he can't win here. Which, he drew a Nomad, so it looks like he's going to be able to just play the Cephalid and just jam and try to win. Grafton's going to make him do it. Which is fair.
I am always...
If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Like, if one of the combo pieces is in hand, then not much he can do. Double Narcomoeba off of one Cephalid trigger. So If a Dread Return and a Thoracle, there's the Thoracle. So once we show the Dread Return, should be a scoop from Grafton. Because if you're Breakfast, you're not doing this and just passing.
All right, we saw the Dread Return, so at this point it's just a matter of going through the whole deck.
Yeah. There's 2 cards left. If we go for a Dread Return on the Thoracle, and we only have 2 cards left in deck, we can be afraid of a Fatal Push. Then we can't win. Yeah.
I think that's what he's thinking about, is like, is it worth risking it here? Here in the booth, we know it's perfectly safe.
Looks like he's just going to go for it.
Yeah.
Sacks everything, puts Thoracle in play. Does it resolve at Michael Grafton?
I think we're just making sure that that does work.
Yep, it is
Yep.
equal to. Yep, there's the handshake.
And there's
from
the
Michael
handshake.
Grafton.
We got Brian Koval running it back. Same deck, I believe. I believe it's the same 75. I don't think he changed anything between yesterday and today. Playing a blue-black tempo list. Playing against Philip Long, playing Jeskai Wizards. Extremely based choice.
Absolutely. I am a gigantic Flame of Anor fan.
Yeah, he's got 4 Flame of Anor, 4 Thunder... can't speak English. 4 Thunder Trap Trainer. Say that 5 times fast. 4 Tameo, 1 Snapcaster Mage, my boy, my son, he's still here. 2 Astrologian's Planisphere. It's the new equipment from Final Fantasy. I say new, but we've had like 3 set releases since Final Fantasy. So
I think it's only been 1.
Is it? It feels like 3.
Yeah, we got Spider-Man spoilers before we even had physical Edge of Eternities cards.
Yeah, Edge
It's
of
crazy.
Eternities, and then it's hard to keep up with.
But yeah, so Jeskai Wizards. Not to root against Brian Koval or anything, but I hope Wizards wins the entire event. This deck is so sweet.
Yeah.
There's 4 Flame of Anor, 4 Swords, 6 Forces between Force of Will and Force of Negation. Thunder Trap is one of my personal favorite cards. I love Tameo.
Yeah, the deck is sweet. The deck is absolutely sweet, and we kind of saw, right as we were coming in here, playing lots of basics. Got the Prismatic Vistas for the one of back to basics in the main board. There's that Astrologian,
Planisphere.
yeah, getting dazed there. Perfectly reasonable, because it basically, for those of you who can't see it, when it enters, it basically creates a dude that it sticks to. And then equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types, and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell, and whenever you draw your 3rd card for each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So it gets very big very fast in a deck like this. Very threatening card.
Very
and
fun
it's a wizard.
Yeah, very fun to just stick on another creature, because you can toss it on a Tameo and just make a gigantic flyer.
Yeah.
Although if you draw your 3rd card, all your counters go away, which is kind of sad, but...
Yeah, but it's going to hurt.
Oh, yeah. How mad can you be at a flip Tameo?
Not very.
Alright, so it looks like Philip had his Planisphere dazed and then his Caracas wastelanded. Brian has 2 card types in the yard for the Nethergoyf, so it's currently a 2/3. Put a Spellbomb in play. Don't know if... I don't think Brian really knows what Philip's on. Probably just some pile.
I would say, yeah, so far, I mean, I think so Brian Koval, absolutely phenomenal player, very, very busy man playing Magic, coming to all sorts of content creation. I'm sure he sees this Astrologian's Planisphere, has a pretty solid idea of what's going on. And Jeskai Wizards, I think, is people have been talking about it. It's kind of like the rumbles.
Mm-hmm.
If you kind of like dig through enough like legacy forums and stuff, and I'm sure Brian Koval, he's got eyes in every single one. So I feel like he's probably got a decent idea of what he's playing against.
Tameo basically being a 1-mana 0/3 flyer that says pay 2, tap, draw a card.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. So fetch here from Koval in response to a Clue Crack. Very likely to just play a land and cast a Bowmaster here. At least that's my guess.
He gets an island.
He does have an Underground Sea in play, so he should be able to cast it.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, I don't know what I was thinking.
Yep, there's the Bowmaster.
Yep.
Probably just going to go face here, because...
It's not going to kill.
Force pitch Tameo. don't think he has a force back, yeah.
I don't think I hate that here.
No, absolutely not. We have multiple clues in play. Like, we're just going to win the long game with this Tamiyo, because every turn we're just creating a clue and being happy, so we can kind of fire off things as we want. And in these kind of matchups, it feels weird to not flip the Tamiyo to try to draw half your deck, but just being safe and drawing a card a turn will also just win you the game.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see what's going on.
There is a one of 4th Aerlingus in Philip's deck, which is also very cool.
That's one of those cards. As soon as that came out, like it is such a good control finisher.
Ooh. So Koval's casting a Murktide here, which Philip looks like he has a Dress Down in his hand. If he casts the Dress Down in response, the Murktide will enter with no counters.
Yeah. She might be thinking about.
Which it currently would enter with, I think, 2 counters.
I think it's worth it here.
Oh yeah.
He's got 2 Dress Downs in the main board, and it's not like he's trying to do any cheeky like Stifle Knot stuff. So it's not like he needs to save them. I think this is a good opportunity to make use of that here.
Very much just I'm going to use this as an interactive piece in the deck. I like it for Atraxas. Makes a lot of sense there. Decides to flip the Tamiyo, which is interesting timing on that, because we could have attacked and then before blocks cast the Brainstorm and just have an extra clue. I don't think a 4th clue might determine this game, but you never know. This game could go extremely long, and having that one extra card could make the difference.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's gonna put back Force of Negation. I think that other card was a Prismatic Ending, which is not gonna do a whole lot here.
Nope. Fortunately, can't use 7 colors in Magic.
Yeah.
One of my favorite plays I've ever made. I played against Reed Duke at my first ever tournament weekend.
Yeah.
Very concerned, but I played 5-color control, and that was like just Uro and Bowmasters were your win conditions. Back to basics here, which doesn't really even affect Brian that much because he can just fetch a basic swamp.
Yeah. It is gonna hamper him a little bit.
Yeah.
But again, kind of mention, Philip's deck here is designed to play back to basics. He's playing 4 basic islands, 1 basic mountain, 2 basic plains. Like, he's got plenty going on here.
And the back to basics in play is a one of in the main.
Yeah, it is a one of, and I think it's a one of it's just the one of in the whole 75.
So yeah, I played against Reed Duke in my first ever one, and that was very funny because he had a Murktide that had 2 counters on it and a Darcy that was delirious. So he had 8 power, I'm at 8 life. I cast a Pending with X equals 4, targeting the Darcy so I can trigger my Beanstalk in play.
Ooh.
Even though I only need to pay 1, it draws me a card. He chuckles when I cast that because he looks at it, he goes, yep, it triggers Beans. Bolts me in response, so I'm still dead. I need an out, draw Leyline Binding. Binding the guy and just go from there. It felt so good.
I'm a big fan of like the 5-color like Leyline. I saw somebody, I don't know exactly their list, right? But yesterday I was walking around, I think it might have been when we were having all those technical issues yesterday. Walking around, somebody was playing, I saw like 3 Leyline Bindings on the field, warmed my heart a little bit.
So it looks like this Murktide's just keeping this Tamiyo in check. We played another Tamiyo to try to just block it forever. But Brian now has his own Tamiyo.
In response.
That mystical art, or that
yep, Brian's pointing it out.
Should not untap. Upticks Tamiyo. Not sure how many cards Philip has in hand.
Looks like just the 1, which is.
This is the point where I wish we had attacked with the Tamiyo.
Just to get that extra draw.
Yeah, because we would have had a 4th clue, and we'll see how that pans out.
I think he's gonna keep that. I think that was that Prismatic Ending still. So we're gonna keep that and just
Prismatic Ending the Tamiyo so we can keep our advantage. Brian does have a Kaido in his hand. So we're gonna draw a card in the end step. Wasteland not gonna do a whole lot here. But very likely going to be a Murktide attack Tamio, Ninjutsu, and Kaido. And once that Kaido's in play, it's going to be pretty hard for Philip to deal with it.
Yeah,
He's not really built to beat it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot that can... I mean...
Yep, he's going to go... I'm going to put this Kaido in. He might be attacking Philip with it. I'm not sure how the ninjutsu works with... Did you just take 5 off of that? It's only a 3/4. I'm not too sure. I don't fully remember what the life total was.
I say, yeah, we might have just missed something there.
Yeah.
We're going to trust that the players have the correct life totals.
Yeah. They're keeping track of life totals with pen and paper, along with using the phone to help us. Picks up a pending. We can't pending a Kaido, though. So I think that's a misplay on Philip's part, because this isn't going to do anything. We essentially just picked up a dud.
It's also possible he might have just picked it up to have it, because it does answer most of the rest of the deck. I mean, that's not going to answer the Murktide Regent, right, which I don't... is playable right now.
I do think if the plan is to do that, we're supposed to just uptick the Tamio, because that puts it at 6, which forces Koval to attack the Tamio to try to keep it at bay as well.
Yeah.
Which the Murktide actually is not castable right now.
Yeah, I said...
Unless we surveil in the yard, yeah. We're down to our last clue, so it is very possible that not having the extra clue there is going to bite us. If we do cast a Murktide here, it's going to tap down an Underground Sea for the rest of the game and only make a 4/4. So it's going to be a Thoughtseize out of Koval.
I don't know that I hate running out the Murktide here, though. Philip's at 8.
Yeah. If this is a Thoughtseize out of Koval, I'm a lot happier to play the Murktide, just because it does grow it by 1, and it's not... 1's probably not going to change it, but having a 5/5 Murktide feels a lot better than a 4/4.
Yeah.
Another go with... Okay, that makes sense.
Alright, that is...
It looks like Koval has a Force in his hand. So if Murktide's the only blue card, it makes sense to not deploy it out. Like, we're going to draw a card off our last clue. I think we're supposed to fetch with this Prismatic Vista before we do that, just so that way we have more of a chance to draw a non-land card. Something that's actually going to be impactful.
Yeah, he's got enough basics. He can fetch for it. I'm wondering if there's a reason.
Looks like a Brainstorm. Probably saving it just for that, but that's a little iffy.
It is a little iffy, especially like looking at the board, right? Like,
I'm gonna pending the Nethergoyf. Koval's gonna let that resolve. I think he's saving the Force in his hand for anything that's gonna answer this Kaido. On to the side. Not sure I like tapping out of blue to play the Thunder Trap. We don't have any 1 red cards in our deck, I don't believe. Yeah, nothing that just costs a red mana. But we have a lot of things that cost 1 blue.
yeah.
Picks up a Swords. Which...
I mean, he does, I guess, for what it's worth, he does still have that Prismatic Vista.
He does have the Vista. He only has 1 white source, is my other issue. Because if he leaves the blue untapped, he does have a Dress Down in his hand.
Yeah. No, I
Petty Theft, the back to basics. So Koval's going to have access to all his mana this turn. Philip does have Dress Down plus Swords in his hand, which can answer the Kaido. on his next turn.
If he gets there.
Yeah.
I think right
We're
now.
definitely not dying this turn, though.
Yeah.
Looks like it's Force Murktide and an unknown card. I like just blocking with a Thunder Trap here. Just try to keep Koval off of being able to get value with the Kaido. Uptick to make an emblem.
The secret hidden mode of Kaido. I actually do not remember what the rest of Kaido's... Okay, so it's just ninjas you control get +1/+1. That's so funny. The amount of times I've used that mode on Kaido is once, maybe.
The uptick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the other two modes are so good.
Curious to see. So the last card in hand, last two in hand is Murktide plus Force. So we can hardcast a Force if we really need to. I kind of like casting the Murktide here, and then just hardcasting a Force.
Yeah,
because usually out of these kinds of like Jeskai control-y style decks, they tend to not play Daze.
Yeah, because you need all of your resources all of the time.
Yeah.
Alright. Philip's thinking. Philip does not appear to have that many great choices right now.
Gonna pass back. Not sure if he has a Force in hand. Looks like Koval drew a Spellbomb for turn.
Man, it's only round 2. I'm sitting back here. I'm starting to get like starting to yawn. I'm like, man, whew.
Gonna uptick Kaido just be on the kill mode. I think I like
Splitting.
Well, I think we're supposed to dress down either in our end step or still not tapping the mountain. I think we're supposed to dress down either in our end step or in Koval's upkeep so that way Kaido can't activate. Gonna tap out 5 to hardcast a Force of Will.
Brainstorm in response. Looking for anything. There's he did find Force Negation.
Which this does very much save us this game, because we do have a Swords in our hand.
Alright, so... Force pitching... Make sure he's grabbing the right card. Force pitch a Ponder. I think he has the Flame of Anor in hand. He's just wanting to save it.
Draws a card off the dress down, and then we Swords the Kaido. This is our only way to deal with this main deck. Because it will lose Hexproof. They're going to call a judge to make sure that it loses Hexproof, because it is... It's a very weird interaction, because Dress Down is always the judge's nightmare card.
Yeah. Ability adding... It was specifically ability removal. Anything that removes abilities starts messing with layers, and... Layers is such a headache because it's not, if you sit down and you actually like break down and learn how all of the layers work, it's not actually that hard, but there's just so much and it's so specific, and everything has to go in a certain order or it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And it's not always the most intuitive. And that's where the layers thing gets tricky. It's not because the layers themselves are so hard. It's because a lot of it is unintuitive and it doesn't work the way you think it should.
Yeah, that's why they made the Saga change, because people were like, why is my Urza Saga dying when a Blood Moon happens? And they mainly just wanted to make sure the Sagas in Final Fantasy didn't just die to Tidebinder.
Yeah.
So they changed the rules of
and
the game.
Accidentally made Blood Moon Saga really good.
Which this is one of the interesting things that we were talking about, is once they made that change, we thought that like Mono Red Prison was not necessarily gonna die, because we're like, oh, you can just play Painter and have like the quote unquote prison package and just like play 4 Blood Moon main, and your backup plan is just Construct Beats, and your plan A is still Painter Grindstone.
Yeah.
So we thought there was going to be a lot more Painter just popping up, but it hasn't done anything.
Yeah, well, and I think part of that is just right now, like, I think the deck, it makes the deck better, but I don't think it makes the deck, like, bump up a whole new tier in competitive good. It's like, I think it pushes it up to, let's say Painter's like a tier 2 deck, right? It pushes it up higher, like way higher up in that like bracket, but it's still not like, and I think especially like Legacy, if we're talking about like tiers of decks, right? I think there's a lot more flexibility, especially in a format like Legacy. Player skill, format knowledge, like can exacerbate, how good or how bad a deck is.
Interesting decision from Philip here to not play the back to basics again, because Koval already tapped out everything except for one Underground Sea. So if he plays the back to basics and Koval decides to play the Murktide that's in his hand, we're kind of fine with that.
Yeah, I genuinely think it's just because Philip really wants to run out this Flame of Anor. Like he's got it. He wants to play it. I could be wrong, but it is a really cool card. Flame of Anor, no wizards on board though.
The other thing though about Flame of Anor is while we don't have a wizard in play to get the max value out of it, there's not any extra value currently to get out of it. It's just divination that's instant speed.
Yeah.
Like if Koval had a 5/5 Murktide in play, which he might be saving the Flame of Anor just to kill like a smaller Murktide.
Which I think if I'm looking at the graveyards correctly, I think if he... Okay, now it would be bigger.
Yeah, now it'll be a 6/6.
But if Koval hadn't played that Brainstorm,
and
he tried to, it would have been a 5/5. So maybe that's just, holding on to it. If he plays a 5/5 Murktide, he could snipe it. If he plays, if he doesn't, you can just draw 2 cards. Either way.
So it looks like off of that Brainstorm, Koval picked up a Force and I believe an extra blue card. Koval seeing all 3 spell bombs, very interesting because it's not really the card he wants to see in this matchup. Because the only thing that Wizards cares about with their graveyard is exactly Tamiyo. And granted, he does have a Tamiyo in play, but it's not that... It hasn't done a whole lot. Like, it's been keeping some stuff at bay. Koval has been having to fight through a lot of things just to make sure that the Tamiyo isn't ulting. If we have an interactive piece for this Murktide, then we're really happy.
So, if I was Philip, I would have end of Koval's turn. I would have fired off that Flame of Anor and just drawn the 2 cards. I think at that point,
but he didn't have a red source.
He did he not?
He tapped the mountain. His untapped lands are the ones at the bottom. It was the Meticulous Archive, the Island, and the Vista. So he didn't have the red mana. The one time he didn't tap...
Yeah, okay. I thought... I guess I had those 2 mixed up. All right.
The one time the red source actually remained untapped.
Yeah.
Or,
he tapped it, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
But Koval has to attack the Tamiyo here. Because Philip's at 8. That Flame of Anor in his hand's not going to kill the Murktide.
Gonna go to 7.
Might just be using it as a divination, which I don't know. We'll see how it pans out. I think we're supposed to also fetch a Plains here. It is very minimal, the percentage to thin, but if we're going to be fetching the Plains anyway, might as well do it now to get more lands out of our deck.
Yeah. Yep, so there's the Flame. Just drawing 2 cards.
Land something else. Maybe a Thunder Trap. So Tamiyo's going to go to 2. So Koval able to keep it at bay still. Undercity Sewers to just be a... I'm going to play a card that says Surveil 1. Never going to untap. So I believe Koval only has 1 Brazen Borrower in his main.
I believe that
Might
is
have
correct.
a Sink and a Stupor.
He's got the 1 Brazen Borrower main, no sinks.
So he's not going to be able to remove this back to basics for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did draw a Thunder Trap Trainer. See what that hits. Looks like Tamiyo, Force. Not sure what one of those cards
Ponder?
was. Yeah, there's definitely Ponder. Ponder, Brainstorm, Force, and I think a Tamiyo. I like taking the Ponder out of all those.
Fire off the Ponder. Looking for presumably like a Swords or something.
That was 2
Three
lands
land.
and a Thunder Trap.
Was it 2 lands? I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely shuffle.
Looks like 2
Koval's
lands.
probably counting to see exactly how many removal spells he's gotten through.
Mainly Swords, because I think we've had 2 Swords exiled.
Yes. So that would leave 2 more Swords. And that would be it, really.
We have a Teferi that can deal with it.
I would not hate drawing Teferi here.
Oh, I'd love it.
Yeah. Like,
Philip has a Mystic Sanctuary in his hand. I think he has another Flame of Anor as well. Gonna uptick the Tamiyo. This Murktide very likely is gonna go face next turn.
yeah, Philip is at 7. He is very close to dead.
Koval's hand is Ponder, Ponder, Force of Will. Gonna fire off one of them. Swords in response. Yeah, just gonna force that back immediately. The 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles up top are 2 Kaido emblems. Very grindy game 1.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's a tempo deck versus a control deck. These matches tend to go long.
Still wish we had the clue.
Yeah, that one extra clue.
I told you, might come up, but okay. Looks like Brian doesn't like the card that's on top. Gonna shuffle. If he can find some way, which I don't think he has a way to exile cards in his graveyard. That isn't just another Murktide, but we don't have the blue mana to cast a Murktide. Yeah, there's nothing that can grow this Murktide by anymore, so he chooses to kill the Tamiyo instead. So Tamiyo creating a lot of value this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think just getting rid of the Tamiyo now, because
it's just gonna buy back the swords that's in the graveyard anyway.
Yeah.
So we're gonna draw. Now the Murktide's a 2-turn clock. It's been a 2-turn clock for a while, but the Tamiyo has been representing a lot.
Yeah, it is a real threat now.
Koval drew a Bowmaster. Okay, did not draw a Bowmaster. There's another swords and a Force.
Ooh. I would just be putting.
Not playing the Mystic Sanctuary to put the other swords on top is interesting for sure. I think I want to guarantee I can remove that Murktide.
Yeah.
Besides the swords, Koval has nothing. Gain 7. But the other issue with this Wizards deck is it's going to take a while to win the game.
Yeah, we might be sitting here for a minute, guys.
But Koval also doesn't really have a way to do anything. He can Thoughtseize here. I think does he have a Kaido in his hand? Not sure what the last card in his hand is, but we're gonna seize here. Force, Ponder, Flame. Interesting.
Flame is just such an awkward card to be sitting on right here.
I think I want to fire off the Flame to just draw 2 in response to the Thoughtseize, and if I care about what is revealed, or if I care about what's in the contents of my hands, then I force back probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're drawing 2 anyway. See if we wanted to do anything. Land. He knew what the top 2 were. Okay.
Yeah.
Although if he knew the top 2 were lands, we have a fetch land at the bottom.
Is that?
I think that was the 4th.
I think that was the 4th Erlingus, yeah.
So we might not be here as long as we thought.
Ooh.
Still not playing the Mystic Sanctuary. Valuing it a lot.
Ponder playing it, so he's probably. I mean,
it's possible it wasn't the 4th Erlingus, and it was just something that looks somewhat similar.
Yeah.
But if it was the 4th, absolutely, just love to fire it off here.
I think though. I think he's playing. Koval has how many cards in hand? Like
1.
1. So it can't be forced. You just leave 1 mana untapped.
It can't be either of the forces. It can be a daze, but we just can leave a mana up. Mm-hmm. So he does have the 4th. Decides to only do it for 2. So we're gonna be on a 5-turn clock. but we are going to have the Monarchy, which is also pretty good in single-player format.
Yes. In a single-player format where your opponent does not currently have any creatures that can hit you back.
Yeah. If Koval's draw here isn't anything, he draws a Force for the turn. I could see him picking it up. But I think he has a Kaido. Yeah, picks it up.
All right.
Decides he's had enough. Can't get through all the lands. Monarchy too strong. Probably one of the only players in the entire room to register 4th Aerolingus, and I fully respect it.
I love that card. It's so good. So yeah, game 1's going to go to Philip with the Jeskai Wizards. I mean, sideboarding...
In his board, there's... Of the cards, I think I kind of like Ghost Vacuum.
I think I like Ghost Vacuum. I think I like...
The Pyroblast and the Red Blasts.
Yep.
I think that's really all I like. I don't like the Surgical.
And I'm not a fan of the Surgical. Wrath of the Sky is not great here.
Lavinia's okay.
I think I would like Lavinia... I don't know exactly where I would like it. I think I would like it in like the Beanstalk kind of match. If anything, maybe in the mirror.
Because Brian's not doing anything that is going to cost more, or that he's going to pay less for than its mana value, except for Murktide, and Lavinia's not going to stop Murktide. It's specifically going to stop Daze and Force, and that's not really where you want to be. Like, you're not wanting to spit a card out just to like eat a Force and Daze when you're playing a long game anyway.
Yeah.
On Brian's side, though, I do like the Barrogoyfs, an extra Brazen Borrower.
Force and Negation?
Not really, in my opinion, because like we're not forcing a whole lot that we care about.
Honestly, this is a matchup where I feel like I'm not gonna sit here and say it's great, but like if I'm Koval, I don't necessarily feel bad cutting Forces here. Just keep pushing damage. Like they're gonna have a lot of answers. You know what I mean?
They will have a lot of answers. So I like the Edicts. I like the Brazen Borrower and the Barrogoyf. So that's 5 cards I would want to bring in. The Nihil Spellbomb seems pretty bad.
Yeah, cut the Nihil Spellbomb.
Which is 3 of them.
Maybe trim like 2 Forces. I don't hate that.
I could see it.
They're shuffling a lot. Let's see. We have... Not exactly sure what...
Looks like we're in either game 2 or 3 in our backup match.
Yep, they are...
believe Carrie was on the draw, so it looks like Adam lost game 1 or game 2.
They are certainly going at it, though.
Actually, it looks like Adam won game 1.
Ooh, Carpet...
Force on a Carpeted Flowers always feels bad, but it is kind of one of those necessary evils.
Oh, yeah. But especially, I mean, you know, Carrie's on a mono blue OmniTell.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's going to produce so much value for the Bug Beanstalk player. Like, you gotta.
Yeah, I can't let him have all the mana in the world. I'd see a Disruptor Flute out of Adam Hall in his hands.
Which we saw what Disruptor Flute could do to OmniTell yesterday.
Oh my god, that was
brutal.
Crazy.
Absolutely brutal. All right, we got our main feature match starting back up, going into game 2 here. Koval just leading off with a Tamiyo. Philip not doing anything, just playing a Flooded Strain and passing the turn.
All right, it looks like this Tamiyo is going to be able to get in there, which, as we saw last game, is very strong. Looks like Brian opted to bring in the Hydroblasts, which probably to fight the Red Blast specifically, which makes sense.
That's cheeky, clever. I don't hate it. Notably, though, if we're not talking about sideboard cards, though, Philip only has, as far as red cards, he's got the 4th Uralingus and then the Flame of Venors. Not a whole lot of red cards here, so that was very, very clever tech there.
Yeah. Hitting the Flame of Venor might be worth it enough to just want to bring it in, because assuming he has a wizard, then it's, instead of a 3-for-1, it's just a 1-for-1.
Yeah. No, I am a fan of Flame of Venor. I mean, obviously, you know, Philip took game 1. It just, in the format in general, it feels just a little awkward. Where it only does like 5 damage to creatures, or you can only target creatures.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, to be fair, it was I think most of that set was designed with Modern in mind. I think in Modern it's fine.
So here's a Thunder Trap.
Just gonna look at some cards.
Yeah, Koval lets it resolve. I see a Red Blast in that pile. Not sure what else is in there. So we tap the red source, but I would be tempted to. He brings in the Wrath of Skies, which is interesting.
Okay.
Not sure I agree with that. We're not hitting a whole lot.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, because I mean, you've got to get a lot. The biggest thing. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of a reason to really trying to justify it, and I'm thinking, like, you'd have to put so much money in, or not so much mana, so much money into this format if you want to play Legacy.
Absolutely.
You don't have to, because Buffalo Chicken Dip is full proxy friendly. If you're in the even remotely in the Columbus, Ohio area, come out, play for entry cost and a trip to the printer.
Local library, usually free.
But no, you got to pay so much mana into this Wrath of the Skies to be able to hit the Murktide regions, which is the biggest, like, entering Murktide region feels like the biggest reason you would want to bring in extra removal in this matchup for Philip. And Wrath of the Skies just ain't it.
The only thing I can see is if he's afraid of, like, multiple Nethergoyfs, but we have enough removal between our main and the side to just be happy.
Like on this particular board state, it looks fine. Wrath of the Skies does. But
I'm not even sure that's true, because it looks like Koval's just gonna pop 2 clues.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Flip the Tameo, and that's gonna hit nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it looks fine, but it's not gonna do enough.
If he casts a Wrath and chooses to do 2, it's going to hit the Bowmasters, but also his own Thunder Trap.
Yeah.
And if he does it for 0, it'll hit 1 clue and an Orc Army token, which is not that good.
Yeah, I feel like and there's the Tameo.
Koval, I think, has Force Blue card in his hand. I also see a Shieldred's Edict. I think Philip had a Flame of Anor, which the annoying part about Flame of Anor is, okay, so he casts it for 2. Probably not banking energy. Probably just going to decide to eat up everything that costs 2 or less, which leaves a Tameo for Brian, and
yeah,
I think that Tameo's going to run away with this game.
So this is just looking at the chat here. This is a new whole new event. We are live right now, playing Legacy 2 days in a row. I think actually we had Brian Koval on round 2 yesterday as well.
We tried to have him on round 1, and then we had technical difficulties.
Yeah, so we are live. We're gonna be live all day. I believe 7 rounds of Swiss again today.
7 rounds with a cut to top 8.
Yeah, cut to top 8. I think something like 90 players today. Granted, we had a lot of people sticking around from, coming up yesterday, still in town playing today. But yeah, I think, yesterday about 100, it's called 110, right?
4th Aerlingus for 1. So if I'm Brian here, I think I let that resolve, because we have a Shieldred's Edict, and if we have a Fatal Push, we're super happy.
Yeah.
Because this is going to attack us for 1. Yeah, Shieldred's Edict, just name token, or he's going to go with the Fatal Push.
I don't know. I would almost be tempted to take the hit, let him draw the card off the Monarch, and then take it.
Well, we don't have any threat to take it, though.
Oh, does he not? I thought he had something.
No, he has no creatures in play.
Oh, okay.
He does have a Bowmaster.
He's got a Bowmaster.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, let it hit him. Okay, you get the 1 card off the Monarch. I'm gonna kill that.
Mm-hmm.
Or like or even he doesn't have to kill it. You just have to, play the Bowmaster, hit you with something, take that, and now deal with the token. Now Koval has the Monarch.
I can kind of get it. The only reason I would say to not do that is putting the Monarchy in the game is kind of what can let Philip crawl out of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Koval has an active Tameo. We don't need the Monarch. We just need the Tameo to live.
Yeah, but I'm greedy. I'm so greedy. Damage would stay. So if he had gone Bowmaster, say ping the token, end step draw a card, ping the token, it's already dead. You don't have to answer it anymore. Yeah. Again, I'm greedy.
Yeah, because
yes, Koval's got a Tameo, a flip Tameo, and a Kaido.
Okay, Mystic Sanctuary, pick up the Red Blast for whenever we... Okay, we're going to dress down first.
Oh, okay. I see you.
Which I'm happy letting this dress down go. But Koval is not. And if we don't have a counterspell, I could see us just picking this up. Thunder Trap, okay.
Looks like land. Okay, not even thinking about it.
He just has to take the Red Blast to kill the Tameo. Yeah, I think I wanted to fight over the Red Blast personally. Just because there's more ways to draw cards than there are Red Blasts in view.
Yeah.
But we still do have an active Kaido in play. Another Bowmasters. Probably ping opponent for 1. Yep. Not sure what he drew for turn. Can't really see it. Fatal Push. Just attack for 6. And then draw a card with Kaido. Not looking good for Philip this game. Bins another Goyf, which is basically drawing a card.
Yeah. Oh, man. Brainstorm. Finds Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize, another Goyf. Decides to go ahead and fire off a Thoughtseize, which makes a lot of sense. He does bring in the Lavinia.
Interesting.
Don't think it's that great here.
No,
Honestly, I think I want to take that Lavinia away. Because if he has the Flame of Anor, all he's going to be able to do is just draw some cards. Because he has to draw out of it, and then we can just ping him for, what, 4?
Yeah, well, Philip's picking cards up.
Looks like we're going to go to game 3.
I'm wondering, I don't think Brian changes anything. I think his, like, sideboard play here on the play, or on the draw versus on the play, I don't think it really changes anything. Philip, I don't see him doing any sideboarding. I'd be tempted to cut
the Wraths and the Lavinias.
Yeah,
I think those are pretty bad.
But you know, he can do what he wants to do.
He can dance if he wants to. He can leave his friends behind.
I mean, if he could not. All right, so we're just going straight into game 3 here.
This match so far has been decided by who has the turn 1 Tameo.
Yeah, and
don't see one in Philip's hand. Looks like Philip's gonna keep 7. Brian's gonna ship it back.
And they're resolving mulligans. I'm just gonna take a quick peek over.
Not sure what game this is. Carries at 6. But he does have an active 1 ring against a Bowmasters.
There's a lot going on that board.
There's a Disruptor Flute, probably on show and tell.
There's a Baragoyf. There's a... Yeah, this one's not looking super great for Carrie today.
It does depend on what's... I can't fully tell what's in his hand. I do see an Omniscience. See a Brazen Bar. We're going to Petty Theft back the Flute. So whatever he's bouncing back, or whatever it's currently named on, he's going to have to cast immediately because the Flute does have Flash.
Yeah.
And it looks like our main game is back up and running.
Alright, so... Yep. Philip's just going to... Meticulous Archive. Koval's not doing anything either, so no turn 1 Tamios. So it's anyone's game still.
I think there's going to be a Thunder Trap fired off here.
Yeah.
See if Koval has a daze.
I was looking at 4 cards is a lot, but
that's a Wrath Disguise.
That's that full art Wrath. Okay.
Decides to not take them out. Definitely looks pretty terrible on this board.
I think so. If Wrath of the Skies also hit Planeswalkers, I would super be.
That card be busted.
It'd be busted. I'm not gonna fight you there, but I think it would be
more reasonable to bring in.
Reasonable, to bring in here for the sideboard. But where it just hits, effectively right now creatures and artifacts, right?
Yeah.
Like it the Nile spell bombs, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna crack them. Same thing, clue tokens. You lose clues or you get to draw some extra. You know, it's not a yeah. I'm not a big fan of it here.
This match so far has been brought to you by Blue's Clues.
This whole format right now.
Pretty much. Anyone who's playing Tamiyo, you have to say it's Blue's Clues. So I do see a Bargoyf in Koval's hand.
Alright, Thunder Trap. Just gonna give Koval a little love tap there.
Gonna get in there. Got that thunderclap.
Alright.
How many Surveil lands is Koval on?
I think he's on 2?
Just one.
Just the one, okay.
So getting the basic swamp, probably trying to not deal with the back to basics again if he can avoid it. Anytime your Thunder Trap resolves and then they kill it afterwards, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, I would much rather than I mean, once it hits the board, it's just a 1/2. In this matchup, it's mostly just going to be a blocker.
Yeah. I am a little less happy about the Thunder Trap getting killed in this spot because it picked up a card that is not relevant.
Yeah.
But usually, even if you like draw a Ponder off of it, you're pretty happy. So we're going to get an island, very likely to play the Bargoyf, so that way we can just develop some kind of threat.
Yeah. And then this is again where like the Wrath of the Skies is going to be what, at least 2 more turns before it can deal with the Bargoyf.
Yeah, he has a swords in his hand, so he's going to fire that off. I do see another Bargoyf in Koval's hand, so he's like kind of okay with the Bargoyf getting hit there.
I mean, honestly, this is knowing that Philip has these wraths.
Drew a Thoughtseize for turn.
Ooh.
So we're gonna get both Wrath of the Skies are in there, which
I think you leave the wraths. The question is do you take the swords or do you take the blast?
So it definitely depends on what's left in Koval's hand. I know there's a Force and a Bargoyf. Not sure what else is left in there. I think I saw a Kaido maybe. I think if the plan is to play the Bargoyf, you probably... How many card types are in the yard? We have instant land creature. So the Bargoyf's a 3/4. We're about to get sorcery, so it's going to be a 4/5.
Okay, so I'm going to take the 4th.
Yeah, so he's kind of resigning to let the Bargoyf die at some point. Whether that's now or later, we're going to figure out. Yeah, I'm going to just let that go. Gonna get swords again. Gonna let that go. Koval very likely to just want to draw a blue card here because he does have a Kaido in his hand.
Yeah.
So if he can draw a blue card, he'll just hardcast it next turn and just have force backup, which he knows that Philip only has one response to, being the red blast. Does he draw a blue card? That is a Bowmasters, which is also really good.
Yes.
Yeah, if I'm Philip, I think in the end step, I'm just going to fetch probably the Volcanic Island and just use it as a divination. Because we're kind of at the point of Koval's going to be draw going for a little bit, and we need to have answers whenever he does eventually fire off something.
Yep, and that's exactly what... Oh.
And we are going to take 2 off of this, which is a little unfortunate, but what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, again, you was talking yesterday about, you know, sometimes your opponent's just going to have Wasteland. You can't be afraid of running into it.
Yeah.
It's kind of that same thing with Bowmasters right now. It's like sometimes your opponent's just going to have the Bowmasters when you play the Brainstorm. You can play around it as best you can, but sometimes, like, if that's your best play, you just have to risk it. And I think that was kind of the situation here. It's like...
So he's looking at that Wrath of the Skies in his hand, but he doesn't have 2 white. So... let's see what his plan is. Okay, passes back. Good thing we don't have to stop an illegal play. We're gonna ninjutsu in this Kaido. Probably picking up the Bowmasters. That's rough. Red source down. Probably get back a swords. I think he floated a red.
He floated a mana.
I think you're supposed to float a red here with the Volcanic Island and then leave the plains untapped if your plan is to swords. Because you're probably supposed to swords the Orc army here. And if you leave the red up, then you still have mana for the Pyroblast. Or the Red Blast.
Okay, so he's just gonna force the Snapcaster, man. Just deal with it now.
Yeah, which Brian's then going to be able to attack and ninjutsu in this Kaido, probably picking up actual Bowmasters. Yeah.
And now
Advantage
Kaido.
par in
Yeah.
Kobol's favor.
Yeah, now Kaido runs away with the game. And that's fine. Swords the token, just.
Yeah, unfortunate miss sequence. I do think, like I said, we're supposed to float a red and just hold up the red blast for a force.
Yeah.
Obviously, we knew the force was in hand, but I still think we're not doing anything more efficient with our hand anyway. And that's the thing that lets us not die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Drew the basic mountain.
There you go.
We can red blast now. Bailed out. And he has a ponder in his hand. I like firing off a now before the Bowmasters comes back in play. Hits
like
a Flame of Anor. I think that's a
Land
Cameo.
Flame
Or no, it's a
Ponder?
Yeah.
Yeah. Flood Strand Flame Ponder. That appears to be what that is.
Decides to draw the flame. Draws the flame before the ponder, which I think I want to put the ponder in my hand for exactly the Thoughtseize.
Oof. Yep, and then those wraths, even if they were I mean, they're dead cards right now on multiple levels, which, I mean, frankly just kind of sucks.
We should probably not fire off this ponder. Yeah, he agrees. That is the thing about, if we draw the ponder first and we draw the flame for turn, we can fire off the flame in response to the Bowmasters to just draw the two. Because we know that Brian's a Thoughtseize deck, and we're probably, like, we can't cast the flame anyway, so we might as well hide it.
Yeah, I do just want to say I'm so glad that Thoughtseize is like relevant again, because it fell off hard for a while there. Mostly I think just for a while, you know, you had Grief, and then after Grief died, Psychic Frog just is like, okay, Thoughtseize me, I'm gonna draw 17 cards anyway. Like the card value engines have kind of run it back a little bit. I love Thoughtseize. Probably my most played Magic card by leaps and bounds.
Oh, no.
Christ. Oh.
Well, we do have another Wrath, but there's a Thunder Trap and a Blast in there. I like drawing the Blast. Draw a Blast, then draw a Thunder Trap.
Yeah.
He decides to shuffle.
Interesting. Okay. He could.
We could have also ordered that of Blast, Land, Thunder Trap, so that way we can next turn Wrath for 2, hold up the red to blast a force potentially, and then we draw the land, so we have 6 lands, and then untap and immediately play
Offspring, Trapper, or Tripe.
Yeah, Offspring, a Thunder Trap. But this Murktide's also really going to punish this play of getting rid of our Blast.
Yeah.
Because now if we don't draw anything, we're just dead on board.
Yeah, Phillips at 7. All right, yeah. Brian Koval is going to take it 2-1 over Philip Long, playing Jeskai Wizard. Still incredibly based choice.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that was a short little break there, going in between rounds. That last game there with Koval and Philip went real long.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're back. We got round 3. Andrew Bailey playing Mono White Initiative. We had him on camera yesterday. Did not have the greatest showing of the deck, unfortunately, but he is 2-0 right now. Playing against Bug Beanstalk, and I believe it was pretty straightforward Bug Beanstalk list. Doing all the broken shenanigans.
Yeah, our backup featured last round was also Bug Beans, but he only had 3 Beanstalk in his deck, which was very interesting.
Yeah, this one's playing 4. And then, yeah, like it still feels new to me, the Tarkia, the Rakshasa bargain.
Yeah.
Very, very sweet card.
The fact that it triggers Beanstalk is one of those things that you look at, you're like, why?
You're not even cheating mana cost on it. You're paying, all 3 colors of mana, exactly what it asks for.
So Anointed Peacekeeper here is definitely interesting, because if Leland doesn't know, then he can get Pithing Needled. Okay, he does fetch. Smart man.
Ah.
But this Anointed Peacekeeper will be able to make something cost 2 more. So if Leland has a force in his hand, it's one of those, like, you don't want to force this, but if you don't, then you're going to have to hold up 2 mana to force it for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Peacekeeper's one of those cards I really love, especially, like, super early game like this, just where, you know, it says, you know, look at a card and look at your opponent's hand, then choose any card name.
Yeah.
So and I think it's very easy to say, oh, you have to name something that's in their hand. It's like, no, you can look at their hand, decide what they're playing.
So it looks like there's Bowmasters, Daze, Nihil Spellbomb, Ponder, Tameo, Beans, Trop. I like naming the Up the Beanstalk here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's I mean,
because Leland has 3 uncastable cards in his hand anyway.
yeah, make it effectively make it 4.
Yeah.
Don't give him an opportunity to draw out. Like it. Man. Yeah, Andrew Bailey, notably having that Lotus Petal just hanging out there.
Yeah,
super playing around days. No, I definitely think if it's not Beanstalk named, there's no way we don't see a Beanstalk hit the table this turn, right? Like,
very likely there's gonna be a Trop and pass.
yeah. Yeah. There's not much you can do in the face of that right now.
Now there is a Bowmasters in his hand, and depending on how much we value this Peacekeeper is if we're attacking or not. Because if Bowmasters gets flashed in, pinging the Anointed Peacekeeper and double block, then we're going to be able to untap and cast our beans.
Yeah. Well, now we've got this Archon of Emeria, which I think yesterday we even said, is it great? Yeah. But in this particular matchup, on this board state, like, it feels decent.
Casting the Bowmasters here feels interesting. I assume we're casting it in the end step. There's no way we're casting it in response because it's not going.
It's not going to do
anything. It doesn't affect anything. Yeah.
I think it's just I can't play it next turn and do something else. If I draw something, I might as well go ahead and run it out here.
Yeah. So we're gonna surveil. Enter tapped anyway. But he has 2 Sheltered by Ghosts in his hand.
Ooh.
It's pretty good.
That's it feels like such a weird card to be relevant.
Yeah.
But in this deck, is very, very good, because it protects itself. It makes your threats bigger, lets you fight against any big, like, Murktide especially, like anything that flies over and just smacks you in the face. You can just kind of fight back against it.
So we have a double white spell. Uses the Lotus Petal to play the Seasoned Engineer, which seems interesting. I'm not sure why we're doing that.
I think he was just trying to avoid using the Ancient Tomb here. I think I would rather have just tapped the Ancient Tomb with it, eaten the 2 life.
Because then we're also, like, playing around Days by floating a mana anyway.
Yeah.
Plus, we have the Sheltered by Ghosts in our hand. So we don't have a problem with life.
Yeah, we can gain that life back.
Yeah.
But I think that was probably the thought process, was just playing around, not having to take too much life if you don't have to.
So double send in, gonna make the Anointed Peacekeeper explore. Is Anointed Peacekeeper a cleric?
I probably, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I would say,
figured out of all the creature types it was probably a cleric.
Yes. It is a cleric. It is a cleric. Elite Spellbinder, which we haven't seen yet, but is in the deck, is also a cleric. That should be... Yeah, those are the only card types that matter, so...
Very, very strong start for Andrew here. Very unlikely for Leland to be able to crawl out of this, because even if we have a land, it's more than likely going to enter tapped off of the Archon of Emeria.
Yeah, this is a rough one to be in. I'm going to take a quick look over here. Leland notably has a single island and a single swamp. So
it's rough out here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not impossible.
2 mana. Witherbloom command hits.
Okay.
And then I think he's draining life, would be my assumption. Yeah. So the Chalice is going to go away.
I don't know how I feel about the life drain.
That Misty should enter tapped. Yeah.
Yep.
Andrew's going to catch that.
There, yep.
He cannot okay, cool. He cannot cast that Tameo. Archon shutting down multiple things this turn.
Yeah.
Okay, Leland decides to pick it up.
Yeah, not worth it. He's
too
locked.
much hate. Game 1 going to Andrew. Very, very much drawing what he needed there. Even having the 2 Sheltered by Ghosts, which weren't doing a whole lot there. He basically had a 5.
Andrew had answers on answers, like very early lock pieces.
Yeah, that game looked very good for Andrew, and he didn't even have a cavern.
He didn't. You're right.
He did not have a cavern. If he has a cavern there, insane. So out of the board for Leland, I like the one of Bargoyf. Really love that card.
It's insanely good. Out of a Tarmogoyf themed commander deck, who'd have thought?
The one of Bargoyf, the one Fatal Push, and then the Toxic Deluge are my 3 picks.
Oh yeah, there is a Toxic Deluge. No, I really like the Toxic Deluge in this matchup.
Honestly,
Force of Vigor feels like a trap.
Oh, it's terrible.
Like it feels like, especially, I mean, anytime you're playing against like these prison type decks, like you look at Force of Vigor and you go, I really want to bring this in here because I can all of the hate pieces, you know, not all of them. A lot of the hate pieces just get hit by this Force of Vigor, but I think it's bad here.
I believe in Mono White, the only real like hate pieces are Sheltered and Chalice.
Yeah, but those are.
They're pretty decent. I'm not gonna deny that, but we can very easily get around it.
Yeah, he's also playing the yeah. I guess there's not as much.
But one of the cards I actually don't mind because with playing against a deck that's playing Cavern of Souls, we already have 2 Nihil Spell Bombs that we're probably gonna cut because those are terrible.
Yeah.
And we're bringing in 3 cards. I don't mind cutting 2 Force of Wills, so that way we have our 3rd card cut, and then bringing in the Endurance as just a 3/4 body.
Yeah, notably a 3/4 body with reach.
Yeah, because not a lot out of the mono white deck is bigger.
Yeah, because like the Archon and the Elite Spellbinder, I mean they can both poke a little bit here and there.
Seasoned Engineer is actually the only card that doesn't die to an Endurance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything else has less toughness and can't kill. Out of the sideboard for Andrew here, he has Clarion Conqueror, Containment Priest, Disruptor Flu, Leyline, Sword, Sheltered by Ghosts. He could probably get away with not even boarding.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could maybe think about bringing in like some swords just as a little bit of extra early game interaction, especially being on the draw. You know, if he gets like a turn 1 Tameo, right? Something like that, just having like very easy pieces to point out. But like, yeah, I don't think Andrew needs to do any real side. He can get away with it, I think.
He could probably bring in like the 2 Disruptor Flutes and maybe be happy.
Yeah,
like and just like cut the Sheltered by Ghosts.
Yeah, I don't think there's any like you need to bring this in this matchup. I think it's just how comfortable does Andrew feel going into a game 2. Probably pretty comfortable. All right, Leland's starting us off with just a Ponder.
I believe I saw a Chalice in Andrew's hand, and he has a City of Traders. So if we can toss a Chalice on one that doesn't get snagged, we're pretty happy. We do also have a Lotus Petal to be able to play around a Daze.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, okay, so he's either... what's he gonna do? Yep, Chalice on one, playing around Daze.
Alright, looks like that's gonna resolve. I do see a couple 1-drops in Leland's hand. Wonder if he decided to bring in the Force of Vigor or not. It wouldn't look too terrible here. Not amazing, but like not terrible.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is it's not like it's, you know, talking about, it's like, oh, I don't think you need to bring it in here. It's not like it's bad. It's just it's not going to do as much as you need it to.
It's a lot worse into mono white than it is like mono red prison.
Yeah.
Just because mono red prison, they're playing Blood Moons, they're playing Fable, they're playing Chalice as well. They just have more artifact and enchantment based hate versus, like I said, mono white's usually just on Chalice. Which, if you're not as familiar with the format, you might think, oh, they have more things to do, but it's a give and take. He does have a One Ring in his hand, so if he's still trying to play around Daze, then he probably either plays the Archon in his hand.
I think he had a Plains.
Yeah.
So he can
play the One Ring and play around Daze.
Yeah. Which I would be, I don't know if I would, but I'd be super tempted to.
If we can resolve this One Ring, we're sitting very pretty. But decides to go for the Archon instead.
I think I like Archon here over the One Ring anyway. Because this way he still has those Lotus Petals he can do something with next turn. Whereas if he was to go right into the One Ring, he'd just be sitting with the Plains. Like, I think this is this
is when you get to soul read your opponent and think if they have the Force Will based off if the Chalice resolved.
Yeah.
Because if you look at your opponent after resolving it, they're like, yeah, that resolves, then you're like, all right, cool, I'm jamming this One Ring. They did not have a Force.
Yeah. Yep, same thing I think we saw last time, Bowmaster, just because he knows he's not going to be able to do anything with it.
This one makes a little bit more sense because he does have to fetch in response to the Archon to be able to get the land to do it.
Yeah.
But he can still just, like, cast it end step, and yeah, it doesn't particularly matter. He has a Murktide in his hand. It's not really that good. We're not going to be able to cast it for a while. We might have to start just firing off some 1-drops.
Just to fill up that graveyard, yeah. Let them get countered. It feels really bad to do, but I don't...
For sure.
I don't think it is... It's not a great choice, right? I don't think it is the worst play he could make, though.
The sad part about the Murktide into the onboard Archon is if Andrew has a Solitude, then we can't go, like, Archon, hold up Force of Will... That's a Ponder, it looked like. Ponder or Brainstorm. Yeah, I believe that was a Ponder. Just going to start firing some stuff off so we can be able to cast this Murktide. Because I believe he also has a Fatal Push. So probably going to fire off a Fatal Push at some point this turn.
Alright, the Enchanter... What's it called?
Witch Enchanter.
Witch Enchanter, yeah.
That Enchanter.
That... You got me.
Ooh, this Elite Spellbinder should be really good. So we're going to be able to hit the Murktide, which is going to kind of negate the plan that Leland was trying to do anyway. We're just going to exile that Murktide, so it's going to cost even more. So we're going to have to exile put even more cards in our graveyard to be able to do anything.
Yeah, this is a...
Which I think he can do, because I believe in his hand I see Brainstorm, Ponder, Fatal Push. Yeah. Murktide. Is that an island? That is an island. No, that's Island, Wasteland, Murktide.
Oof.
So we can cast the Murktide on our turn. Because we can play the island, that'll enter untapped, and then we'll have 5 cards to delve plus the additional 2 to pay for the Murktide. So we'll be able to make a 6/6 flyer, which is kind of the only way he's winning this game.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a threat. It doesn't feel good, but...
And then it looks like in the hand of Andrew, we have a Cro-Mox and a One Ring.
Alright, so exactly how big is this Murktide? It's like
Should
a
be a
6/6. Yeah.
Drew, I believe that's a Ponder. One of the blue cantrips. Ooh,
right,
Drew's Solitude, but he can't cast it. Don't have the white card.
I would...
We can't do anything this turn. The Cro-Mox, like, we can cast the Cro-Mox, imprint the Solitude, but I think holding the Solitude to just hit the Murktide is far more important.
I agree. Andrew probably, considering he didn't do anything.
Plays a tapped Wasteland. Probably attack for 6. Because he's going to win that race if he starts attacking now.
Yeah.
Strike while the iron's hot. Is it a white card? It's an Ancient Tomb. So we can, excuse me, we can play an Ancient Tomb and a One Ring. It's not that bad.
I think I like Ancient Tomb One Ring. I think I like One Ring here.
Yeah.
Because...
Well, we do have Hardcast Solitude.
Yeah. We do. But in terms of I think playing the One Ring, the Murktide can attack. You don't care. We're just gonna go.
Opts to go for the Solitude instead. Hopes that Leland didn't draw Blue Card Force or A Days, which he did not. So now this advantage bar is back in Andrew's favor. We're gonna attack for 5 in the air. So it's basically like Leland gained a life this turn. Gonna pass back. Probably needs to Wasteland this Ancient Tomb, so that way Andrew's not gonna be able to do anything else for a while. Plays a second Wasteland. So yeah, absolutely fired off at the Ancient Tomb.
And we see
Another One Ring. Just jam.
Yeah.
We can double block the Solitude, which I think we're supposed to. It's not like Andrew's drawing cards.
No, yeah, and
Until he puts the One Ring in play, and it doesn't look that great. But if he casts the One Ring, then he's probably not even drawing cards for a little bit. Like he just has power on board, and Leland's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Draw a threat, hopefully. Draws another Bowmasters. So Bowmaster paying the Spellbinder is really good here. Because the Spellbinder is only a 3/1.
Yeah.
So we play the Bowmasters, and we just get to ping that. And then our clock gets... We actually have a faster clock.
Yeah, you do. I don't know. It's not over till it's over.
Drew a Swords. Probably should Chrome-Mox, put the swords under it. Interesting. I wonder if Andrew forgot that his Chalice will stop that. Or he's hoping that maybe there's a Witherbloom command. Oh, that's so funny. That the Archon's gonna stop the Mystic Sanctuary because
it has to enter. It has to enter untapped for it to trigger.
Chromox pitch Peacekeeper. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that feels fine.
Still losing the race here.
It's what, 9-9?
Yeah. But Leland's going to be able to put him to 7, so if they just attack with what's on board, nothing else gets played, then Leland's going to live at 2. Fetch is down to 8, but that doesn't change the math, I don't think. Or sorry, Leland would live at 1.
I don't think it changes anything.
Well, actually, that might have harmed him. Because Leland needs 5 attacks, and Andrew needs 4. So Leland goes 7-5, 3-1. Not too sure. Math is hard.
So
we can put him to 7, go to 6, put him to 5, go to 4, put him to 3, go to 2, put him to 1. Yeah, fetching there actually made the clock shift back in Andrew's favor. Because we'll get attack down to 6, and then... Is now the time we're going to stop attacking? Okay. We're going to get attack down to 6. If Leland attacks, Andrew will go to 5. Then Leland will go to 4. Then Andrew will go to 3. Leland will go to 2. Andrew will go to 1. Then Leland goes to 0.
Yeah, okay.
So fetching there actually... Ooh, that's really good.
Or not.
Looks like Beans is starting to get
Draw
out of this a
itself
little
back
bit.
out. Yeah. And that's one of the big strengths of the Beanstalk deck, right? Is it can go so long.
Yeah. Do wonder how differently this game pans out if we cast the One Ring earlier in the game instead of
the Solitude.
So we're going to play Chromox pitching. I believe we drew a Solitude. Cast the One Ring. Ooh. You don't even have to pitch. You can just tap mana. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Did you know Force Will has an alternative casting cost of 5 mana?
I have heard that before. At least once.
So we're going to untap, play a ring, so we have one more draw step. Okay. Decide to just pick it up instead of trying.
That's reasonable.
Yeah. Drawing the swords while having the chalice on one, unfortunate, but it did do more damage against Leland than against Andrew.
Yeah. So we're gonna be going to game 3. Looks like our other game. Looks like they are in between games right now. Nadu Midrange, not Cephalid Breakfast, notably, like actual proper Nadu Midrange deck. Against OmniTell. Yeah, they appear to be going at least in a game. Maybe they're just unsideboarding. It's hard to tell exactly.
Can you pull up Patrick's list?
Let's see.
He mentioned to me a while ago that he wanted to try breakfast. Nope, he is just actually on Nadu Midrange.
It is just a proper Nadu Midrange list.
Interesting. Probably got talked into it or tried breakfast and didn't like the... One of the things about breakfast is you do have the instant win button, but you are a little bit more fragile versus Nadu Midrange. You just are happy.
Yeah.
Like your lows are a lot higher.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the. Yeah, I think they finished up their game. Oh no, they are sideboarding. At least it's game 2 or 3, probably 3 based
Very
on
likely
based
going
on
to
the
3.
based on the decks that they're playing. I would assume it's gonna be game 3 at this point.
Yeah, both of them are kind of like, once they get their thing going, they're probably not gonna lose.
Yeah.
And they can get their thing going pretty quick. Patrick playing a 1 of Bristling Billion.
I love that dude.
$64.99 right on Card Kingdom.
That
right
is
there.
insane.
It's crazy work.
I thought. So I bought. About 2 of them. I paid like $20 a piece for them. I thought I was getting ripped off. I'm like, this card is not even. I was like, this is the most commander bait card I have ever read. I can't believe I'm paying $40 for these for Legacy of all things.
Yeah, that's the thing that I still have yet to like fully learn is like, this is just a commander card, but we're like, this is a really good commander card. We just don't buy it.
Yeah.
We should just keep buying it.
Yeah, that's the trick, right? Is just buy all of the commander cards. If a commander player wants it, you buy it, and then when it's good in Legacy, awkwardly in like a year, like boom, you're golden.
And then you have the funny ones that are expensive commander cards because of Legacy, like when Triumph of St. Catherine won E-Dub.
Oh my god.
Like that card spiked to insane amounts, and that was a funny time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna have an uncounterable Anointed Peacekeeper on turn 1 out of Andrew, which is also pretty good.
Yeah.
Because his last card in hand is a One Ring. I believe that's a Force of Will in his hand, so it's Thoughtseize, Force. I think we name, weirdly enough, Thoughtseize here.
I would say I think Thoughtseize is the pick here.
Because like we kind of want him to cast the Force of Will.
Yeah, because obviously Andrew's on the play. Leland has a draw step here.
But if we get our One Ring Thoughtseized, it feels a lot worse than getting our One Ring Force of Will, because it's going to get rid of the bargain, assuming Leland doesn't draw another blue card.
Yeah.
It also just gets rid of 2 cards out of Leland's hand.
Yeah, and obviously, it's dependent on Andrew also then drawing into the next land here. But
because Andrew does only have 1 card left in hand, so if he does get... Okay, so it looks like he's going to name Thoughtseize. Doesn't get taken out of the hand like Spellbinder does, but it is just going to cost more. But we only have 1 card left in hand, so firing off a Thoughtseize is like just very tempting. Just see what your last card is, and if it's a land, it feels a little bad, but...
Yeah, and then Leland drew a Mystic Sanctuary for turn, so...
We drew a Lotus Petal.
Oof,
so...
yeah. I think I'm just running it out.
Yeah.
I think I'm just running it out. If he wants to force it, he can force it.
Yep.
I think Leland has to force it. Yeah.
This also means that Leland's Thoughtseize is probably going to be off for the rest of the game. So he's just going to have a dud in his hand that he can Brainstorm away eventually if he draws a Brainstorm.
Yeah. No, this is... Andrew's hellbent. He's got nothing... he's full on top deck mode.
Yeah.
I think he still feels very good about his position right now.
We're just like 1 or 2 more 3-drops away from just being in the best spot we can be.
Yeah. There are so many cards that Andrew can draw. Basically anything that isn't a One Ring or a Solitude.
Even if we do draw those, we're fine in having the Thoughtseize be cast on us and having that be taken, because that's just -2 life, and the Thoughtseizes cost 3 mana to cast.
Yeah.
Which is going to be Leland's entire turn, which is
Does not
Oof,
feel good.
no.
Does not feel. Yeah, no. I think it's a weird. It's one of those weird situations where I think Andrew's probably feeling better about the board state than Leland is, even though, if you just look at it, it's like, all right, well, Andrew doesn't have anything.
Yeah,
to
Andrew's
do.
Hellbent has a 3/3 Vigilance that's naming a card that's not going to matter anymore. And Leland has basically a grip full of cards, but also Leland drew a land for his first draw step. He drew a Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah.
So he's not doing anything with that. And not sure. So he drew a Fatal Push. So now it's looking very much in Leland's favor. What do we draw?
Okay. We did not see it, unfortunately.
1 mana. Ooh, Barrogoyf is really good there.
All right.
It's swords.
There you go.
That was really funny timing.
Yeah.
We have instant land, artifact, creature. So yeah, 4/5. So Leland's gonna gain 4. Draws. Chalice on 1, which is fair. Now we can't get Thoughtseize.
All right. Let's see what we got going on.
I kind of like firing off the Thoughtseize just to put it in the yard. It is one less card for a Brainstorm, but we can't resolve a Brainstorm anyway.
That's true. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think that's 3 mana for Archon.
A counterable Archon. But he doesn't have a counterspell, so... I believe that was also a Fatal Push that Leland just drew, which he can't cast, unfortunately. But Leland is on a 9-turn clock. So we have quite a while.
9 turns, man. That's one less turn than 10 turns.
That is true. But it is one more than 8.
All right. Well, now we're at 8. So 8 turns to go, and this game
He
goes
does
to
keep
Andrew.
drawing 1-drops. Looks like this is City of Traders and a Witch Enchanter.
Thinking about playing...
I think we play out the Witch Enchanter, just like get a actual clock going.
Yeah.
Because now we have 4 power, so it's a no, I can do math. It's a 4-turn clock.
Yeah, and then the Witch Enchanter, no beanstalks to target. That's not the point of it right now.
Draws another land, so his hand is 3 1-drops and 2 lands, I believe.
That's a rough spot to be in for the beanstalk deck.
Best draw for Leland here is a Spellbinder. Okay, so here's some 1-drops. Take your pick. Absolutely the Fatal Push.
Yeah. Best draw's probably it's got to be a
Toxic Deluge.
Let's say a Toxic Deluge. I can't imagine he didn't bring that in. I would not complain about Witherbloom Command. I think it's not great, but
Bowmaster, ping the Spellbinder is pretty good.
yeah.
We are still going to be on somewhat of a restraint because this Witch Enchanter is just no longer going to attack, more than likely. Although it can attack and just force a double block, but we'll see. We'll see what the draw is. I think getting the Bowmaster off the board as well is pretty good, so that way we don't have to... Like, if we draw a One Ring here... Ooh, is this a Solitude? Yeah. Get to Solitude something. Not sure how much I like this play. It does, like, give us that advantage, but if Leland top decks a Murktide, we have no answer.
That's true.
Like, that is the only way I think Leland is winning this game, is to either draw a Toxic Deluge or draw a Murktide. And if he draws a Toxic Deluge and the Witch Enchanter dies, it's a 3 mana, pay 3 life, destroy target creature, which is not good. And then we can just flash in the Solitude and end step anyway.
Yeah.
And if he drew a Murktide, we can just Solitude the Murktide.
Well, I don't think you drew a Murktide here. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, so put Leland to 1. Andrew is going to gain 3 off the Solitude, which means Toxic Deluge is no longer active. So I don't think Leland has an out here. It looks like this is Andrew's game. Cast Fatal Push, because why not? He targets the Solitude.
Notably, it's a legal target.
It is a legal target.
Fatal Push says destroy target creature. That's the important part. It only destroys it if it has converted mana cost of 2/4. But as far as targeting goes, it's just target creature.
It looks like Andrew's going to take down this match. Power of Chalice on 1 is too good.
Yeah, oh God. I just took a quick peek over at our backup match. They're still playing.
It's looking pretty good for Patrick here.
There's a board state. That is...
So if you guys have never known what Nadu does, Nadu says if you have that and another card, you win the game.
Yeah. And the fun part about the Nadu mid-range deck, especially compared to like all the breakfast lists, the breakfast list is a combo deck.
Mhm.
It does the Nadu thing as the combo engine, and you just win effectively on the spot, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with the Nadu mid-range deck, we've got a judge call. I don't even know what's going on over there. With the Nadu mid-range deck, it's just a value engine that makes your board states look like this.
You can win the game in one shot if you start the turn with a creature in play.
Yeah.
Because if you are able to turn through everything, you can eventually get to a point where you Sylvan Safekeeper, sacrifice all your lands, and then Endurance Loop yourself and have a Bristly Bill to grow a creature by a lot.
Yeah. It's silly. I actually think, as far as Nadu decks go, I still think like the Nadu Cradle decks.
They fell off hard.
I love them. I think they're so cool. But the generic mid-range shell. Yeah, Endurance, Keen-Eyed Curator. I feels like that card just came out, but it's been like a year now. Year and a half.
Bloomborough
like
has been a very surprisingly impactful set.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's, whether or not you're a fan of like the theme and the world and stuff, you know, everybody to their own personal tastes. For me, you know, the animal set, it's whatever, it's fine. But like as far as like game mechanics go, I feel like one of the best design sets we've had in a while. There's some misses, but you get those in every set.
Surprising, the mouse package is a little crazy.
Yeah.
But everything else in Blueburrow is designed pretty well.
Yeah.
It's not a hat set. That's the part that matters.
Yes. Yeah. I think maybe that's why it feels so good. I get it.
Spider-Man, like the new Spider-Man set coming out as a hat set. For anyone who doesn't know what a hat set is, it's essentially a set that comes out where the only theme is like all the characters are wearing hats. It's not exactly a hat, but it's something to that effect. Like the Spider-Man cards that have all come out, they don't really have a theme to them. They're just all named Spider-Man.
Yeah, I think the biggest example of that is the Thunder Junction.
Yes, Outlaws is literally everybody just has a cowboy hat and no other theme.
Yeah, and there's no reason for half those characters to be there other than, oh, well, you know what, they can be.
They put Kellen the Kid there because they could.
Yeah.
Like,
Marquesa did not need she's supposed to, I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be ruling over, you know, the Fiora.
Something.
But she's just on vacation in Thunder Junction. Half the characters there wearing cowboy hats.
So we have a battle over, so it looks like Patrick cast a fairy, or just has a Teferi somewhere on the board. Intuition gets forced by Patrick, and then Keegan is forcing back. Drew a force off of a Nadu. Gonna draw a million cards in response.
Deafening Silence, a very good card to sideboard in against the OmniTell deck here. Again, we are somewhere in game 2 or 3.
So Patrick drew a Veil, so he's gonna Veil, so his force is gonna resolve, but also picked up a force off of that. And then looks like the Teferi was on the stack. So I'm just gonna uptick and then just be happy, I guess.
I mean, if I'm Patrick, I feel pretty happy about my board state right now. 37 cards in hand, or however many he's got.
I think the funniest part about what's going on here is that even if Keegan were to Omni and then like cast an Emrakul, Patrick doesn't care.
Yeah, he's got...
He has a million permanents, and you just put a blocker in play.
I would say one of those is an Endurance.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I'm gonna sack half my board and block. My turn. Oh, and there's the Deafening Silence.
Funny enough, if Patrick does put a Bristly Bill in play, Keegan casts a Show and Tell and puts an Omni in play, and Patrick were to put a land in play, he gets a Bristly Bill trigger, which with the Teferi means that Keegan can't cast anything, so he can Force of Vigor the Omni.
Goodness.
There's a lot going on right now. We haven't cast the Gaddock Teeg yet, which is... Does Gaddock Teeg affect both players, or is it just opponents?
I believe it is both players. Yeah, it's an old card, which means it's fair and symmetrical.
Yeah. It's an old card. How old is Gaddock Teeg? In the picture, he looks at least 700, but...
He's an old man. I don't know, I think we might have gone to high school together.
Is that your dad?
It might be. My dad makes that face at me regularly.
He's too short to be your dad.
My dad's actually pretty short.
Well, Gaddock Teeg looks like he is 3 feet tall.
Okay, well, all right, my dad's a little bit taller than that.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit.
Looks like Keegan's going to scoop it up here. Very...
All right, we are back. This is round 4 of our Win-a-Mox here in Columbus, Ohio. We got Noel Monarch playing Cloudpost. I saw that list. It was currently 3-0. I could not resist putting it on camera.
Absolutely.
And then Jason playing Nadu Breakfast. So I was walking around earlier. There's a lot of Nadu players here today.
Yes.
Lot of Nadu players. I mean, the deck's strong. I get it. It's a fun one. It is a fun one to play, I think. But yeah, I saw like I said, I saw Cloudpost was sitting at 3-0 going into this round. I had to put it on.
Ectoplasm, I'm right here. Alright. I think this matchup historically is very good for Nadu Breakfast, because Cloudpost doesn't really have enough of an interacting point. Especially because I see out of Jason's hand there's both a Nomads and a Cephalid.
Yeah, that's gonna be it's potentially gonna be a very quick one. Now notably, there is a little bit of interaction here coming out of Cloudpost. Cloudpost is a big mana deck, but we got like Kozilek's Command, Disruptor Flute. Mainboard Disruptor Flute can be very big in here.
Look, that was a really good brainstorm. So we're gonna get to put back the Narcomoeba that's in our hand. In our hand we have a Cephalid, a Nomads, a third land. We're going to shuffle away and grab a Surveil land, which if this Surveil is anything but a Thoracle, a Dread Return, or 2 Narcomoebas, I'm leaving it on top.
Yeah.
Just because I don't want to bin one and then draw a Dread Return and just feel stupid.
Yeah, that would not feel great.
But off of that brainstorm as well, we did draw a Force and a Nadu. So we'll have the Cephalid combo plus Force backup.
Yeah. All right. It's very good hand to have for the breakfast player.
And it's a Thoracle, so we bin it, which makes a ton of sense. I think that Noel realized that they have a Kozilek's Command in their hand, but it doesn't work the way we want it to when we don't have another mana.
Yeah.
Love to exile the Thoracle there, but unfortunately cannot. I just play both of those. And Noel had the start that they wanted, of being able to just do some Cloudpost shenanigans, just having 2 in play, but on the draw against Cephalid, just being able to do their thing is...
Being on the draw here, I think, was what really kind of sunk that one.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to put an Narcomoeba in play. We're eventually going to put another one in play. There's the second one. And then probably just Dread Return with 2 cards left in our deck. I'm personally a fan of just mill the rest of our cards and do it. But that's just me.
Finding it.
Here's the Dread Return. The Oracle's not too far above it. And we're going to go to game 2.
Alright, well, that was a quick one.
Very strong hand from Jason to be able to find the turn 3 combo plus a force. Force didn't end up mattering, but alright, while players sideboard, we can take a look at our backup and see if we have anything going on there, or if it's just a Nadu mess. Ooh, this actually looks pretty interesting. So I see there's a Nadu in play.
I think I've got the names backwards. It should be
Patrick on the left.
Patrick on the left, Dominic on the right. That's my mistake.
What a ponder. 3 swords.
Phew. Actually, let me see if I can fix that real quick. Actually. There we go. All right, I fixed it. I'll probably have to fix it again later, but that's fine.
So yeah, we're gonna get to swords. This is Traxa, and if Dominic has another force, we will just be able to do it again and again.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got, and again, this is Patrick's not playing, like I said, the breakfast list that we're like seeing on the other stream, right? This is like the Nadu mid-range. That is just, it's all the value, right? Like it's just.
If anyone's wondering what that diamond is in play, it's another Lotus Petal.
Oh.
It's from the Sonic Secret Lair.
Did that already come out?
Yep.
Oh my god. I can't keep up. Secret Lair specifically, I
Secret Lairs are a choice.
yeah, they come and go very quickly.
Is that an Emrakul?
I do believe that is an Emrakul, yes.
Which Patrick's top card is a swords, which is not going to do anything. Because Emrakul does have protection from all colored spells.
Yes. Let's see.
So this game for sure looks like it's going to end in Dominic's favor. Can swords one of our own guys, but the issue with that is we know the next card's a swords. Wait, did he draw a force for the turn? Annihilator 6. Pick your favorite 2 to keep in play. Probably just White Source Nadu. Be my guess. Because that's the only thing that can actually get us out of it.
I think he's debating on which. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's probably.
Go to 3.
I hope you can find you can draw your way out of it. Not impossible.
Yeah, had to be
not likely though. Yeah.
had to be a Nomads and then just have a crazy run, but does not get there. So it looks like game 1's gonna go to Dominic, and then our main feature is going back to mulliganing.
There we go. All right. Yeah. Meanwhile, our main feature match still in the process of sideboarding.
So out of Nadu breakfast, I like Pithing Needle.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah.
Surprising enough, the Consign to Memories, which not a lot of Legacy decks still play a decent amount in their board. Some will maybe play 1 or 2, not the full 4 that we had to whenever Eldrazi was around.
Yeah, I think 2 is fine. I don't think bringing them in here is bad either.
Yeah, because most of Cloudpost stuff that you even care about is colorless. The biggest cards you care about are the Karn and the Kozilek's Command. Kozilek's Command being probably the biggest one.
Yeah.
but it also can just hit most of the sideboard cards that you care about too. And then you probably bring in the Force Negations as well. Just try to deal with stuff on the stack as well, like the Karns and
Yeah, he's got 3 Force Negations.
And the Dazes are not particularly strong. They're very weak in this matchup, and also the Tamios are very bad in my opinion. Tamio is just one of those cards where you want to go late and accrue value with it, and it's a good plan B. But when you're against these like ramp style decks, you're not wanting to go late with them. They will beat you in the late game.
Yeah, if you ever played against Tron in Modern, this is very often just that, but dialed to 11.
Yes.
Um,
Unban Cloudpost in Modern.
Again, I would try it. I'd be willing to try it.
A lot of people think that it would not be okay just because of like Titan. I'm like, eh.
Well, you know, have we considered banning Titan? I don't like playing against Titan. I don't like Titan, like seeing Titan necessarily. I think it's fine though. Like it's not fun to play. It's not fun to play against, but it's not like it's like back when like Summer Bloom was legal. I don't know. You were what, like 3 years old back then.
When was that legal?
I think it got banned in like 2014, 2015, something like that.
I was 11.
Gross.
Or no, 24. I was 12. 12 or 13.
That is still disgusting.
I don't know what you're talking about. Turn 1 Soul Guide out of Noel, and it looks like Jason agrees with bringing in the Force Negations. Karn Silex here, which... does Karn Silex shut off fetches? I don't remember.
So, yeah.
Yes. So, you definitely fetch in response, but all of our future fetch lands are going to be turned off. Gonna get a Survey land here. And then depending on the rest of the contents of Jason's hand is if it's worth it to, like, force this Karn Silex. It doesn't feel great, but if we are stuck with, like, 2 more fetches in our hand, you have to get rid of 2 real cards to make sure your lands work.
Yeah, I think if you can, again, yeah, it fully depends on what Jason's got in hand. But Karn Silex definitely feels like if he can answer it. I see it did look like another Float Strand in hand.
Yeah, it looks like we're surveilling to see, and then I believe we're going to fire off a Force here.
Yeah.
Force Pitch Cephalid, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Makes sense.
Because it also, notably, it also shuts off Force of Will.
Yeah.
You can't pay life to cast spells or to activate abilities. And
well,
so it's
in paper you can resolve it, just not on camera.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, looks like we still have a Force of Will in hand. We have a Nomads. So we're probably going to put the Nomads in play and then hope that our opponent doesn't really do anything and we can try to find a Nadu. If we can find a Nadu, then we'll gain enough value to be back in this game. So we only have 3 cards in hand. We can fetch a Hedge Maze here to try to
find something.
Find Nadu.
Does it look like hand was Force, Brainstorm, Flooded Strand?
Believe so. Plus whatever the Surveilland's gonna find. Surveillands are so good.
I think I've said it every time I've done one of these. Like when they first got spoiled, I was like, yeah, those look fine for standard. I might think about, you know, trying one in Modern, but like that's as much as and now I'm just jamming them in every single deck I play. They're so good.
I don't think we realized how many just random turns we take off.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It's like I don't have anything important to play on turn 1. I'll just surveil.
Looks like we found a Tundra there. We can fire off the Brainstorm to look for something. I don't think we're supposed to.
No.
I think we have to hold it for this Force, because if we don't find a blue card and then Noel just jams something that we can't deal with, we just die.
Also, I think there is an amount to be said. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's got the Flooded Strand. He can dig for something better.
And there's a Karn that Noel drew for turn. So if Karn is forced here, okay, now I'm kind of tempted with the pass back to fire off this Brainstorm. We don't have a third Survey land. It looks like Jason disagrees and just wants to get a land off of this fetch.
Just going, grabbing a Tundra. I don't know, man. I still like anytime I can brainstorm and then shuffle, like I just want to.
It is tempting here.
I mean, I don't think it's wrong to you know, hold.
Ooh. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good plan B.
That's a good one.
Just Urza Saga Sego. Cloudpost also did get worse post ban just because they were also playing Sewing Myco Spawn.
Yeah. All right.
Disruptor Flute. You can name so many things with this right here, and I don't think there's one that's incorrect. I think you can name this Urza Saga. You can name Nadu. If you name Force of Will, it's probably okay.
I mean, you could just name Nomads.
Naming Nomads feels weird, though, because there's an active Saga in play, and if we can't get rid of the Saga and they just get a Shuko, then naming the Nomads kind of was.
But there's also a card in hand.
Yeah. I don't think we're that worried.
I just want, like, I mean...
Is there a Pithing Needle on the board? There's not a Pithing Needle on the board. That's kind of surprising.
Huh. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
There is a Microsoft Lettuce in the board. So if we do get the Karn down and down tick and grab that Mycosynth, then we can try to lock Jason out of the game. I don't think we're supposed to fire off a Force here. If we fire off a Force here, I think we lose the game. I think this Force needs to be saved for something important.
Yeah.
And I don't think this flute is important enough.
Honestly, it might just be... It might not matter what Noel wants to name. I mean, just force baiting it. Because, if nothing else...
Ooh.
I was going to say, because either Jason was really thinking about it, or he's really good at bluffing. You know what I mean? Oof.
Now that's rough.
I thought that was a second one in there, but I didn't know if it was just going to, you know, fly out there, hit the board, and...
What is that land?
Which one?
The Judge promo.
I believe that is Eye of Ugin.
Interesting. Yeah, I think resolving either Karn or the One Ring here is just so good. Like, maybe if they play... Like, if the first flute names Force, then it's like, well, now I'm going to have to pay 3 for my Force, whatever. What is that naming? Can't tell. Very hard to see what the cards are naming unless we give our players a Sharpie.
Maybe we should.
Do they have a Sharpie? We can find out after this round. But the front desk might have a Sharpie.
I've got one right. I found one right here. Technically, it's a generic. It looks like a generic permanent marker. It'll work. We might try that out. See if it works a little bit better.
If this does go to game 3, I'll run and give this marker to them. Okay, so it looks like the Brainstorm didn't really find anything. There's a Tameo, a Nomads, a Force, and a Tundra in hand. We're not going to be able to do anything with that. Looks like we're responding to the Karn cast. Probably Force pitch Tameo, yeah. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
just scoop it up there. All right, I'm going to go run and give them a Sharpie and a sticky note.
All right. All right, they're shuffling up for game 3. Brendan's running out, grabbing them something to hopefully we can get these Disruptor Flutes named just a little bit clearer. On the other side, though, we're seeing Nadu Midrange doing the thing. I wish I had more to say about it, but if you've played Legacy, you've seen board states like this, and
Okay.
Take a look at this board state. You were just out there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I did not look at the board state. I was talking to the players because I asked what the flute was naming, and you probably wouldn't guess what it was naming. Take a wild guess.
I feel like you're gonna just complete Cephalid.
Nope. It is not going to be a single card you're going to look at. Looking at the entire Cephalid deck, not one clue that I would have named that.
What?
Dread Return.
Oh.
Out of everything.
Oh, that's.
It's definitely interesting. We had an active Soul Guide in play.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that.
I mean, just extra. You're right. I would never have guessed that.
Nope.
I absolutely never would have guessed that one. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I do think the only way that Cloudpost loses that game is an Nadu.
Yeah.
So I think like naming a Nadu there is probably better. Obviously it worked out, but I don't think that's the reason it worked out.
Yeah.
Because if we didn't have a Grave Hate piece in play, I also get it.
Mm-hmm. But
like I said, there was a Soul Guy that was played turn 1 that resolved, and I don't think we're removing that and then doing the thing.
Yeah, that's something. All right, getting back over here to our primary feature match, going into game 3. Jason should be on the play, unless he's just feeling real bold.
Looks like he's taking a mulligan. I did see,
Yeah.
I believe, 2 Narcomoebas in that hand.
There's at least one.
Now, if we're going to keep a 9-card hand, I'm very down.
Yeah. Just go to cleanup.
Both players taking a mulligan here. This usually is going to favor Nadu Breakfast, I believe. Just because all you really need is 4 cards to win.
Yeah, I need less cards to do anything. The Cloudpost can very quickly get out of hand, but it has to have enough cards to be able to sustain it.
Yes, you need more tools to be able to do it. Or you need very specific lands, and even then you still need to have them.
Yeah.
I was playing a game of Turbo Reanimator versus one of my friends yesterday. On the play, I mulled the 4, but the 4 was Lotus Petal, Dark Root, and Tomb Reanimate. And I was like, I'm just jamming, and if it goes well, then I win.
I'll keep that 4.
Absolutely.
Like if they've got the answer, they've got the answer, and if they don't,
turns out he didn't.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll put a Grizzlebrand in play.
All right, Jason looks like he's going to 5.
Can still very easily win on 5. It looks like Noel, I believe, is putting back an Emrakul, which makes sense. Okay, so Noel does have a not Cloudpost. Noel does have a Caracas in the deck, which I love that combo so much.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to take infinite turns, please.
Yeah. The Caracas is a silly card. A perfectly fair and balanced card, but it leads to some weird interactions.
Did you know they almost printed that in MH2?
I kind of wish they had.
So their initial thought behind it was they wanted to print it as an answer to Ragavan. And then I wouldn't say Ragavan necessarily terrorized the format, but a lot of people wanted that card banned for a little bit.
Yeah.
Which Caracas would have been a funny answer to it, but I think their concern was people Caracasing their own Ragavan, which makes sense.
Yeah. I would also be concerned about that. I mean, I don't play that much Modern.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, I'm either playing. If I'm just playing silly, 8-rack will always be my like pet.
I'll take the draw.
Yeah, that's always like my pet deck is 8-rack, but I'm a big Goryo's player.
Oh my god, I have so many things to talk to you about. I love Goryo's. I've been playing it for so long.
So like if Goryo, like being able to like, okay, I'm gonna Goryo's Atraxa, smack you, bounce it back, Psychic Frog, discard it, like if Caracas was in the format,
yeah.
Right? Like being able to do that, oh, that would be so good. All right, so we're gonna get our free Once Upon a Time. Looking at.
I see a Cloudpost in there. I think that's likely the pick.
Yeah.
Just gonna go with that. Just play it tapped, because we can't die on our next turn. Or we can't die on Breakfast's turn. Because most of the Breakfast lists are off a Lotus Petal. Some of them were playing a 1 of Lotus Petal for a while.
I don't think you need. I don't like it.
No. Not at this point. I'd rather play like a Springleaf Drum. There's a Soul God on one again.
Mm-hmm.
Which does have to exile the Once Upon a Time. I don't think it matters.
I can't imagine that mattering.
Are there any like Delirium cards or?
Not out of here.
Okay, they did exile the Once Upon a Time, so good there.
You can make an argument it makes Karn better. No, it doesn't because
because Karn can only grab artifacts.
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking about Soul Guide Lantern. I was like, it's like yeah, it'd be great. Exile. It's like no, it exiled the Once Upon a Time.
It's so good. We get to. It's,
what are you
it's
talking
like
about?
value.
It's a Relic of Progenitus. And that said, though, I think that Soul Guide Lantern is
Uh-oh.
accidentally picked up too.
Yep. So this is just going to be a error looking at multiple cards, which the fix for this normally is we're just going to shuffle because we don't know any of the other cards in the deck.
Yeah.
Because we did just shuffle off of the Flooded Strand. So Jason's likely going to get a warning. We're going to put both of the cards back and shuffle would be my assumption. At least that's normally what the fix is, I think. I don't see why we would...
There's a possibility that because everybody can, so the card that was on top, it very...
distinctively was that one.
Was the card on top. There's no reason at that point then to make him shuffle that one back as well. I'm assuming that's the thought process there, and then being able to, draw that one.
Picks up one this time.
Yep. So...
Sword's not that great here.
Yeah, no.
Not that great in this matchup. But I do believe I saw an Urza's Tower in Noel's hand.
Ooh.
Fire off a Ponder. Nomads, Lands, Cephalid. That's a pretty good 3 to look at.
Yeah.
Only problem with it, though, is there is an active Soul Guide in play. But if we keep the... If we keep it on top and we play the Saga, if we brought in... Is there a Pithing Needle on the board?
I believe so.
So if we brought in the Pithing Needle...
It feels a little safer.
Yeah, we can just fetch the Needle... and then just combo off.
Yeah. I guess if Jason brought in the... if you did bring in the Pithing Needle, which I think this is a matchup you do.
Yeah.
I think this is definitely a matchup where you want to bring in the Pithing Needle. Alright, so some variation of that appears to be...
Looks like Jason agrees. So we have a force. If there is the Urza's Tower here, we're going to have... Yeah, okay. So we're going to have a 4-drop to play. Just fire off a force here. Easy. One Ring still doing really well.
Yeah. Another one of those cards that, like, looking at it in Modern was just a huge problem.
Mm-hmm.
But then you move into Legacy, and it's fine. Actually, it feels fair.
Yeah. Yeah, you can play a 1 Ring and then just die on the next turn.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Which, and even in Legacy, part of the problem in Modern was you just keep playing and keep looping them, doing all
Chaining
sorts of
Rings
stuff.
was a lot of a bigger problem. We also didn't have fast mana in Modern, so like we weren't able to cheat out rings as easy, but whenever we got to ring mana, we were like Ancestral Time Walk like 3 turns in a row. But with both players being able to have access to fast mana in Legacy, it does give us the opportunity to combat the ring.
Yeah. Alright, so what are we gonna see here?
I do see a Karn in hand. There's also a Kozilek's Command. If we play Karn, I like down tick, grab the Tormod's Crypt. I know we already have a Soul Guide in play, but if this Urza Saga gets a Pithing Needle, names the Soul Guide Lantern, then Karn doesn't care.
Yeah, I think it has to. I think if
Okay, so we pass back. We have a Kozilek's Command. Just gonna fire that off probably at some point if our opponent decides to go for it. Because I can exile Thoracle from the yard. It can exile a creature, so we can like hit a Cephalid or a Nomad once it hits play. But Jason's just gonna make some constructs here. we don't really have a reason to do anything else.
Yeah.
So we have the option to fetch for...
They were sitting so still, I was worried that they were freezing up like they were yesterday. I was like, oh no.
We have the option to fetch for a hedge maze, but I think getting an untapped land to make a construct... While the construct I don't think is going to win the game, it's going to put pressure on, which is going to require Noel to actually play things.
Yeah. So notably, we said, yeah, Noel does have that Kozilek's command in hand, which can act as another answer for the graveyard stuff. So, you know, Pithing Needle coming down, hitting the Soul Guide Lantern, not the end of the world, depending on how many, you know, other answers Jason finds before he wants to go off. Because if he tries to say, like, combo off, like, now-ish, right? Now adjacent, you know, he can just get sniped by Kozilek's command. But if he wants to play it patiently, deal with the Pithing Needle, or deal with the Soul Guide Lantern with the Pithing Needle.
Draws Nadu.
Ooh, see, this is...
Now I'm tempted to just go get a Shuko.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm tempted to float a mana, go grab Shuko, just jam Nadu, start doing the Nadu thing.
Yeah, that changes everything.
Yeah. Like, actually, very, very big draw here.
Because K-Command also can't hit Nadu this turn.
Yeah.
It'll be able to eventually hit Nadu, but not right now. So the options here are we can fetch the Needle and play Cephalid plus Nomads, and then hope our opponent doesn't have anything. But our opponent has 4 or 5 cards in hand, and the odds of them just being lands is pretty low.
Yeah, I
like
think
there for sure is an interactive spell in there somewhere.
And I'm sure that's the thought process, right? That Jason's going through is because like he could just because he does still have that is a Cephalid, right?
Yes, his hand is Nomads, Nadu, Cephalid.
Yeah,
the first 3 cards you grab when you're trying to build the stack.
Yeah, so there's got to be some part of him that's thinking like, man, if I can, I can just win right here.
Ooh, we got a raid.
Oh, did we? Ooh, never happened before.
Okay, so it looks like we're deciding to float a mana, which this can still indicate that we're either going to go for the Pithing Needle name, Soul Guide, or if we're just going to go for the Shuko.
If he goes for the Shuko. I think if he goes for the Pithing Needle, I think he might be trying to combo here.
Yeah, which will unfortunately be a backfire. Okay, it looks like
he grabbed it, but I think he's still thinking about it. Okay, so so we're probably going to see the Nadu here.
Which I wouldn't be surprised out of Noel if we see a K command kill the construct in response to the Nadu on the stack.
Yeah.
We won't be able to kill the Nadu with any of our cards in hand because I think there's a Karn, a K command, and not really much else. So we just equip. We can't go to combat because we're going to lose the floating mana. We don't have a third land to do anything with. If we had a third land, we just get to play Nadu and Nomads and be so happy. Yeah, gonna fire that off, kill the construct, and then either scry draw or make some guys. I like making guys here.
I'll say it.
It looks like Noel agrees. But we get to do 2 activations. If one of these hits an untapped white source, that's also a pretty good one.
That's a good one.
Untapped white source? Okay. This we're happy with.
That... I feel really great about it. I mean, obviously you want to cast those brainstorms, but like you've got the force with the backup, and you still got your full combo in hand.
Yeah,
that feels really good here.
We're pretty much just gonna be pivoting to Bant midrange at this point. Oh wait, I think that was a Veil of Summer drawn for turn. So I believe we're gonna cast a Karn here, and I believe the Vista or whatever the land is that lets Tower tap for a ton of mana.
Planar Nexus. Is every non-basic land type.
Yeah, it can filter a mana. That was the part I was interested in. So we're definitely going to fire off a force here. It is going to get eaten by a Veil, but that leaves... What is in the board? There's nothing in the board of Cloudpost that can answer this Nadu off of a Karn down tick. There's a Walking Ballista, but that also feels terrible.
Yeah.
We can grab a One Ring, which is pretty good.
Say the Karn board stuff, like the only real
force pitching Brainstorm's interesting. I think I like pitching the Cephalid.
Yeah, especially if we're looking at pivoting into a more mid-rangey style, just value plan.
Yeah, so Veil, let's see what we draw, see if we draw anything interesting. Not sure what that was. It's another Kozilek's command.
Ah, okay. Well,
That's not going to do anything, though. Because we can't downtick and get a mana. We can always grab a Mycosynth Lattice and, like, hope it's good enough. But the other thing is, we're just going to be able to attack this Karn.
Yeah.
So, even if we grab an Ensnaring Bridge, which, actually, unless... Okay, so we go with the One Ring.
Grab a One Ring and...
Just to attack the Karn. Make sure that... there was still 2 mana floating from the Urza's Tower after it filtered, and then we sack the 2 spawns, so we get exactly 4 mana off the One Ring. To draw 1. Okay. So we have to make sure that there's no Nadu activation, or no Shuko activations before the Karn is dead. Okay, just gonna go with the Nomads and just probably start the thing before attacking. Another Nomad's pretty decent.
Cephalid.
Not the cards we're wanting to see. Ponder's not bad. Land?
Oof.
I think we ponder here. Hope to find another land. Yeah, attack. Just fire off a ponder. Even if we find a force, we're pretty happy.
Honestly, at this point, I mean, I feel like anything that you can play is not the end of the world here.
I want to find an untapped white source, and there's a land.
Flood Strand? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I just want to draw this Flooded Strand and then cast a Nomads because that represents 4 cards. Shuffles? Interesting. What are we looking for? Are we looking for a force? What do you think on the shuffle?
That third land, I think, would have been big here. Like, yeah, it doesn't always feel great to ponder just to get a land. But yeah, that third land would have been another, because he got one more Nomad in hand, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that would have been.
So we draw a force. So I believe the play that we were going for worked out of like wanting to draw a force, but I think just drawing like
it would have been 8 more cards or 4 more cards. Yeah, 4 more cards total because you would have done it on the upkeep too. Yeah.
So it worked out, but I think it was incorrect.
It was. I think it worked out because it was lucky, not because it ended up.
Looks like we're probably going to K command kill the Nadu. In upkeep, I think we just fire off the force on this. Pithing Needle. Dread Return.
Oof.
Not the card we want in hand.
Well, he's got enough that he can go to clean up and pitch it there. And with the Pithing Needle in hand too, if he wants to get rid of, or if he wants to deal with the Soul Guide Lantern, he can just drop that too.
So there should be a third Nadu trigger that's going to resolve before the K command does. Because we just did 2 activations, which it looks like... Or maybe not. I'm not sure how the exact sequence of the turn went, because it could have gone activate target Nadu, respond with a One Ring, respond with a target, respond with a K command. I'm not sure if I like pitching the Narcomoeba. It feels weird, but I think I like holding on to it.
Yeah.
Because we have 2 Cephalids in our hand. And I don't think we're winning through the... Oops. Yeah, that was pretty good.
All right.
So we're going to draw 2, and then we're going to resolve the last Nadu trigger. Looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another Nomads. Not hitting any lands.
No. Yeah. That's. Again, man. I think keeping that land. I mean, this genuinely is still anyone's game right now.
Yes.
But I think if this one goes to Noel, I think not keeping that land is going to be a big factor in that.
Draws. I believe that's a Tameo. Yeah, that looks like a Tameo to me. Still no land. Okay, we found 1 land. We have 1 more activation. Okay. So we put 2 lands in play. I believe we have 2 Nomads in our hand. And now we're just at the point that I love in Cephalid, where whenever you're just doing Nadu things, you just get to draw quote unquote draw so many cards with Nadu that you just hard cast the Thoracle and you're like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Two forces in the yard. Actually, I think that's three forces in the yard.
Yeah, three forces in the yard.
Cori in the house. I don't mind playing this Pithing Needle and then naming the One Ring. Just having a card that is going to deal them 2 damage every turn. That's not going to give them any more advantage.
Yeah, I don't hate that. There's also the thought process, if he's going to try to just go off here, Pithing Needle, Soul Guide.
Yeah. I do think it's a little risky. Is that another force in his hand?
Yeah. He's got, yeah, he picked it up, like right after he forced, he picked up the other one.
I think just doing the Nadu draw the rest of your deck is a much safer line.
Yeah.
Because both are going to end in you just putting a Thoracle in play, and if we have the force... I think we have the force negations in our deck. I think it's just safer to do that. It's pretty hard to lose when you have 40 cards in your hand. But crazier things have happened.
Crazier things have happened. Probably. It's hard to lose when you...
I have lost 10 Ralph flips in a row.
Jeez.
If I win one of them, I like go on to a top 8, and my opponent just looked at me like, oh my god. He's like, I had one out, and it was you just whiffing all those, and I was like, yep, I know.
That's actually insane.
It was... We watched the life total just go like 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, just all the way down to nothing. I was like, good games. This is cool. Alright, Pithing Needle. I see the Force Negation in hand. One of the cool tricks that you can do with Nadu plus Cephalid. So if you're cracking the Soul Guide there, we're probably naming Fairy Macabre. Or the One Ring. So it looks like he's not going to go for it.
Oh, dude, the Sharpies.
I love that.
Thanks, guys.
So much.
If either of you are decide whenever this VOD gets posted, thanks. We appreciate it. Actually, though, the Sharpie works really well.
Yes,
that works really well.
Mainly the big R just helps us.
Yeah.
So we're gonna attack for a lot here, and by a lot I mean 5, which is a quarter of your starting life total.
That is, yeah. Represents a 4-turn clock. Because that's the only way to win in Magic, is to reduce your opponent's life to 0, right?
Don't tell Yu-Gi-Oh players. Hand trap. To
be fair, most of the time, eventually, it does end with their opponents going to 0.
Yeah.
It's just... And anymore, it's hard to get on Yu-Gi-Oh player combos when you've got stuff like the Nadu decks going crazy. That's any Yu-Gi-Oh players who want to start playing Legacy, Nadu.
Yeah.
That's the deck for you, unironically.
Or Oops.
Oops and Nadu. Those are the 2 decks. If you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player and you want to get into playing Legacy, Magic the Gathering, look at one of those 2 decks. You will have a great time. Like, unironically, that is the truth.
So it looks like we're just doing the Nadu thing in upkeep, which we have so many cards in hand. I at least know of a Force of Will and a Force of Negation.
Yeah.
So very unlikely for us to lose at this point. There's another Force.
Yeah, okay.
This one's pretty locked up. It's not going to be a guarantee, but advantage bar very heavily in Jason's favor.
Yeah.
Instead of the beginning of the match, this matchup's pretty favored for Nadu, because Cloudpost doesn't interact as well as they need to. They can interact. It's obviously not just like, oh, I have nothing.
Yeah, and even then, they're like, a good chunk of Noel's interaction has already had to get burned through this game so far. I think we've seen multiple K commands. I think
Soul Guide, Karn.
I think we've seen both Veil of Summers out of the sideboard.
I think this was the Moldify as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this was
Like I said, Nadu Breakfast doesn't need a whole lot of cards in hand to win, but You just need the right combination.
Yeah. So we're still going to... Alright, so it's not over yet. There's a lot of cards over there.
Do you think the One Ring is named with the needle?
You know, I have a suspicion it might be. I don't know for sure though.
So crop rotation, cast. Not sure what that grabs. I do think we have 3 forces in hand. We should just kind of fire them off like candy.
The only thing I can kind of think of, it's not great here, but I mean maybe Bajuka Bog.
Or Glimmer Post, gain like 4 life. Yeah, just fire off a force.
Notably, we did just hear time in the round called.
They do get, I believe, a 5-minute extension.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're gonna need it.
I don't think so either. I think even if we were on turns here, I think Jason can probably get there in 3 turns. Like I think 3 turns is a reasonable time frame for Jason to win this one.
I think Jason's gonna win on their next turn.
I think I agree. Yeah, might not happen, but it's definitely looking like it is very real, very possible here. Guess we're gonna find out when we go back to Jason.
Definitely not a scoop.
Yeah, no, it was a.
So we're going to get to do the Nadu thing 8 times. There's the Thoracle. So we know it wasn't boarded out, and we'll be able to hard cast it because it's in hand. Just cast the Cephalid, just mill out the rest of our deck. Which, we can cast the Cephalid and then cast the Thoracle, and then in response to the trigger, just mill out our deck.
There's a... I cannot see this happening. Okay, I don't think I can see this realistically happening.
Mm-hmm.
But Kozilek's command does say target player scries X and draws a card.
Yeah.
If Jason mills his whole deck, he could get got.
He could get got. He does still have 2 forces in hand.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't see that being what's about to happen, but it would be.
I do think Noel does have a K command in hand, but also I believe Jason has a memory journey in the yard. So worst case scenario, we just put a card on top.
Yeah.
And it's probably a force. K command target you. What? Oh, activate Ayavugan, put Emrakul in hand, and concede.
Okay. All right.
Like, why am I picking up the deck?
I was also very confused by that.
Jason taking it down here through the power of the bird.
All right. Do we still have? All right. Yep. And then our other our backup feature match did end with Patrick Green, the Nadu Midrange, taking it 2-1 over Dominic on the Sneak and Show. Like I said, time in the round for the rest of the tables was just called. So it's only going to be a few minutes before we're back with round 5. 5 of 7. 7 rounds of Swiss, then top 8 cut. Plenty more to go today, so don't go too far. All right, we are coming back. Round 5 of our Win-a-Mox today. Winner's taking home a Mox Diamond here in Columbus, Ohio. We got Evan Axeloy playing Cori-Steel Tempo versus Phil Williams playing Oops All Spells. Certainly a...
And we already have a judge call. Did we accidentally look at one too many? Not too sure what's going on.
Interesting.
There was a judge call too fast. We don't know what happened.
Yeah. As soon as we switched over. So I had to do a double take and make sure. So notably, Everin is playing 2 copies of Underground Sea in the main board, specifically for these Molten Collapse that he's got in the sideboard. Molten Collapse is actually one of the main reasons I really enjoyed playing Grixis Delver. I mean, Psychic Frog was the reason to do it, but Molten Collapse was just like a great little bonus.
I remember Rob saying that was his favorite.
Yeah.
Like one of his favorite cards to play in Grixis.
It's like any especially in any of these tempo decks, the more modality you have.
I see a pack that we drew for turn. Here's a Cabal Ritual, so we're gonna go up to 4, so we get to play. Do we have? We get to go up to 5. We're gonna Duress, which I think we're supposed to Duress before we play the other Cabal. So we're gonna go up to 5 no matter what, and then. Thoughtseize, take Force of Will. Cool. So the name is fitting. Oops, design mistake.
Well, hopefully, I'll be honest. I really wanted to put the tempo deck up here. I was not the biggest fan of putting Oops all spells on camera. And this is nothing against Phil. This is not necessarily anything against. Maybe it is something against the deck. A lot of things against the deck.
We just kind of have to feature the Cori-Steel deck while they're still undefeated.
Yeah.
Especially because if he wins this round, he's very likely to just draw into the next round.
Yeah, and the but at the end of the day, it gives us an opportunity if this match goes super quick to show off our super sweet backup stream that we tried to have it set up yesterday and none of it worked, and today we do actually have the backup stream working pretty well. We've got a couple of information errors I just need to adjust because we put the players on the wrong locations, and it was just easier for us to go ahead and let them get started.
So out of the Cori-Steel deck in the board, there's some Surgicals, there's some Force Negations, and I think we're supposed to bring in the Consign to Memories.
Consign to Memory. Yeah, it's basically just play against the combo.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is.
Well, Consign stops both Balustrade Spies trigger, and it also counters Goblin Charbelcher, which most of the Oops lists are on, I believe, a playset in the board.
Yeah.
To kind of juke the Ley Lines and Grave Hate.
Yeah, and then looking at the where'd it go? Phil Williams. So his sideboard is.
His sideboard is 4 Beseech, 3 Chrome Mox, 4 Belcher, 4 LED. So he is very much just, I'm going to pivot into Belcher combo.
Yeah.
He's not playing any Ley Lines, so he's not really attacked for the mirror, which probably doesn't need to be.
Honestly, there's not been. So I know. Last BCDL, there was a lot.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Oops all spells running around. We had an Oops mirror on stream in the first round of top 8. It's look away for 30 seconds, and Oops all spells takes it. They're shuffling up. We can go ahead and take a quick peek over our backup stream. We've got Andrew Bailey back on with Mono White Initiative, currently 4-0, playing against Romario, Mystic Forge combo deck. And then we'll probably end up getting to see a little bit more of this match.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Romario casting an Ugin and then immediately winning, so maybe not.
Maybe not. All right, this might be the fastest. We might get a proper lunch break here, Brandon.
every round we've had that's ended has ended with us having either in time or just we get 2 minutes to get some dip.
Yep. All right. Looks like the Oops and the Cori-Steel deck are getting ready to start game 2. And definitely, I think this is one of those that in terms of resolving mulligans, like everyone's got to just be digging for basically the answers to some variation of the combo. Like, you know, how many of what got cited in and out? How's Phil gonna pivot? Is he gonna stay on with the Thoracle combo? Is he gonna pivot into Belcher? Is he gonna just pivot into basically, just both, play whichever one you find first kind of thing? Did you miss any Lance players? I don't think we've had any Lance players on stream today.
We had plenty yesterday, don't worry.
There are quite a few Lance players here today. I think most of them are sitting kind of in the middle of the pack right now. Lance did have a really good showing yesterday, though. I
think Lance is a lot stronger when Tabernacle's good, because like right now they're not, like, we had one of our Lance players yesterday have a Tabernacle in their deck, and just not being able to have that taxing effect constantly felt kind of eh.
Alright, so we do get to see the Cori-Steel.
Is that a Chrome-Mox with nothing imprinted on it?
I believe so. It might have gotten...
I believe there's no imprint.
It is entirely possible that...
Because there are Beseeches in the board for Phil.
I'm not 100% sure. That looks like that could... We might have missed a consign on the...
We're going to exile 4 Spirit Guides from our hand to play this Charbelcher.
Christ.
Our last card in hand is... We have, I believe that's a Beseech and a Pact of Negation. So we're going to pact whatever counterspell gets played here. All right. I wonder if the only blue card in hand for for Everin was the Daze. So I think we're supposed to not pitch the Daze because if he has to pop the LED, he doesn't have the mana to use the Charbelcher.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna die to the Pact.
Well,
that was a fast one. I wish we had a round timer. Because I think that was over in like 5 minutes.
You know what? As soon as this, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the YouTube. As soon as this VOD gets posted, as much as I hate listening to myself back on camera, I'm going to find this match. I'm going to see start to finish how long it took. We'll cut out the sideboarding. Just how much gameplay happened.
Actual game time was probably 2 minutes.
If that.
If that.
But fortunately for anybody watching, check this out. Boom.
Which we know Romario took game 1 on Mystic Forge. Looks like we had a Spellbinder take a Fleshraker. Which this Mystic Forge looks very similar to like a regular try to combo off, chain a ton of spells in one turn. Versus a couple of the Mystic Forge lists we've seen today are Mystic Forge by name only.
Yeah.
They have like 1 or 2, but they're mainly just, I'm going to try to put a Karn and lock you out. But this one is playing Tezzeret.
Yes, we talked about it yesterday. Tezzeret, it's such a cool card. But this is like the only real legacy deck I think that. I think Painter can probably use it a little bit too. But like, I don't know, man. Tezzeret's so cool.
So we got a Seasoned Dungeoneer here. Gonna go get a basic Plains, and then I believe we can use the Dungeoneer's ability on the guy, because I think he's a cleric as well.
He should be. Of course, I closed out that deck list.
How dare you?
You know what? I probably didn't even open it because we had him on earlier. I was like, I already know what he's playing.
Spellbinder is a cleric, so yeah. Dungeoneer will be letting it explore. See
Mr.
if he wants to.
Vitor Dama de Rosa.
So I'll put a City of Traders in his hand. It's basically divination. You have to draw a lot of cards. We drew 2 lands, not the cards we wanted to pick, but
you know he's not going to be drawing those 2 lands later.
That is true.
That is how that works.
I've done the math.
Math checks out. I'm a professional mather.
So there's an Urza Saga in Romario's hand. Also another planar. Plays the Saga. Likely gonna play the Fleshraker. That's, yeah. Fleshraker has to be super annoying for the mono white deck because it just can create this wall of blockers. Dungeoneer can give pro creatures to whatever's attacking, but that might only last for so long.
Yeah, it's we don't have like a full combo assembly right now. We've got plenty of nuisances for Andrew to kind of get through right now.
Gonna take 2 from the Ancient Tomb. Curious to see what he's gonna cast here. It's definitely some kind of human. Another Spellbinder, which makes sense. Gets a Karn. I think he has another Spellbinder in his hand.
Well, Karn can still come down next turn.
Yeah.
I for what it's worth though, I mean, I'd rather make them pay.
Well, it's a Sheltered by Ghosts.
Ooh.
So we can play a Plains, play a Sheltered by Ghosts on the... I like putting it on the Dungeoneer. Give it some ward. And then get Fleshraker out of there to not die to any kind of shenanigans. Does Romario have any... Okay, he doesn't have a way to board wipe. Does he have... he has to have a... He has a bridge in...
Yeah, he's got Ensnaring Bridge. He's got 2 Dismembers in the sideboard. I think those probably come in here. I don't know. That might be just the only sideboarding he would have done.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just bring in the 2 Dismembers.
So his Karn's going to cost 6. We have 6 mana in play, but I don't think he's going to get enough of a chance. There's an Archon of Amira on top. So we're going to crash in for 5 off the Spellbinder, and then... So we're going to crash in for 10. Romario's going to go to 6. I don't know if there's a card he can draw that gets him out of this.
If he draws...
He'd have to draw, like, Mystic Forge and just have the most insane chain that we've seen.
So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana on board. We know he has access to a Karn. If he draws another tower, he could...
He could
Karn Ensnaring Bridge.
He has an Ancient Tomb, and he has a Spawn in play.
That's 2. Almost say tower would give 3 though. So like if he draws another tower, he could Karn, grab Ensnaring Bridge, play it by some time.
He did draw a Mystic Forge.
Okay, well that's a good draw too. That's a really good draw.
Let's see. Doesn't like it, so we're gonna exile it. His best top deck here is a Grim Monolith. Because Grim Monolith would allow him to cast it, use key to untap. That'll give 5 mana. Sacks the Spawn. We're going to pay 4 mana. Is this another Forge? Or is this a Karn? K-Command.
Oh, okay.
That was not bad. Probably just make some guys scry draw. There is a Basalt Grim Monolith in there.
Yeah, and he's going to leave that.
So draw Grim Monolith. That's going to create 5 mana off of the key. But is 5 mana enough? It is not.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say it's plenty to do, but none of it...
So much to do, so much to see, but he found what was wrong with taking the back streets. That song might be as old as me.
It's an old one. It's an old one, that's for sure.
So we're gonna go to game 3 here. I'm gonna not board in anything else. I don't think there's much Andrew wants on the draw. Looks like he's gonna board in 2 cards. Not sure what the 2 are.
Could be.
For sure boarded in the Clarion Conquerors. Definitely the Disruptor Flutes. Maybe he boarded something out that he wants back in.
He could. I don't know what.
Maybe he boarded out some Solitudes.
I was gonna say argument to board out Solitudes. We are in Columbus, Ohio, today at least. So yeah, we're at the Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy. We're Warpgate is hosting us, so we're using their stream setup and everything. The store is here in Columbus. Buffalo Chicken Dip though happens up here, and then I forget exactly where Rob is down in Texas.
Somewhere
in Texas. But follow the BCDL or BCD Legacy, whatever Buffalo Chicken. Go on Twitter, search for Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy.
If you type in BCDL, there's not a lot of options.
So if you got any event information regarding the Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy Tournament Series, that's the place to do it. We do about every quarter, about every 3 months or so, we've got one. We do one up here in Columbus, and then since Rob moved down to Texas last year, he's been running them down there as well. And then we try to live stream everything. So, plenty of content, plenty of legacy. Turn 1 key, I get all the key names mixed up. Manifold key.
The Strictly Better key.
Yeah.
You don't always have unblockable things, but when you do, they're usually gigantic constructs.
Yeah.
Archon of Emiria is a pretty good one.
Ooh, especially especially in this.
Ooh, there's an Ugin.
That's the Eye of the Storm. That card is something else, man. Let me tell you.
Another Fleshraker here is really strong. Gonna deal 2 damage to Andrew.
See, even on one spell a turn though, right? Like 2 one Fleshraker, 1 spell a turn. Okay, annoying, whatever. But 2 Fleshraker suddenly starts to, cause for concern.
Yeah. Not a whole lot left in Romario's hands.
See that?
We do have the Saga in play, which, funny enough, is not going to make the biggest constructs yet. Probably playing a Witch Enchanter here to blow up the Urza Saga would be my guess. Andrew has multiple options he can take. There's a Shelter by Ghost I saw, but he's tapping a little too many lands for that. Witch Enchanter just blows up a Saga, which
I think is worth here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And Andrew agrees.
So Romario's going to take 2. Every colorless spell does kind of turn into a double Lotus Petal. Planar Nexus. 4, cast a Karn, I believe. Mystic Forge. Okay. So Andrew's going to take 4 here. If Romario can remove this Archon at literally any point, then it's looking pretty good. He might just win the game that turn. Because we currently have 4... No. Yeah, we have 4 mana off our lands, and then 2 spawns. So if we have another land on top, we can cast the...
Yeah, we're 1 mana from casting Ugin, dealing with this Archon.
And then from there, honestly, all Ugin needs to do is just add mana.
Yeah, he's just going to hang out. He's going to have a good time.
Ugin is the most expensive Dark Ritual you've ever seen. Right. 2 mana. Probably gonna... I think if you're Andrew here, you probably want to play Shelter by Ghost, because this Archon is what you're winning with.
Yeah.
So if we play the Shelter by Ghost, we can take either Mystic Forge or a Fleshraker, and hope that Romario doesn't play any All Is Dust.
I think if you're playing the Shelter by Ghost here, I feel like it's Mystic Forge. Yeah.
Does he like the top card? He does like the top card. So we're gonna get hit for 3 in the air. We do have a very real clock on us. Now, what is the top card? Sac City is interesting. Doesn't really do anything, right?
Not that I can think of.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Karn? Yep.
Karn, deal 4. There's not much we can down tick and grab.
And not with the Archon still out. Like, I mean, there's plenty that can get got, but it's going to take a turn.
We can grab whatever we want, but what it does is will not be done this turn.
Yes, we know. Obviously, we know Mario's got that Ugin in hand. Did we see? Did he grab? Did we see what he grabbed?
I honestly don't hate grabbing a Disruptor Flute.
Yeah.
Which feels weird, but it essentially on this board state reads use Ancient Tomb to ping our opponent for 4 and just make 2 more mana. We're trying to figure out how we tapped or.
Yeah, especially with Disruptor Flute being able to cast on Andrew's turn. You know, one turn per cycle versus 2 spells per turn cycle. There we go. Versus the 1 spell per turn cycle. When every spell you cast is burning.
Ballista.
Okay.
So we still don't have a way to kill the Archon. Andrew drawing a Caracas for turn. It's not really the best in this matchup. It's just basically a Plains. Deciding if he wants to kill Karn or go face. I think you have to kill Karn here. It's either you kill Karn here or you attack and let Romario down tick grab something else. Andrew's been playing really well all day. Sheltered by Ghost, I believe, is what the play is going to be.
Probably just take Karn. Yeah.
It takes Karn. Only downside to taking the Karn is if that Archon does get removed, we get both Mystic Forge, Karn back, and we no longer have the Archon limiting us to 1 spell a turn.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I don't necessarily think it's like a wrong decision to do that. It is a decision. And I think that there's plenty of choices here that work, you know, on this board state. It does make it a little bit harder to answer the Archon because now it's got Ward 2, Ward 2.
So we draw a land that doesn't do anything this turn. Can we kill Andrew? So we can play a Ballista. X is 3. That'll deal 6. Archon can hit us for 4. Is this a Ballista for 1?
He's thinking about it. And especially being at 5.
Yeah, this Ancient Tomb is no longer going to work this game. There is a Lotus Petal in his hand, but that's not good.
I think that's what he was checking because the Ward 2 thing.
Decides to go with the Lotus Petal instead.
I don't think that's enough. Like, I don't think it's.
We drew another Archon. I believe that's a Shelter by Ghost in Andrew's hand. It must not be.
So Romario goes down to 1?
Yep.
And then
he should have gained 4 life. Yeah.
Yep, he got it. And then another Archon, and now I don't know that Romario can answer his way out of this. Because he has to deal with 2 of them.
So his best way to get out of this is we sack our spawns. So we can tap for 4 there. Sack spawns, leaving 1 left. Ugin down to Ugin cast hit the Shelter by Ghost that has the Mystic Forge on it. And then on Andrew's turn, hope our top card is a Kozilek's command?
Uh,
'Cause I believe that would be lethal. Because our Urza land would tap for 2, and then so we would get to make 3 spawns. The Flesh Rakers would deal 6 damage. Or no, the Flesh Rakers would deal 10 damage. Because we get the cast trigger off of them, and then we make 3 spawns.
Yeah.
So, what are we targeting with the Ugin cast?
It's gonna be a very tight one.
Yeah, it like has to be the one that has the Mystic Forge on it, I believe. Oh. So he wants to target the Archon and see if his spawns will enter before the ward triggers go on the stack. Which the answer is that it's AppNap.
Yeah.
Which means that he'll get all of his triggers on the stack, and when he puts them on the stack, he has to target the Archon, which means the ward triggers will go above it, so he'd have to pay the ward triggers first.
Yeah. And if he's targeting the Archon, it's 2 ward triggers.
Yeah.
2 ward 2 triggers.
Which he cannot pay.
So I'm wondering how this is going to ultimately shake out.
I think they're deciding on if that was the plan, not knowing the AppNap, if they're gonna let Romario change his target.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because that I'm a very typically laid back person, but you know, on basically on the do I get to take 2 rounds off bubble here?
Yeah, this is the winning in for top 8.
I think I would absolutely be like, if you said this, this is what you're doing. You're gonna hold, you know what I mean? And it feels bad, you know, being super nitpicky like that sometimes. But you know, at a competitive REL event, you know, if I want to take a dinner break,
So one of the options we do also have that I didn't even think about until now was, so obviously we have the Mystic Forge, hope that our top card is a K command, or if we Ugin target the one that has Karn on it, that means that Archon becomes a 3/3. Ugin's uptick gains us 3 life and draws us a card, and then we can down tick the Karn on our turn, grab Disruptor Flute, play the Disruptor Flute on Andrew's turn, hit the other Archon that's in play. We're at 4 when he attacks us for 3.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it feels bad to announce ward triggers. I'm saying it feels bad to kind of juke somebody because they misunderstood an interaction.
Yeah, active player, non-active player is one of those things that it's very weird to understand, because you're like, well, I feel like my thing should be in play at this time. Once you remember it, then it makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's like, AppNap is not something that comes up that often.
Yeah.
So it's not something you really think about. But I think if we hit the one that's on Karn, down tick, grab Disruptor Flute, hit the other Archon that's in play, which we could upkeep Disruptor Flute, naming another Shelter by Ghost, because I think that's the only thing that kills us.
Yeah, and I think we're still sitting here deciding what the exact outcome of all of this is going to be. Oh yeah, dude, those Eldrazi tokens are sweet. Those were we gave those out what, 2 or 3 Buffalo Chicken Dips ago? Or was that the last one?
No,
the
that
last
was
one
like 3 or 4 ago.
The last one, I think we had the Chicken Shamans, the Fable the Mirror Breaker ones.
I think so.
And I think so.
I think the one before that was the Chicken Army.
Yeah, so I guess it would have been 3 Buffalo Chicken Dips ago. was the Eldrazi spawn tokens that we gave out.
I'm gonna go listen to what the judges are, what the ruling ends up being, because that could determine the match.
Yeah. All right, so Brenda's running out to the table to kind of just get some clarification on what exactly is being discussed. We back here in the booth, we don't have, there's no table mics, so we don't exactly know what's being said. You know, a lot of what we're talking about back here is just kind of based on what we can see on the table, and you know, with our own you know, player experience. But you know, when we're talking about super, you know, complicated, you know, ruling stuff like this, you know, we're not 100% sure exactly what's being said.
Okay, so the judge call was to make sure that he could use the spawns to pay for the ward. Smart enough, called the judge before he picked his target.
That was what I was wondering, because
Yes.
that would have been a huge point of contention.
Yeah, called the judge before he picked his target, so now he's currently just debating on what he's going to hit, which I think, like, neither... does that just kill us?
Maybe.
Because now we're facing down lethal?
Yeah, because there's still an Archon on board.
Specifically a 4-power Archon.
Yeah. So go to 4, draw a card.
If it's not K-Command or... Oh my god, I think it was K-Command. Oh my god. It was K-Command. It's K-Command.
Oh.
What a rip.
Yeah, like the literal.
So we cast a Shelter by Ghost, and we can just respond with the K-Command and just win the game.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Just cast K-Command, make some spawns.
I'm getting adrenaline from that top deck. Like I am absolutely just. This is why I'm glad now. You know, I sit back here instead of on the table, because if I rip that K command, I guarantee you I'd be shaking. I'd be like, I got this, and I would fumble it very
For sure.
end.
All right, so K-Command for 3 here, likely.
With the Shelter on the stack. How many rounds today? So this is round 5. We've got 2 more rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. So 5 more rounds after this.
K-Command for 3. Make sure you trigger your guys. This will deal exactly 10, which Andrew is at 9. All right.
Oh, buddy. I'm so glad that after the Oops All Spells game that ended in 5 minutes, we got an absolute clincher of an Initiative Mystic Forge match here at the end. That was insanely close. All right, coming back with round 6 of 7 for our Swiss rounds here at the Win-a-Mox. We got Samantha Murphy playing Doomsday, and then Noelle's back, still playing Cloudpost. It'd be weird if she wasn't, but you know. And then our backup match, we'll just kind of pop over and just so you can kind of get an idea. It's Alex Bastecki playing Nadu Midrange versus Claire Bigelow playing Nadu Cradle. So next time we pop in over there, it's probably going to be a lot of nonsense when we look at the boards.
So we get a Thespian stage off the Once Upon a Time.
Not the best hit there.
But we do have a Cloudpost that we played.
Yeah. That makes it feel a little bit better. Alright, Tamio doing the Tamio thing. Making some tokens.
Tap Investigate.
Cloudpost, it's kind of lands. It's lands adjacent. It's a deck that cares about its lands. Uses them very differently, though.
It cares so much about their lands that they usually play 4 main deck Pithing Needle. I don't know if they still do.
Two Disruptor Flutes
okay.
main board.
Back when, before Planar Nexus was printed, I believe they played 4 main deck Needle because they kind of had to.
Yeah. Between the 2 Disruptor Flutes, 3 Karn Silexes, and then obviously all of the new goodies, Kozilek's Command, the new Eye of Ugin. Or not Eye of Ugin, Ugin Eye of the Storms.
Although there is an Eye of Ugin.
There is an Eye of Ugin.
So with both Ugin's eyes combined, we have sight.
I should hope so. I remember hearing once about a alright, so Teferi not going to be doing a whole lot. I mean, a very powerful card, obviously, but in terms of
this is not the Teferi matchup.
Yeah, it's just going to hang out. It's probably going to draw a couple cards here and there.
Do you know what Teferi's name is, or nickname is? Tiffany Time Cop.
Tiffany Time Cop. I was helping a friend of mine. His wife was looking for some cards, and like they came to me for some suggestions, just for like some commander stuff. And she was like, "I want to play mean cards." And
that's a Caracas. Okay.
Yeah. And so I gave her a list of like, here's some really mean cards for your Grand Arbiter, Augustin the 4th deck, and Teferi was on there, and she couldn't remember. Like she lost the list. She couldn't remember. And she kept calling him Terry.
Back it up, Terry.
Back it up, Terry. All right, we got a flip Tamio. All right, Doomsday. Not really showing a whole lot of Doomsday.
This is a really cool Esper control deck.
Yeah, yeah. I think the only thing that might tip off, assuming nobody knows anything as far as what people are playing, I think the only thing that might kind of tip off that it might not just be an Esper control is the Lotus Petal. That'd be a weird one to see.
Mm-hmm. Well, we are casting a One Ring out of Cloudpost, and I believe Sam's going to crack the clue just to see if we can draw a force. Having the basic island already in play while playing Doomsday is a little unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, this is another one of those. I saw Doomsday 4-1. It's like, all right, we're putting her on camera. I love Doomsday. And then part of the fun thing about being back here is, we want to put the people who are performing well on camera, but also if we can put
something cool
on, something that isn't Nadu versus Nadu. Just saying. But no, I enjoy. Like I said, it's one of my favorite parts about doing this job is just sitting back here, getting to see all these cool decks, great Magic players. All right, Samantha, what you doing?
Fetch the last Underground Sea. Potentially a Doomsday. Looks like the Teferi bounced the One Ring.
Yeah. Which is reasonable. You don't care about the protection.
Tef uptick, cast Doomsday, end of your opponent's turn sounds hilarious.
Yeah.
Here's a Ponder. I believe there's a Force of Will in there. is a force.
A lot of thinking going on here.
Ting, 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 ting. Draw force wall.
Yeah, it's force. Is that a daze?
It's either a daze or a brainstorm. I don't think it's a brainstorm because it looks like Sam has
The Mercadian Masks ones. I think
yeah.
that might have been the Almond Cat days.
the almond cat.
Almond Cat. Hot take, I really liked those borders when they came out. I still do. But everyone's like, I hate this, you can't read them. It's like, I think they're cool. You shut up.
My issue...
I'll take all of them for cheap.
My issue when it comes to certain like alternate borders is when all the cards look the same.
Yeah.
It becomes tough. Like the sleight of hand that was the promo for like playing RCQs.
Yeah.
And then the secret layer, they all look almost identical.
Yeah. And that's fair. That's honestly fair.
I was like, I could not tell you what this is. Down taking this Tameo.
Buying back.
Ponder.
Yeah. Playing Ponder.
Don't mind me just pondering my orbs.
Heard it's a good Magic card.
I want Ponder unbanned in Modern. But people are too slow. People are way too slow.
Oh, yeah. It's it's one of those things that's like, I would love to be able... Part of me would love to be able to play, like, real miracles again, like with Divining Top and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because from a power balance perspective, it was fine.
Yeah. It just takes forever.
Yeah. Like, I played Miracles for a long time. It's like, Miracle players who know how to play Miracles can play efficiently.
Mm-hmm. But then you get the people who are like, this is my first time on the deck, and they activate a Sensei Stop, and they're like, oh, I don't know what order to put this back in. But, like, that's not a problem. Doing that 20 times in a match.
Yeah. Doing it
problem.
once is fine. Because sometimes you do have those hard decisions to make.
Yeah. I believe that was Force Pitch Flusterstorm.
Yeah.
Looks like the box topper Flusterstorm. I assume the tap Tameo means that we've used it this turn. Because as it turns out, Tameo on the Planeswalker side cannot attack.
Yeah. I assume that's the Doomsday.
That is the Doomsday.
Is the Doomsday that's altered.
That, I don't think that's either altered or it's... No, it's altered.
Yeah.
So it's either altered or it's the Japanese Mystical Archive one.
Yeah. That's true with Saga and Fleshraker. Top staying ban is probably fine. But I don't know, man. I think I miss the gameplay patterns of Miracle when you know what you're doing.
At least with Fleshraker, it would make
maybe they kill you faster. So
yeah, it would make Forge actually deterministic instead of like I might whiff, I might not.
Yeah. Oh, Doomsday. I love Doomsday. Make sure we're putting them in the right order, and then just gotta crack the pile. All right, let's see it happen.
Is that a weird Thoracle art?
Yeah. Maybe an altar, maybe a secret lair that we missed somewhere along the way. Oh, taking a moment to look through the deck before we go to game 2. Clever. Public knowledge now.
Alright, I'm dead. Alright. Sam's gonna win game 1.
Pretty straightforward Doomsday win there. Below Teferi, oh yeah, Thassa's Oracle.
Not a whole lot in the board for Sam to bring in, but I don't think that they really need to. We have 2 Force Negations and then potentially some March of Otherworldly Lights, but I just like the Forces.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot that needs to happen here. Noel, I mean,
Not a whole lot.
no, maybe Veil of Summer, just because you're playing a Force of Will deck. But even then, I don't know. I don't know that that's.
No thought seizes from Sam. None in the list.
Yeah. Oh, good old Doomsday. I still think my favorite interaction with Doomsday ever. So the notable thing here is that you. You basically you search for 5 cards.
Yeah.
Right. That's the important thing here, because dude goes to Doomsday. Flash an opposition agent.
Mm-hmm. You just get to pick the pile.
You take their because you exile the cards that you search for under opposition agent. So you take their 5 cards, exile all of their cards. They have nothing.
Watch, they have the Thoracle in hand. That'd be my luck. Where
That would be,
I would play the opposition agent like, all right, cool, I'm gonna get them, and then they
gotcha?
show me their hand and it has the Thoracle. I'm like, okay,
Nah.
all right.
This was specifically it was in a. This happened in it was a game of CEDH. Dude was playing Yuriko. I say dude, like he wasn't like 12 years old thinking he was like super hot and tough. He's like, yeah, I'm playing CEDH with the adults. And then it's like, okay, I'm gonna opposition agent your Doomsday. You lose, basically. And he was like, all right, I'm 12 years old. Yeah. Alright. While they're finishing up mulliganing and sideboarding, let's take a quick look over here. Not sure what game this is in. It could be any number of games right now.
Pretty sure this is game 1, but it looks like it's about to be game 2.
Yeah. So the one notable thing, I mean, we've been talking about all day. There's so much Nadu in the field today, with like 90 some players sign up.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, it feels like 80 of them are playing Nadu. So the Nadu mirror was inevitable. But these are, I mean, they're 2 very different decks. The Nadu mid-range deck versus the Cradle combo deck, doing actually pretty different things despite playing, most of the same cards. What is going on is Spring Heart Nantuko doing Gaia's Cradle, absolute nonsense.
If you remember Nadu in Modern when it came out in MH3 where they were doing essentially the random stuff, it's exactly this.
Yeah.
Except they have Gaia's Cradle.
Yeah, Gaia's Cradle takes the deck from being obscene to...
Not busted, but annoying.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's something. Claire took this deck. He top 8'd a couple of BCDLs ago. They at this point they all kind of blur together for me. It could have been last one. It could have been 3 BCDLs ago. Yeah, absolutely disgusting. There's another Gaia's Cradle. Of course, Claire's got the foil
Judd
ones.
promo.
Yeah. Because he is that guy.
Claire does have one too many Gaia's Cradles in play, but one of them's tapped and it's not going to do anything.
That might be it. I think that's one of those, like, when the board state is, it's like, okay, time to determine board states. There's so much stuff going on. I don't think it's not a matter of cheating. I mean,
yeah, it's a matter of Claire's about to play a Crater Hoof.
Yeah, we know what's going on. All right, let's go ahead and take a look back over with the match. That's going to be a little bit less. I think this is actually going to be easier to follow than the other one. Funny enough. So yeah, we just get our free Once Upon a Time from Noel. Tower Pass. Nothing super scary here.
That is true. If the Endurance shuffles, it matters. I'm going to go let them know.
Okay.
I think they were going to cast Endurance.
Well, in the meantime, we don't actually have a whole lot going on here. Just very slow starts, looking from both players. Sam maybe wanting to see what. See Force. Look like a Brainstorm in there.
All right, one of the Cradles is now in the garden.
All right, they figured it out.
Yeah.
All right.
He just grabbed him and tossed it to the side. Tamio doing Tamio things again.
As always, the turn 1 Tamio.
Not a whole lot going on here, just deciding what we're doing with this brainstorm.
Yeah, I think the more important thing here is that the Tamio is going to flip more than it is that Sam gets to brainstorm. Though I mean, obviously brainstorming is good. There's a reason why we play it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the goal here was more just making sure this Tamio flipped.
Was Sam on the play? Or does Noel not have a land?
I believe Noel missed a land drop.
Okay.
Sam just sitting with a million cards in hand.
What will I do with all my options?
And those Mercadian Mask.
I think they're Mercadian Mask foil. Those are like $500.
They are. They are.
Then is that?
I
think that's a Tamio.
I think that's a Tamio. Yeah.
It's a foil Tamio.
It's the special foil one. They do too many foil treatments. I can't remember what they're all called.
I think they call that the Surge foil.
Yeah, that sounds right.
3 mana, maybe a Doomsday. Oh, Tiffany Time Cop again. Still haven't used the Tamio this turn yet. Crop Rot. Probably go grab a Cloudpost. This might get forced. Force Pitch Daze. That one for sure is the Daze.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough.
Yeah, this game looks currently very firmly in the favor of Doomsday. Not even Doomsday doing anything broken. Like, we're about to ult a Tamio, which is very, very good. Cloudpost just hasn't done anything.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I'm pretty sure Noah missed the land drop, then lost the land to that crop rot there, and yeah, that's...
Yeah, Sam's just gonna draw half their deck.
Yeah. Yeah, Doomsday is definitely looking...
If I'm Noel here, I'm just packing it in. We aren't a deck that can, like, protected win the game. We're a deck that kind of has to go along with our opponent.
Yeah, and, like, even with... like, I technically don't think... yeah, there's no real way for Salmon to win this one technically without playing the Thoracle. Like, there's no weird, not that I would think there would be, you know, any weird sort of like transforming sideboard stuff, right? But,
yeah. There was for a little bit Dimir Reanimator that transformed into Doomsday, which was super sweet.
See, I used to like the back before you know, Dimir Reanimator was the deck, like the old list that was like it would pivot into like the show and tells. But I mean, those were basically just Grixis with the blue for the show and tells in the sideboard. But yeah, like I said, so yeah, we're just gonna go through the combo. But I mean, with half your deck in your hand, like, yeah, there's a tough one here for Noel.
Pretty much only cast 2 spells this game. One of them being a Once Upon a Time, and then that didn't do. I mean, it did the Once Upon a Time thing where it was kind of just like a Devourer trigger. And then the crop rotation, which got countered. We just didn't have any fast lands.
Yeah.
Not sure what the mulligan situation was, but don't think Noel has any instant speed, like activated abilities that are going to do anything.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, we so one of the fun things we see in a lot of these BCDLs is, so you know, this is one of those fun things where it is a fully proxy friendly tournament, right?
Yeah.
Like you can the like standard we kind of ask is, you know, maybe just like a printout of the card. You know, you could stick it in front of a basic land in the sleeve, but you know, just like a easy to tell, you know, like this is what you're supposed to be playing, easy to represent. But full proxy friendly event.
Or you can show up with an entirely foiled out legacy deck like Sam.
Yeah, Sam, and then like I said, we've got Claire on the other side of the stream with his Judge Promo Gaia's Cradles. We see all sorts of insane foiling and just absolutely blinged out legacy decks playing right next to, you know, 20-cent, you know, proxies.
Yeah.
And you know, at the end of the day, it feels real good to have a super gorgeous, you know, foiled out deck. But, you know,
so Sam's gonna take this one into. Noel didn't really have anything, and
yeah, Sam's gonna take that one 2-0 over Noel. It's gonna put Sam at 5-1. So we're gonna go ahead and jump over to the other side. Alex Bestecki and Claire Bigelow both playing some Nadu decks here. Not 100% sure exactly on the match record.
believe they just finished game 1.
They finished game 1.
I think so.
Claire probably took that one, right?
Claire, I believe, took that one. I went over to tell them about the Gaia's Cradle, and there were a lot of creatures in play.
Yeah. That tracks. All right. So yeah, we got a bunch of 4-1s here on camera. So one of the interesting things we were talking about kind of in between rounds is, like, you know, a lot of events like this, you know, you get some IDs, some intentional draws to kind of have a little break going into the top cut. At the end of last round, there were only 2 5-0s. So we can't have like a bunch of clean cut IDs straight into the end of the event.
Did they draw, or are they playing?
Let's double check on that. So they did draw in. Our 2 5-0s did ID. So whether or not they're going to be able to ID and like, you know, 5-1-1s versus, you know, how many 5-1-1s, how many 5-0-2s, how many, you know, 6-1s, etc., etc. It's going to be interesting to see exactly how the ID situation shakes out at the end of this round.
Yeah.
Because math is going to get weird. I strongly think. Yesterday we had super clean cut, right?
We had 4 5-0-2s and then 8 5-1s going into the last round. So, or sorry, 5-0-1, 4 5-0-1s going into the last round and 8 5-1s. So all the 5-0-1s paired into each other. So they drew again, which meant that 4 spots were locked. 4 spots needed to be taken. So between the 8 players remaining, 4 of them were going to move on. So It was very clean there. If you were X2, you were already dead.
Yep. Whereas, today, we don't, like I said, until we actually, I think, get through the end of the round, we're not going to be able to really cleanly predict exactly what the ID situation is going to look like. For the players who are able to ID in, like, I hope, you know, some people are able to do that. It makes playing a top 8 cut a little bit easier.
So it looks like Alex just drew a force, which isn't great here. Claire already has an Allosaurus Shepherd in play, which it's not like we can force the Shepherd anyway.
Yeah.
But most of Claire's spells just won't be counterable anyway. Oh, that's a Tundra. That's a proxied Tundra. Not the most favorable proxy.
So we're gonna green sun for 1. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Looks like he was gonna grab that Delighted Halfling, maybe changed his mind last minute. Technically, until you present to cut, you know, you're still kind of good to do that. Alright, yep, gonna get the Hierarch, valuing the guaranteed colors over any sort of Force of Will protection or anything like that. True. Yeah, no reason to. Assuming that is supposed to be a. Yeah, it should be a Tundra proxy there. Yeah, telegraphing that you don't have. Yeah, okay. Turn in some cards sideways. Alright, so we're just gonna go. No blue card for force. Well, I'm just thinking like, you know, there's no need to making sure you have all your colors on the Noble Hierarch versus, you know, the Delighted Halfling, which only produces the colored mana situationally. Yeah, and then Claire's got the Alisara Shepherd, so the Force of Will is basically just dead card in Alex's hand right now, because there are very few cards in Claire's deck that are gonna even be forcible to begin with. Or I guess with the Alisara Shepherd on board, I mean. Yeah. So Claire's playing like the. I mean, it's basically just the green-white like Cradle deck. The only blue is for the Nadu. Technically, I guess Atraxa, if you want to be, you know, pedantic about it. But I mean, that's never really going to come up.
I was just double checking what the proxy rule was this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the Tundra, I was just a little wanted to make sure that was legal by the judges' standards. They said it was fine, which fine with me. I just want to make sure that they saw it and they're okay with it, but they weren't.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, normally we you know want to have that kind of standard. I mean, at the same time, I think across the table it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
It's a little less clear from functionally, like, you know, 10 feet away or whatever, but that's fine. Yeah, not a whole lot.
So we're gonna flash in an endurance to block, targeting himself with the endurance. Probably block Kenai, yeah, makes sense. I believe the nomads in the graveyard should be exiled. Because it got hit by a swords from Alex in response to the Nadu. Or it was a Green Suns, but there was a swords in response. Don't think that's gonna come up yet. If it does, we'll Go stop them. Alex says he likes the card, leaves it on top. Probably Ponder or Brainstorm.
Brainstorm, yeah.
Just a cantrip.
Looking for answers more than anything else.
Looks like he picks up 2 lands and a card I can't see because it's a little off screen.
Player's got 3 cards in hand. Looks like.
Don't believe we have a fetch.
Interesting. Just gonna crash in with the.
The Endurance does attack for 4.
Yeah.
But we're not winning that race. Two mana. Whatever that is.
There's a lot of words on that
It looks like a bristly bill. Based off the fact that he played a land and it got a counter. It's either that or a Scythecat Club. Scythecat Cub.
It's Scythecat. Yeah, that's got to be what that is.
A lot of words.
A lot of words. That is a lot of words. Card Kingdom is selling that card for $55.
Commander players.
Commander players. See, listen. You
It's
just buy all the commander cards. You'll have every legacy deck.
It's always their fault. I think that's a Dryad Arbor, which that's either a Dryad Arbor or a forest.
Yeah.
It looks like the Art of Dryad Arbor.
That's a Dryad Arbor.
We put it with our lands, which don't believe we're supposed to.
Uh,
I'm gonna go stop them real quick because I think that Endurance is putting a Nomad's back that shouldn't.
Alright, we're gonna go. So what happened was we were pretty sure there was supposed to be a Nomads shuffled into the bottom of the library, or it was supposed to be exiled, and it ended up in the graveyard instead of in exile, and he got Endurance. So we're just kind of getting that clarified, and then notably the Dryad Arbor did get moved up to the creatures, since you're not supposed to be playing it with the lands for information clarification purposes. Like it makes the board state very confusing. All right, and that appears to be the discussion that they're having right now. Well, this is going to be an interesting little ruling, I think, when we get back to this. Well, I think the thing is going to specifically be, yeah, players need to follow the rules. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, I think part of the making sure is how many cards were in the graveyard versus how many were not supposed to be in the graveyard. So I guess we're about to... Alright, so it looks like... Alright, yeah, so it looks like they pulled the card that was supposed to be in exile, basically just reshuffled the graveyard portion, and then shuffled up the main part of the deck just to make sure everything was successfully randomized.
Yes, that is exactly what was happening. They were just making sure that cards were random.
Yep. Okay. I'm glad that was an easy solution. I mean, especially, you know, this is round 6. We had a whole first tournament yesterday. You know, if you ever day 2 to tournament, you know, mental fatigue can start to get on you by day 2, and this is functionally day 2 for. I know Claire was here yesterday.
Yeah.
And I can't remember. I think Alex was here yesterday too, but I do not remember.
Not too sure.
The only reason I know Claire was here yesterday is because I saw him. Like I literally saw him.
Scythe Cat Cub crashing in for 5. Gonna get double blocked by Endurance. And just gonna get a concession there.
Yeah.
So that's the match going to Claire.
All right, we are back. This is round 7. It's our last round of Swiss here at our Win-a-Mox today. Winner comes home with a Mox Diamond, maybe not as illustrious as the Mox Jet we gave yesterday, but still a Mox.
True.
Still a gemstone, still very expensive.
Yes.
Alright, so we got Andrew Ansel on Cori-Steel Tempo, just the pretty straightforward blue-red build over here, playing against Brandon Carpenter on Naughty Breakfast.
I don't know about you. I love Nadu breakfast. I think it's time for lunch.
Listen. At this point, we could just skip lunch altogether, go straight to dinner. I've had enough breakfast to last me at least a week, and I'm a big fan of pancakes. Like, don't get me wrong, but I've had enough.
Yeah. Andrew on the left. Both players are actually local to Warpgate. Andrew is a big fan of playing like Prowess and Modern. So him playing Cutter makes a lot of sense.
So you're basically just telling me he's playing his modern deck with Volcanic Islands.
Correct. And I believe he also usually plays, like, I think in Standard he also played Cutter.
I believe it. Cutter's a very, very strong card. I do want to say one of my favorite cards in this deck, Stifle.
Yes.
I think more tempo players need to play Stifle. That card is.
You don't gotta convince me.
Listen. The amount of like, on your end step, I'm gonna crack a fetch land. No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
Just get somebody. Like, it feels so good. Rest in peace, Chuck Mangione. And then, just to give you guys a little taste of what we got going on our other feature match here while they're playing, we have another Nadu deck playing Grixis Tempo. It's like the blue-red tempo version, or the blue-black tempo, sorry. Like it's basically just Demir Tempo with like some lightning bolted. It feels more in that blue-black range than it does like you'd think like the blue-red with black. It's different tempo lists. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that later. We're gonna go back to our beloved Cori-Steel. Hopefully taking down some birds tonight.
Brandon Carpenter is playing Breakfast, but he's playing Voice of Victory, the card I was actually just about to mention.
Yep, love to see it.
Very, very good in Legacy, where you're trying to, you know, just kind of shut off things on, or shut off your opponent from doing things on your turn. It isn't going to get dazed here. Even if Brandon does force, then Andrew has a bolt and a force in his hand. Not sure how much I like firing off the daze there if I'm Andrew. I think I like bolting instead. Bolt, it will be able to hit anything out of Breakfast, but Brandon is low on lands.
Yeah, no.
I feel like daze is just going to do more than this bolt will.
Yeah, I think I would rather save the days for like a Nadu.
Mm-hmm.
Notably, bolt does not kill that bird.
Yes, very true.
Very, very tragic.
You can target it.
You
It's
absolutely
legal.
can. But you're not going to get as much out of it as you want. What are we going to see here?
Darcy, probably just a pass. Or a bobble. That makes sense too. In the yard, we have instant land sorcery. So the bobble's going to turn on Delirium, which isn't going to matter this turn because Breakfast doesn't play anything that cares about X1s.
Nah, there's nothing in this matchup at all. That's gonna matter.
Looks like Brandon drew a land for a turn. See if he's gonna play a Nadu.
I hope not. No offense to Brandon, right? I just we have seen. If you guys think we've been putting a bunch of Nadu on here on purpose, I promise you, we've not. We've trying to get away from Nadu, but I'm curious to see exactly how top 8 meta is going to shake out. Just where there's just so much Nadu floating around today.
Our 2 players who drew last round, I believe, there's a Nadu. Believe even if they lost this round, they're still locked for top 8. One of them being on Nadu midrange, and the other one being on the Mystic Forge.
So just kind of taking a quick look here.
So we're gonna force the Nadu, surveil. Brandon's gonna force back, and this is what I was talking about, where I kind of wanted to hold that daze.
Yeah.
Where now we're not looking too hot. Just having more stack interaction for the 3-4. But Brandon's gonna pass. And then, not too sure what's in his hand, but I'm very tempted to not block this Darcy. Looks like Andrew has a Bolt plus a Force in hand. Even if we block this, it's basically like a 3-for-1.
Yeah, I mean...
Bolt trigger. There are 2 triggers, so he will get to surveil. Aww. But if Brandon has a Cephalid in his hand... Or a Force.
Yeah, there's a number of things here.
Alright, so he's going to let that go.
Nadu down.
Andrew with not really anything going on. He has a Force in his hand, and that's the only card.
Nothing to do with it, yeah.
Playing the Nomads... Okay, cool.
Oh.
Playing a Nomads that Andrew didn't know about, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter here. Looks like we're just going to mill our deck. And then there's the Dread Return. We already know the Thoracle is in the graveyard, because that is what he surveilled. Brandon with his deck upside down.
Oh, I was worried for a moment he had it like flipped and like shut. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Gonna make him play through it.
This one looks like it's gonna be Brandon's game. There's the Memories Journey. So even if Andrew had a daze, for example, we can upkeep just Memories Journey back to Thoracle and play it.
Yeah.
But we don't have a Stifle. Which this would be a really funny spot to have a Stifle.
This would be a great spot to have a Stifle. Yeah, let me see that. Let me see your deck.
Let me take a look.
Take a look. What do I have to prepare for? I think that's the thing about the Nadu breakfast list, though, is like, yeah, sometimes you just have the combo.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you have to go through a bunch of elaborate setups. It's just like, oh, I accidentally drew these 2 cards. Sweet.
Yeah, I do think that game also boiled down to us firing off the days earlier when we could have just bolted instead.
Yeah, yeah.
And even worst case scenario, if we bolt the voice and Brandon forces there, we can just daze anyway because he's still tapped out.
Yeah, yeah. Well, looks like Brandon's taking that one. Doing the Nadu thing.
Out of Andrew's board, I like the 3 Pyroblasts. Cage is always weird because we can do Cage, but if Brandon just does Nadu things, then we look silly.
Yeah, I think it's how much does Andrew think that Brandon's gonna go full breakfast combo?
Yeah. And I think if he's on that point, he'll probably just bring in surgicals, although it's possible he brings in both, because I don't believe Andrew has a whole lot of Legacy experience. I haven't ever played Legacy with him. I've never seen him play Legacy before today. It's possible that he's been playing for a while, and I'm just not too sure, but I know he mainly plays Modern.
Yeah, I think here I like the Pyroblasts. I think I like the surgical extractions because it gives you an out to the breakfast combos, but also if you just like force a will a Nadu or something, you can just surgical it, snipe it, take out a problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, where the Grafdigger's cages only stop like the specific interactions with the graveyard side of the Nadu combo. Surgical has a little bit more value if you bring it in case you do want to try to hit that. Force of negation maybe. I don't think so. I don't like try, especially with these tempo decks. Like playing the tempo deck, I don't like, especially in combos, trying to win the force battles. Like just like unless it is going to win them the game right there, let them win the force. Save your interaction for when they're trying to win.
Yeah. Then out of Brandon's board, I like the one of Carpet of Flowers. I like the Hydroblast.
I like the Hydroblast, notably Cori-Steel Cutter, being red.
Yes. And I also like the Pendings.
Yeah, I like the Pendings. I actually for the Nadu deck, I actually think I do like the Force of Negations. If you want the extra removal, if you want, or not the removal, the extra counter spells, the extra interactions. I don't think it would be bad for him to bring those in. I know it's such a weird like, do you want them? Do you not?
I actually usually in this matchup will cut Force of Wills.
Yeah.
Because like you're playing against a 1-for-1 deck, and their 1-for-1s are usually better, and so when you 1-for-2 yourself,
yeah,
it can put you so far behind that you can just lose. So if you got the forces and you're just playing this game, like Daze honestly just gets you value most of the time.
Yeah.
But if we cut our Force of Wills, then nothing else in the deck really hurts. Like nothing will really feel bad if we cast it. Like obviously if you're forcing something, you want it to resolve, but we're bringing in 1 mana interaction. We're going to be having some more mana with Carpet Flowers. We're still in Urza Saga deck, which, I mean, they don't really have the easiest time dealing with.
Yeah, this is not a great matchup for the tempo list, because it just comes from Nadu's ability to just accrue so much value. It's like, yeah, you can battle them 1-for-1, but as soon as they get just a step ahead, that step becomes 5, then that 5 becomes 20, and then you're sitting there, you've got 2 cards in hand and a Dragon's Rage Channeler, and your opponent has 17 things on the board, and you're like, this got out of hand fast.
Go little Darcy.
All right, we're picking it up here. Andrew's on the play.
See a Wasteland out of him, which Brandon not having a turn 1 play definitely slows down any Wasteland shenanigans.
I am so hoping. I am so hoping Andrew's got
a Cori.
A stifle.
Oh.
I'm so hoping for that. I want to see it on camera. Oh, I don't see one. Oh well. There's a Cori. But does he just jam it here? Does he?
Looks like he wants to jam.
Yeah.
He's gonna Space Jam.
Just grabbed a Volk, and yeah. I don't think there was anything else really kind of worth. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Cori-Steel Cutter. Is there a response?
If B-Carp has a Daze here, we just fetch Float a Mana Daze, Then Andrew does have a force, but we're fine fighting over that.
Yeah, yeah. This is worth fighting. Okay, so
Even if this gets dazed as Brandon, you're kind of happy. Because that means that we're not going to be able to trigger this Cori.
yeah.
Going from playing standard to modern to legacy is always such a weird thing because, like, each of the fetch lands just makes you have to rethink how the format works. Like, every fetch land in legacy only costs 1 life. Every fetch land in modern usually costs 3.
Yeah.
And then the fetch lands in standard is just Fabled Passage and I guess Escape Tunnel sometimes.
That's been the weirdest thing where most of my Magic playing these days is legacy, and it's like I'll pick up a random modern F&M every couple of months, and it's like I have to do what? I'm at, what do you mean I'm at 15 life? It's only turn 1. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna fetch shock Thoughtseize. Suddenly I'm dead.
Ooh, we're gonna get dazed here by Andrew.
Is that that's Snark Amoeba, right?
Yeah, it's
that's
Snark
that Ravnica remastered.
Likely daze pick up Volk, yeah. Let's see what B-Carp has his own days. He does not. So the Cori's gonna resolve. If Brandon has a a blast. If Andrew forces this, he doesn't have a whole lot going on. So decides not to. Passes back. Now Andrew gets to decide. So he does have a Darcy. I like playing the Darcy and then firing off a Wasteland on the blue source.
I agree. Yeah. Just play that. Wasteland him.
Yep. See if Brandon... Ooh, Cavern's really good here.
A Cavern's really good here, but it does not let you cast Ponder. It does not let you cast Brainstorm.
This is true, but that does mean if we have a third land, we're going to play an uncounterable 3-4.
Maybe. Top deck, Wasteland.
They never have
Alright,
it.
no.
Okay,
Ooh,
another Darcy. We can play a Bolt, trigger the Darcys, or a Brainstorm.
I like Brainstorm here.
Don't want that. Makes sense. Just get rid of some lands. There's a Bauble there, so you can probably enable Delirium here.
Man.
Which I don't think he has a blue card for the Force in his hand. So I might be putting the Force back.
I was going to say, personally, I would just put Force Bolt on top.
I think he wants those bolts. He's looking like he's trying to keep those to just hit Brandon for some damage, because Brandon's going to go down to 15 this turn off of the Darcy. I believe we have Delirium, or we'll be getting it, because we have Artifact, Instant, Land. We don't have a Sorcery. So this Bobble's not going to enable Delirium, so Brandon's probably just going to take 1 damage this turn. 2 triggers, mill a Force, and probably mill a Cori.
Yeah, I think he's
or he likes the
leaving
Cori.
it on top, yeah. Which, I mean, that's perfectly reasonable, honestly.
Cori is in the house.
I've heard that is a phenomenal anime. Keep meaning to check it out, but I can't find it on Crunchyroll. Does anyone know what site Cori in the House is streaming on?
I think you can find it on 9 Anime.
I'm sure. My anime list, Cori in the House, 10 out of 10, 10.0.
Alright, and upkeep we're gonna bobble. He has no idea what it is.
Oh man, now I want to know what it is.
Probably something random. Or something with a random art.
Yeah, I would say these days with secret layers and showcases and...
I try to keep the things that I use alternate art-wise either very unique to themselves or original. Like my ponders I use. See, there's an uncounterable bird. Which can get double bolted here. Did AJ... Okay, he's going to remember his draw. What is the other card? Is that a Tameo? I don't think he's playing Tameo. I think that was a checklist card. So Andrew at minimum can take a look at 4 cards to try to enable Delirium and try to kill this Nadu. What is that card?
Which one?
Andrew drew... Is that a volcanic island? A little wasteland. I actually can't just tell.
I think we're about to find out. Volcanic Island.
So we're gonna go Cori in the house, watching our favorite anime. Then this is a tough one because you can either bolt the bird and give him a trigger and get a 1/1, or you can just bolt face and try to aggro down.
Yeah.
But if we aggro down, then Nadu can just block.
So I think he's counting Delirium right now. So are we only at 3?
We're still only at 3. It looks like because nothing changed since last turn and it only attacked for 1 last turn, so it's just instant artifact land.
Oh man, because if there was a sorcery in there, the decision making process I think gets way easier. Because then you can just swing, and then you only have to bolt once. I mean, you can still do it just with the one time, but like it makes it easier to say I'm going to. Oh, so we're just gonna do it this way.
Trigger. Again.
Creature in the graveyard.
Okay, so now we're delirious. Okay. So with this play, he's for sure going to be bolting it again. Just accepting that this is going to be a card disadvantage, but trying to kill.
If he swings, it forces these 2 through.
Yeah, I'm 100% not blocking if I'm Brandon here. Oh, interesting. Maybe he has another Nadu in his hand.
Maybe.
Did he just take 4?
He
was at 17.
He did take 1 extra point of damage there.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, go let them know. What we do when oh okay, yeah, so there is a second Nadu.
So Brandon was at 16. He just forgot.
Oh, he forgot to. Okay, yeah, 1 damage first. That's what we just figured out. Yeah, he didn't mark it when it happened, so that was the confusion. Yeah. He took it all with the Darcy. Yeah, and there was a second Nadu.
Another bird here. The bird is the word.
Oh, I can't. Yeah.
Cori, and then we can bolt the Nadu, but I don't know. If I'm Brandon, I'm not blocking this Darcy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because like if he's got the bolt, you know, then obviously he is gonna block.
Okay, so he's fine accepting that there might be a bolt here. Trigger, hopefully get something off this. That's a pretty good one.
That's a good one. One of the worst cards to see in this matchup for Andrew.
So he'll make a 2/2, and then both will trade. Now, if Brandon has a 3rd bird in his hand,
oh my god,
that would be crazy. Saga up to 2.
Oh no.
Is this bird mana? Or, ooh, this might be Cephalid mana.
Or that might be Nadu mana.
Oh
my god.
And then this is very likely lights out.
Oof. Yeah, this is the value engine that
Second cavern, probably naming not wizards. Get to surveil. So we get to determine what our next Nadu hit is.
It certainly looks like a magic card. All right.
Brainstorm, okay. Shuko. Drop, okay. Not sure what else is in hand for Brandon here, but can't imagine he's too upset with what's going on.
Yeah, this is the point where, as the Cori-Steel tempo, you just kind of look at it and you go, well, I've been got. Like, it's not, again, it's not impossible, but
it's tough.
It's yeah. It's one of the things. Just kind of looking at Andrews. He does have the 2 unholy heats, which can one-shot a bird here. But you know, that's at this point, is it enough? Probably not. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
That's... So the fun part about Cephalid plus Nadu is if he knows that the 2 cards on top, so if he wants one of them in his hand, he can resolve the Nadu trigger first, or if he doesn't like the cards on top, he can mill and then put a card off Nadu in his hand. Dread Return, Shuko, that, reveal a card. And then, if I'm Brandon here, just to not take any risks, you can Nomads target Cephalid, trigger both Cephalid and Nadu, and then respond with the Nomads target Cephalid and just mill the rest of your deck out before the Nadu resolves again. Just so that way you don't accidentally put like a Thoracle in your hand. Although he might let the Nadu trigger resolve. Okay, he just puts the swords in his hand. Brandon's saying, I'm going to mill the rest of my deck out. Or he's going to... Okay. Putting a force in his hand is pretty good. So, probably just going to mill the rest of his deck out with the Cephalid, sack everything. Likely leaving the Nomads and the Nadu in play. And then Dread returning a Thoracle. I believe Andrew only has 1 card in hand. Not sure.
Yeah, it's just 1.
At best, it could be a Surgical. Brandon essentially only has to think about Surgical or... Oh, he passes back.
Interesting.
Decides to not go for it. I mean, he doesn't really have to. He can just draw 6 cards on Andrew's turn.
Yeah.
To be fair, if Andrew's last card in hand is Fairy Macabre, we just die.
Yeah, there's a handful of cards that Brandon could be worried about playing around. Most of them he'll have answers for.
Looks like one of the judges made the makeshift 012 token that was used at the Pro Tour.
Ah, lovely.
Looks like a Hydroblast, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. Gonna get 2 triggers. Mill first, and then reveal off Nadu. It's a force. We already had a force in our hand, but...
Second one kind of sealed it.
Not sure how many blue cards we have in hand. Well, there's 1. If we put another blue card in hand, we have double force... Double blue card. Well, that's not a blue card you really want to
that
pitch.
one doesn't count.
Okay, there's a blue card that we're pretty happy with letting go. And honestly, I'm kind of fine with that just resolving. But Brandon decides he's gonna get another trigger. Reveal, brainstorm.
Yeah. And Andrew's
Force pitch ponder. I think Andrew's last card in hand is a land.
Yeah.
Decides to concede the match.
Gives him the handshake. Yep, that's gonna be Brandon Carpenter 2-0 against Andrew Ansel. Carpenter should be locked. Alright, let's take a quick look at what our backup stream is doing here. We got Brady Monroe on, oh no, it's Nadu. Or it was Nadu.
Looks like a hard cast Surgical hitting the Nadu. Based on the no handshake or revealing of hand, I assume we're going to go to game 3.
Yeah, this feels like
Could be reboarding.
Alright, just taking a quick look at this Grixis tempo list.
I'm gonna go confirm if they're moving to game 3.
Yeah,
So it looks like we're moving to game 3. Gonna be our Nadu player on the play, likely.
Alright, so we are going to game 3. Grixis tempo. Like I said, this tempo list is sweet, man. We got Kaido, we got Narset, Parter of Veils, we got Baleful Strix, Barragoyf, Murktide Regent, Nimble Obstructionist, Tamio, Snapcaster Mage. It almost feels like a control deck, honestly. Almost. Colligan's Command. I love that card.
See, we've gotten to the point where if you say K command, that's not the one people think of anymore.
It's not. For me, it still is. Like, just like it's like instinct first reaction. Someone says K command, I immediately just want to think Colligan's Command.
Yeah.
Just because I've played that card for so long in so many formats. But Kozilek's Command is hilariously stronger.
Far and away better.
It's not even close.
My least favorite card out of MH3 that is, I mean, least favorite, I just don't think those decks should have that kind of effect, personally.
Yeah.
That's just me. I like Nadu, I think in most formats is not cool, but I think in Legacy it's fine. There is a lot of it today, but so Tamio coming out on turn 1, gonna fetch a Surveillant on Brady's side.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like this is supposed to be a control list. Couldn't decide. There's so some of these lists have archetypes listed in like our tournament software that we're looking at. Like some people, it says, you know, you're playing this archetype, that archetype, whatever. This was one that just, it didn't say anything. We kind of went back and forth on if we're calling it Grixis Tempo, Grixis Control. This kind of list, it really is just kind of in between both archetypes. Especially right now with the Dimir Tempo list being what it is. This sharing most of the same cards and a lot of the same kind of play patterns. It's a sweet list, though. I'm fairly certain most of these lists are going to be up online at some point.
Usually there's a Goldfish article like a couple days after.
Yeah, at least gets us like the top 8. I swear somewhere I've had access to like I've been able to find these lists before.
Ooh. Cast a carpet on Brady's side, gets forced, and we have a Veil. Oof. So second main we can play a Halfling for virtually free.
I love that little Carpet of Flowers interaction, being able to get the mana on your second main phase if you didn't get it on your first.
You know what is fun though about it? Is that it's not a May when it triggers. It's a May to add the mana, but if you don't add the mana on main 1, you have to target them again. So when League of Old was at least decent, you could have a League of Old out. If they have a Carpet in play, they target you, first main, but if they have nothing, but they're going to draw a card like in combat,
Yeah.
you get to draw a card. They go to second main, have to target you again. So it essentially just forces you to use the carpet to add the mana first main phase. Unless they are fine with you drawing 2 cards. Grixis. Flip to Tameo.
Yeah, we're just gonna call it. It's Grixis. It's a pile. It's 60 cards plus 15 in the side of Grixis.
Now add a blue off the carpet, cast a ponder with it. See if Thomas wants to respond. You know what card I haven't seen a whole lot of this weekend that I thought I'd see at least a little bit of? Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce kind of feels like Force of Will like half the time.
I think
very little.
So it's weird. I think if you wouldn't think it, but I really feel like Legacy is a lot more creature heavy than I think you realize it is, because you only think about like the Brainstorms, the Ponders, the Force of Wills, like all the big like cool spells like instant
I'm
sorceries.
also thinking of like Entomb Reanimate.
Yeah, but I mean like, you know, and those are a great example, but like how many like just creatures are just getting cast?
I think between all the matches that we've seen, it would have been good in most of them besides against Mono White Initiative. Because like we saw Cloudpost a couple times. I think it's good there, where we can like hit a One Ring, hit a Karn. In any like in this matchup, like Spell Pierce would have been fine on either side.
But like, is it better than, you know, Force Will Days, Force of Negation, Consign to Memory, some of the other options we have that kind of hit those same things? They're a little bit more niche, maybe like more narrow.
Definitely not better than Force of Will or Days. I do think you can make an argument to play it over Force of Negation depending on what you're playing. Like, I think did Andrew have any in his list? Because if anyone, I would expect him to have it, not because of like him as a person, but just the way the deck functions. Like, I'd very much.
No.
I could see him playing a couple.
He's got Hydroblast. He's got Pyroblast.
Like if you take Andrew's deck for an example,
I would not hate cutting like a Grafdigger's Cage, a Meltdown, for 2 Spell Pierce, something like that.
Null Rods are $120.
Yes.
I have 2. I should get rid of them. But like if you take Andrew's deck for example, he only has 8 creatures.
Yeah.
And Thomas's deck here, he has 12 creatures and 3 planeswalkers. Granted, 2 of them are Kaido, so it's basically 14 creatures.
Yeah, the Kaidos are not actually getting cast most of the time.
Like, I'm not saying Spell Pierce is the best card in Legacy.
I do see where you're coming from. You've at least got me thinking about it.
Yeah. Like, I think there are a couple lists that I would have been happy to see 1 or 2 Spell Pierce come out of. Looks like all Brady has left in hand after this Nadu is a Kenai Curator, but we're putting an uncounterable Nadu in play, which is pretty good.
That's what I've been told.
I do wonder if we're supposed to be playing the Nadu first. Like, it's obviously not great if it dies, but even if it does die, we're usually going to get at least a card out of it. Versus if the Nomads dies to a Bowmasters, which there's more removal for a Nomads than there is a Nadu. Three mana. Opposition Agent is an interesting one. Probably just wants to resolve it before anything goes down before he can draw a force at will.
I'll say okay. Oh yes, right. This is the Green Sun kind of list. Okay, I don't hate opposition agent into this matchup. Feels a little weird, but I don't hate it.
So one of the things when it comes to control, and neither of them are playing control, but one of the reasons as to why control always gets a bad stigma for taking forever or not being able to finish games is that
it's because of miracles. It doesn't.
No, it's no. So it's not that. It's people playing Magic not realizing when they're dead.
Yeah.
Thomas is definitely dead. Brady has assembled one of the most powerful combos in Legacy, and Thomas can't stop it at this point. Because we're going to be able to draw 6 more cards. We have revealed a force.
Yeah,
and he's just not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, he's shuffling the ponder.
Because we're going to look at 6 cards on Thomas's turn, and then Thomas probably not going to be able to remove anything. So we're going to draw 6 more cards on our turn.
Yeah.
And at what point do you say, okay, I'll actually concede, you have too many cards? Like, I think once it gets passed back to us, like if I'm Thomas, once it gets passed back to me and I don't have a response to stop you doing it again on my turn, that's when I'm like, okay, yeah, you got it.
Well, I think part of it, especially like right here, right, is, you know, this is the last round of Swiss.
Yeah.
This is the win and end for top 8. I can't blame a guy for trying to have find any possible out.
Yeah.
To try to top 8 here. Now if we were like round 1, round 2, something like that, it's like, okay, you've got plenty of time to make up for this later. But I get what you're saying though. Like it is, you want to just keep finding answers.
Just revealed another Force of Will.
Yeah, there's so much protection. There's so much value that's about to get accrued here on Brady's side. It's there's so many cards in hand.
Plus, we still have the carpet in play. That's just gonna let us cast this Keen-Eyed for free.
Yeah,
we get to draw 8 cards here. Yeah, very, very much over.
Yeah, Safekeeper, more lands, more Nadu triggers.
Cast Safekeeper, Halfling, Nomads.
Yeah. Look at more cards.
There's a Swords.
Look at more cards. Swords the opposition agent if you want. Yeah. Green Sun. Is there any like...
The match is over. Sign the slip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're back with the first round of our top 8 cut here. We got Brian Koval playing Blue-Black Tempo versus Romario Vidal playing Mystic Forge.
What a hand. We have 4 mana on turn 2. And I don't even know what you're supposed to Thoughtseize here. I think it's probably the Karn. But those Flesh Rakers are going to be crazy out of control.
There's no... I mean, I don't think there's a good pick here. There's one bad pick, and it's the Lotus Petal.
Yes.
But I don't think there is I really don't think there's a good pick here.
I see a Force in Brian's hand. So I think I'm tempted to just take a Karn. And then Romario's probably going to play a Flesh Raker, and then we just force a Flesh Raker.
Yeah, I think...
Decides to take the K command.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like I have the magic knowledge and skill and game and experience as Brian Koval, but
which this does. So I believe he has a Wasteland in his hand.
Okay.
Which makes a lot more sense because if he Wastelands that Urza's Tower, then
that sets him back.
Romario doesn't have mana.
Yeah.
Okay, he decides to
good.
hit the planer instead.
Which I don't think I hate, because like if Romario draws another tower, then he's back up to 4. But if he draws,
Well, that's a decent one.
yeah. There's Petal 1, 2, 3, Flush Raker, and so it begins. You're just gonna play fetch land. I know we saw that spell bomb in hand.
Attack for 3.
Okay, so we were counting the Nether Goyf side. Nether Goyf. I get there's the good one that's on the board, and then there's the bad one from original Modern Horizons.
Tarmogoyf or no? Tarmogoyf?
One of them's Nether. I think this one's Nether Goyf, right?
This one is Nether Goyf.
Okay, so the bad one's Necro Goyf. There was a bad Goyf in the first Modern Horizons. It was really bad.
Don't remember.
Ah, I see my boys join the chat. Last Spartan.
Looks like we're gonna play a Bath Salt Monolith.
Playing the super sick Eldrazi spawn. Yeah, those Eldrazi tokens from some number of Buffalo Chicken Dips ago. Right into Karn.
So this should trigger the Flush Raker as well.
Koval, I think he's just taking. I think he's just taking a moment to think about it.
Yeah.
Need those spawns. I'll see if there are any more floating around. See if I can get some for you, bud. No promises though. 'Cause it's been a while since we had them.
Grabs the Tormod's Crypt, which makes sense. We're gonna cast that and make another spawn. And just say go. Or attack for 2.
Might as well.
Well, if there's a Bowmaster here, we get super punished.
Yeah.
So I'm not the biggest fan of this attack. I believe there is a Bowmaster. Yep,
there it is.
Yeah, because I think that Myco Spawn, or not Myco Spawn, the Flush Raker was going to be winning us that game. So pings the Flush Raker with the Bowmaster and then blocks with the token.
So there is still a Karn, and an Urza Saga that is about to go search for something. Let's see.
Probably both a Karn. I think you just block the Goyf and let Karn take 1.
Yeah.
Or just double block, which is interesting. I think I like holding one of them to be able to sack to the Saga to make a construct while keeping our thing a little bit bigger. So yeah, sacking here just means that we're gonna only have a 4/4. We could have a 5/5.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm super big on that play.
Looks like we're gonna grab a key. Which I think if our plan was to grab a key off of the Saga, it's also not unreasonable to double block, sack the spawns, and then sack the Petal to untap the Monolith. Because when we untap the Monolith, we can then, when we go to make our construct, tap the Monolith, leave 1 floating, and then go grab a key, use the key to untap the Monolith.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not.
There's another Saga. So we'll see what this Karn decides to do. If it decides to just uptick no target or downtick and try to get value.
I'll say if he ticks, or if he down ticks, he could. I don't know.
I think you're supposed to uptick, and you can make an argument to target the Basalt Monolith.
Yeah.
That way you have a 3/3. But you can uptick on that, and then next turn down tick grab Mystic Forge.
I think that's the thing is I think that was a part of the reason why he wanted a double block there was just to make sure he could, minus, see what he gets. Snaring Bridge.
He is Hellbent, so the Tamio is going to be able to get in there.
Clue Tokens is not going to do anything right now though.
Yeah.
Because there is a live Karn.
However, we're either going to flip the Tamio this turn, or we can potentially ninjutsu in a Kaido.
Yeah, I think the Kaido would definitely be the scarier option here.
Which, Koval main deck only has one answer to a bridge. It's just one Brazen Borrower.
Yep, he's just got the one more in the sideboard, and then just kind of looking ahead here, definitely some consigned memories I think we're going to see come in game 2.
So yeah, it looks like we're going to make a clue and then just pass back. Saga's going to go to 2. Drew an Ancient Tomb. Just uptick on Karn, no target. Or actually, yeah, target the clue because it's free.
Yeah,
so
get rid of it. Because, I mean, yeah, if he is able to get rid of the Karn, because
yeah,
he doesn't want him to draw off of that clue, might as well just get rid of it while you can.
Koval probably I think he has a Kaido in his hand. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to kill the Karn. Most likely, at least. Voted most likely to kill a Karn in their class.
Alright. Karn down. Koval probably feeling much safer. Because, if that Karn just kept going, like, that was going to...
So, we just get to Surveil 2. Decides to bin 2 cards. Not really going to do anything. Just looking for that Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Binning the Murktide doesn't feel great here, but, like, it's not doing him any good for a while at this point.
Decides to make another construct, even though that's not really what this game's going to be about for a while. I mean, he's definitely supposed to be making it there. Not sure what we drew, but
looking, wondering exactly what we're going to be getting. I probably maybe just get Pithing Needles soon. I'm just
decides to take some more damage. We could just be using the Basalt Monolith. I'm not too keen on using this Ancient Tomb for no reason. Do we have any artifacts? I honestly would kind of be tempted to grab a Soul Guide.
I would say
just a draw card.
A Soul Guide, a draw card. I mean, right now the Kaido, I don't know, Pithing Needle Kaido.
Pithing Needle Kaido does slow the game down by a lot.
And that's where Romario wants to be, right? He wants to be able to just keep everything slow and in his control until he just does the thing.
Looks like he's deciding on the Soul Guide instead. Yeah. Probably just gonna eat something random out of Koval's yard if he has one of one type, which does not. Because he does have a Ponder in his yard still.
I do think. Yeah, probably hitting with Thoughtseize, because like if he is able to like flip a Tamio, I think probably the Thoughtseize is the card he'd leave.
Oh, he drew a needle for turn.
Oh, okay. Oh, there. Well, that explains it. I was like, all right, the best of both worlds right there.
Yeah.
Right. If you just draw the one of your choices, you can just go get the other one. Obviously.
So Koval kind of locked out of this game, even if he does manage to bounce the.
There's so many hate pieces out right now.
Yeah, if he does manage to bounce the bridge, he has to have like some Murktides in play before he's even happy to do that.
Yeah, there's Ponder.
There's a Thoughtseize in that Ponder pile, which if he can't get rid of it is just a dud.
Yeah, Romario currently hellbent. Like it's not doing.
Tamio, Brainstorm. So we're gonna flip the Tamio, which not that good for us if you're Romario. Probably an end step sacking the Soul Guide Lantern. It is gonna cost us 1 life and make an Orc army, but we do need to find action.
I think that's perfectly reasonable though on this board state. Just or not.
Decides against it. Grim Monolith. 1 mana floating. Just use the floating mana, correct the Soul Guide, draw a card. Gonna get pinged. sure what we drew.
So we got a whole lot of nothing going on right now.
Drew
One ring. Okay.
That one's not bad.
It's not bad. It's a little awkward with the Bowmaster out right now, but I think it's so weird. Like there's enough stuff going on. Like it's probably fine if the Orc army grows a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Do you think while we have protection, we're probably supposed to, because we have 1 mana floating off this Ancient Tomb, probably supposed to use the One Ring, draw a card, and then untap it to draw.
Yeah.
Decides instead to untap the Grim Monolith. Not going to draw with the ring, which... Okay, he's going to draw. Orc Army going to shoot itself. What do we draw? Key.
Okay.
Probably should use this key to draw off the ring. Decides that's what he's going to do. So we're going to draw 2 cards. Drew another One Ring and an Urza's Tower.
Tower for turn and...
Say go. So we have 1 card in hand. We know it's a One Ring. It's not going to get Thought Seized. Probably on our turn, we're just going to lose 2 life off the ring. Draw 3, take 3 more off the Bowmaster. We're kind of fine with that.
Yeah, because so he did draw another ring.
Yes, he did draw another ring.
Yeah, so he can take a few points off of the off of that Bowmaster's. Draw some cards, play a second ring, get that protection back, draw a ton of cards there.
2 mana. Okay.
All right, that got a little bit sketchier.
So we would take 6 off of drawing, so that'd put us to 2, so we wouldn't be able to ever tap the Ancient Tomb again. Draw.
Yeah, with the
amount of times that I think Romario has wanted an All Is Dust is kind of high. I don't think he's supposed to be playing one, but both the matches that we've seen, if he had an All Is Dust, it just cleans everything up so well. Okay, decides he wants to take 2 damage.
Okay.
Which, if we're casting another ring, I think we're supposed to...
Okay, so he's just gonna make
a ton of mana, going up to 5. Interesting.
And
decides to keep the old ring. Don't think this Bowmaster is going to be killing a construct.
No, they're very, very big constructs.
So we get to draw 3. We did draw a land to turn these Urza's Towers on. The Planar Nexus.
Planar Nexus, yep, that's the one.
Yep, plays the Nexus. So we have access to 7 mana plus the 1 floating.
Ugin Eye Storms would be really good here.
Yeah.
Fleshraker, that's a good one.
Grim Monolith, trigger, make a spawn.
1 floating.
Yeah, 1 floating plus the Nexus plus the spawn. So we have 3 mana that we have access to. It's not unreasonable to, when we untap, if we don't think that we're going to win, like if we can't play another ring and we think we're going to die to our own ring and we can't remove our own bridge, I like the play of draw cards off ring with the Bowmaster triggers targeting you, key, untap ring, draw more cards until you hit a K command.
Yeah.
And then just K command, try to kill him.
I don't hate that.
Because if we can't reset our ring, we're dead. Like, that's a guarantee. Okay, we can crack the clue on Koval's side. He does draw Force of Will.
It's a push.
Yeah,
that's a
fatal push. Okay, so that plan's out the window. Passes back. Gonna take 3 off of the 1 ring.
Alright, Mario at 3. What's he draw?
Scoops it up.
Nothing worth playing. Alright, so that's gonna be. If I make sure I mark the correct player. Alright, Brian Koval, Blue Black Tempo is going to take game 1 over Romario Vidal. They're going to start sideboarding. We're going to take a quick peek over at our other match. Appear to be in game 2 or game 3. With these decks, it could be either one. We got OmniTell and Nadu Midrange. Obviously just now starting a new game here, resolving some mulligans. Not quite sure how that first game went out. An interesting matchup for sure, though. Who can assemble their pieces first?
Nadu.
So half of our top 8 today, four of our top 8 are on Nadu. And I don't think that's the first time that's happened either. I'm pretty sure like a couple times ago, there was another top 8 that was like half Nadu. It's very popular deck, very strong deck. It is what it is.
Do the thing, Yugi.
Yeah.
So it looks like Patrick won game 1 if they're on game 2. Just off the fact that Keegan's going first.
Oh, okay. So Keegan, have not looked at his list yet. He's
playing just the regular blue-green OmniTell.
Yeah, the mono blue one's been super popular here this week, and I actually think I the more I've seen the mono blue one, I actually think I like it better. It's a little, say maybe more dependent on being able to do the OmniTell thing, but
Lotus Petals are $30 now.
This specific printing might be. The Mox Field one automatically brings up the mystery booster one. I think the regular one just. I mean, they're still like $20.
I have the original. Place of the original.
The Tempest ones.
They're so nice.
Yeah. A couple weeks ago, I was digging through some stuff just to kind of try to move some of my extra cards. I realized I had 4 playsets of Lotus Petals.
4 playsets.
Yeah.
So you had 16?
Yeah.
It's a lot of petals.
I sold 8 of them. I kept 8 because I don't know why I couldn't. I like to keep like at least 1 playset of like playable cards for formats that I care about. Lotus Petals one I wanted to keep too, just because sometimes I like the pedal like cycling storm deck in Pauper's really fun. But if I've got like a pedal deck sleeved up for Legacy, sometimes I just don't want to have to move stuff around.
Yeah.
So sometimes I'll keep 2 sets of cards. Lotus Petal, apparently I got a little out of control there.
Just a little.
Yeah.
Who's to say? Alright, Ponder from Keegan. He did have a show and tell in his hand, and he does have a Force. I think that's a Mistrise Village.
Yeah, one of the newer cards from
that one's Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yeah, that's I couldn't remember Dragonstorm. Something about Tarkir.
But yeah, so with that Mistrise Village, specifically with Show and Tell, would take 5 total mana to be able to do the thing.
Yeah, but it helps force it through.
Yes. If Keegan has an Ancient Tomb in his hand, he next turn can cast an uncounterable Show and Tell.
Yeah, which seems pretty strong.
It's not bad, especially if you have a good thing to put in play.
Yeah. Which, I mean, if you're playing Show and Tell, I hope and pray that you're not just putting like a Polluted Delta into play.
If you are putting Polluted Delta in play, make sure you registered it and not Flooded Stream.
Oh, that's low blow. Low blow.
First thing I said to Carrie today is, so, is your deck right? He goes, I don't know. I'm going to have someone else tell me.
Oof.
All right, so we're going to force battle over this show and tell. Looks like the card that is going to be put into play from Keegan is an Omni, but we don't have anything else to do. I think I see a Besagio in Patrick's hand. So, very rough spot to be in if you're Keegan. He doesn't know it, but...
Yeah.
Alright, it looks like our main match is back up. And guess who's in play?
Tezzeret, the boy. I am thrilled to see him. I know I was talking about it yesterday. I think I might have mentioned it today. I was thinking about him like half the drive up here. It took me about 2 hours, 40 minutes drive, and Tezzeret occupied at least an hour of that space. Just because thinking about new cards that we might see that maybe haven't gotten as much table experience yet.
Mm-hmm.
Tezzeret, I think, only just came out a week or two ago.
Edge of Eternity is released a week ago.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's this week.
I think the set released.
I actually think I think pre-release was last weekend. I think last weekend was Apex, and then I think actual factual released. Hey man, I'm out of town every weekend. I don't remember anything.
That's fair.
So it looks like this card's gonna get consigned.
Okay, so this is release weekend. So he's been tournament legal for a week.
Yes.
I just being able to search for your keys, your pithing needle, your lantern, it just felt very good to me, and obviously this specific list.
So it looks like Mystic Forge gets consigned, and then place a second Mystic Forge, and that's gonna get forced. So Brian having a lot of interaction here, which is definitely kind of where you need to be.
Notably, in the main board, Romario only has the 2 forges.
Okay.
Unless he grabbed the second one with a Karn. He does have a third one in the sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
But unless we missed it, Tez looks sweet for Lantern in Modern. Oh, do not do that to me. Please don't do that to me.
My soul.
That's actually the Modern deck that I currently still have sleeved up that I never play.
Interesting that his Tezzeret is a mountain, but he has the card. Unless that's just like a picture. I'm not too sure. But Romario has a lot of stuff going on. He just drew a One Ring for turn, which I'm jamming. But he does have a K command, so not jamming is not unreasonable. Gonna probably respond to this. Decides not to. I think we're probably exiling a creature and making some spawns. Exile target Bowmaster, make 2 guys.
Seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah. There's no real reason to sack a Lotus Petal to make a 3rd guy.
Yeah.
Because it ends up being the same mana.
Yeah. It's gonna net nothing. I mean, I guess technically it would be a 3rd body if he was looking for bodies, but
not against the 0-1.
Yeah, not
or,
here.
Sorry, not against the 1-1.
Yeah, not here.
So Romario gonna go to 10.
All right, Brainstorm. Looks like we're gonna have a
Flipped
Tameo.
That also feels like the theme of the weekend.
Flipping Tameos.
Yeah.
That card. I think that I can't even say that the card has overperformed this weekend. The card has just performed this weekend, but it has performed like almost every single match.
It has not had a spot where it's been bad.
Yeah. Like
it has been consistently great minus. So not like the perfect card. It's been very good. There's some spots where it could be better, but overall been very consistently good.
Oof, and a Wasteland coming down too on Koval's side.
Romario just has a lot of mana though, so I don't even think this Wasteland is gonna do a whole lot, and I think he agrees. He just wants the land instead because it's gonna let him draw a card off a clue in the end step. Romario probably gonna play a One Ring. Decides to leave his other lands untapped instead of sacrificing the...
There's that One Ring. There's the tower. Not currently doing a whole lot.
If we have a key, we're sitting happy.
Is there gonna do 2? No, it'll be... Or is this workshop? Metalcraft is online.
But it will still only add 1 mana.
Yeah.
Or no, it'll add 2 because we have an
Yeah, we have
Urza's
the tower. So it taps for 2. Still, at the moment, still not really worth wastelanding here.
There's a key.
There's a key.
Which, that added 2, so we get to untap our One Ring, draw 2 cards.
I see a Karn.
Another key.
Seems really good here.
Drawing 6 cards this turn seems like a great place to be. Then there's
Ancient Tomb,
planar
Nexus.
Planar Nexus for next turn.
Yeah. Now that I think does get wastelanded.
Yeah. We're definitely going to draw a card off this clue and end step before Brian. Yeah, there is an...
Oh, that was the last card? Okay.
See, now this is going to be a weird spot for Romario because we can't really just play our Ugin or just play our Karn. We have to deal with our ring.
Yeah.
Because we're going to take 3 on our turn, draw a minimum of 4, and we need to find a ring. Alright, not sure what the Tamio picked up. Probably a Force. I think it's the Consign, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Right, Planar Nexus, and then...
So, both
Yep,
of
Cole
our...
got that Consign. Wasteland that. Response.
Yeah, just float.
The mana you've got. So float 6.
Yeah.
7.
The good old 5 and 2 instead of 6 and 1. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's a Tezzeret. I do see a One Ring.
Yep.
I like playing the One Ring first and then playing Karn. Although that's a good one to start on.
Fleshraker. Okay. Not mad about that.
Decides to Fatal Push. We did have a permanent leave, which was the Wasteland.
Yep.
So Koval not going to take any damage from the Fleshraker. He wants to make sure that there was something that left. Yep, there was.
Still gets the spawn at least.
Yeah. So we can make... We have 4 mana floating. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we find a way to make 1 more mana this turn, we can play a One Ring. If that gets stopped, we can then Karn One Ring.
I was saying we know that there is the Consign in hand.
Yeah.
So at minimum, Romario has to fight through the Consign. The question is he going to try to like maybe bait out, or just going to draw more cards? I respect it.
Does tap a mana to draw cards. We had 4 floating. Finds a Monolith and another Fleshraker. So I don't hate playing a Fleshraker.
All right, just gonna run out the monolith. I get it though, guaranteeing you can make a bunch of extra mana, especially being at 3. This ancient tomb looking a little suspect. All right, so Romario back up to 7 mana.
So we have 7, and then with the other mana sources, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
There's a Flesh Raker again.
Yeah.
Now, is this gonna get consigned?
Looks like it. Brian potentially changing his mind. Decides to go with the consign now. So now we can play the One Ring and believe that Brian doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I like baiting out the consign with the Flesh Raker.
Yeah. We did already play a land this turn, so if he does play a land, I'll have to stop
Go
him.
yell at them.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah, has 8. Plus, he has 10 total with the Ancient Tomb. 5, 6, 7. We're...
Play Ugin. You can plus it, or you 0 it to gain mana.
You can gain mana, or you can just uptick and gain some life.
True.
Which
True.
I think he is planning on doing. Either that or 0 make mana, cast a One Ring.
I was good. That's where I was going. I think here I would rather just go ahead and reset Ring.
Which, if this One Ring resolves, that also lets us tap this Ancient Tomb and not deal any damage.
Yeah. And now Romario suddenly finds himself in a very good position here.
If he doesn't tap the Ancient Tomb, I just have to imagine he has nothing to do, because he does seem like he has a lot of lands in his hand.
I still think. I mean, you got the Ring protection.
Yeah, goes to discard, discards an Ancient Tomb, maybe 2, passes back. I don't see Koval winning this one. Mario is only at 5, but he has Ring protection. He has an Ugin in play. There is a Shielder's Edict in Koval's hand, but we have a Ring plus 2 key effects already in play, and there is a Tezzeret in Romario's hand.
Yeah. Yeah, even getting rid of the Ugin here though, I don't think is. I think it's. I don't think it's the wrong play to do for Koval, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it is going to be nearly as impactful as maybe he wants it to be. Just because at this point, Romario's stabilized.
Oh yeah.
Like he is very comfortably stabilized right now.
Probably gonna wasteland the Urza land.
Yeah.
And then Edict hit the Ugin, because it does get around Ring protection because it specifically says each opponent. Passes back in upkeep. Don't think it really makes a difference.
I don't think it does.
I wonder when this Edict is cast, because I think the One Ring still technically has a trigger. Even if there are no counters on it, but I could be wrong. Either way, I don't think that's going to come up this game.
No.
I think letting him untap with it lets him randomly cast like a command, scry draw, and then also get rid of the token that Brian has.
Alright, yeah, so Tezzeret just going to untap, make some more mana. Make some more
Go
mana.
up to... Each key activation is just +2.
Yeah.
Gonna do 4 and 3 this time, maybe? Nope,
Nope,
still 5
5
and
and
2. Gambling man, right there.
Another key.
Grotez. 6 mana represented in the worst way possible.
Oh my god. Okay, Karn down to 4. Karn grab Mystic Forge?
Honestly, you could just grab Lattice.
I mean, there's... Yeah, he can play Lattice. Yeah.
Yep. Microsoft Lattice.
And that is probably about gonna do it. I mean, it's not over yet.
Right. So Mario's gonna go to 3 off of his ring. There is an Ugin now, so if Romario just casts the Ugin, it should be lights out.
Yeah.
Because he'll be able to outgain the life that the ring will deal to him, and then also get rid of the Orc Army token off the cast. Okay. Yep.
Koval scoops it up. He agrees.
There is a world where Romario doesn't make it out of that, but ends up clutching it out. Looks like our backup is finished. I can only imagine that Patrick ended up winning that one just due to the fact they're not in Game 3 right now.
Yeah.
It didn't look too good whenever we transitioned away.
Yep, confirm Patrick Green 2-0.
Yeah. Keegan only putting an Omni in play, not having anything else. Probably just passed, and then Patrick had a Beseiju in his hand.
I do have some wonderful news for any Nadu haters in the crowd. Our Table 2... one of our 2nd and 7th seeds, Ben Hewitt on Demir Reanimator did beat one of the Nadu decks here.
Woo!
So that'll be one less Nadu deck making it forward. And yeah, I didn't see any, but I don't think any sideboarding changes in this matchup between games 2 and 3.
Yeah, it just looks like a shuffle and represent. And they both have black sleeves, so they could just mix up the decks for fun.
No, they could.
Koval probably still do well on Mystic Forge.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you could probably put just about any...
Give him a ham sandwich, he'll be fine.
Yeah. Tap this bread. Play a slice of cheese.
Alright, so Romario's going to 6. In Koval's hand, I did see a Force and a Thoughtseize. Not sure if there was a blue card, but... I imagine that's just kind of the perfect hand. If there's any amount of pressure in it, it's just even better.
Yeah, especially against a combo deck. Combo deck mulling to 6.
Yeah.
Turn 1 Thoughtseize on the play. Oof. Assuming Romario stopped at 6. Bottoming, I believe that was a ring. And then there's turn 1 thoughts. Oh no, okay, so he either had 2 rings or I thought he grabbed something else. Ancient Tomb.
It's a pretty good 6. We get to, if Koval doesn't have a Wasteland, I honestly don't mind just playing out Saga on one, which obviously there's no way for us to know if there's a Wasteland or not.
Yeah.
But I think out of this hand, if I want one of my Landscape Wasteland, it's probably the Saga.
Yeah.
So we can play the Saga. That'll go to 1, and then on turn 2, we can just play the Ancient Tomb and just make constructs.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine.
Which I don't see a Wasteland in Koval's hand. Also, one of the lines out of 8 cast I miss the most is just playing your Saga on 1 and being like, well, the rest of my deck makes mana.
Yeah.
So I can just start making constructs, and they're immediately like 6/6s. Draws an Ancient... Or no, he has the Ancient Tomb.
Draws the Urza's Workshop.
Decides to play the Fleshraker immediately. If I use the Fleshraker over making constructs, which both plays are fine. One player's in top 8. We're in a booth, you know.
Yeah, right. I think the Fleshraker does it presents early pressure, kind of forcing Koval to answer this. Versus maybe like the ring later, and especially with Romario having found that 4th mana source, he's not necessarily super hard pressed to make sure he gets this ring down to find something to do. Like he has the mana to cast it you know, he doesn't get thought seized or gets forced or something.
Global fetching another Underground Sea, likely to have a threat or a fatal push. Fatal push. And this is when, if you're on the receiving end, you get to moan and groan and say, my opponent had it all.
Yeah. Fatal Push is such a funny card in this matchup because the Flesh Rakers are like the only thing.
Yeah, but it is something you have to kill.
Yeah, I think that's why I think it's just kind of a funny thing. It's like there's only, I mean, obviously it hits like the constructs. It can hit a few other things too, but like specifically the only thing you want to point a push at is that Flesh Raker.
Not sure if Koval has a Bowmaster in his hand or not. I do see a Brazen Borrower, so we can petty theft something back if there's something that hits the table that we don't like, or just decides to deploy the threat. But he does have a Kaido in his hand, so more than likely just using this to put a Kaido in play.
Yeah, that
drew a Thoughtseize for turn. I think his hand is land, Kaido, force, Thoughtseize. So we can just deploy the land, attack with the Brazen Borrower, put a Kaido in play, draw a card, and then Thoughtseize and hold up force.
Yeah.
Decides to start out with the Thoughtseize, which we know there's a K command in Romario's hand. I think we're just so much on the construct plane that we just let that go.
Yeah.
Grim Monolith, Urza Saga, K command.
Yeah, and then the easy pick there. Land, and then Kaido coming down.
Which, this doesn't feel amazing because we're going to get to draw one card, and then the Saga is likely to get a Pithing Needle.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I look upticking the Kaido. It's not terrible, but...
I mean, so obviously he just put the Brazen Bar back in his hand, so he can bounce something once.
Does Koval have any Engineered Explosives in his...
He does have one.
Okay.
He has one Engineered Explosive.
So we're not necessarily in a draw explosives or bust kind of situation, but it would help tremendously.
Yeah.
Makes a construct, goes and searches. Very, very likely a needle.
Yeah, I can't imagine there being any other particularly good hits here.
Pithing Needle name, you are already dead.
Yep, there it is.
I'm gonna be honest, the screen is so tiny I can't really tell what that is. They kind of look like dinosaurs.
Oh, the construct tokens?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
They look like a dinosaur with a ruby heart. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. You can go find out later.
Plays another Saga.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Key to grow. So now we can just attack the Kaido for 5. And this is also why I think I liked playing zeroing the Kaido. Goes face instead. I guess he just is not concerned about the 4/5.
I mean, it can attack, but I mean, it's not gonna really be doing anything else.
Yeah.
So and then there's another construct just kind of hanging out. Yeah, I think actually.
Probably just gonna attack. If it gets blocked, petty theft the other construct. Ooh, we're gonna use the key to untap one of the constructs. Oh, the key's tapped. Okay. So we know about the Brazen Borrower. We have 5 artifacts in play. Probably just take the 4. Oh no. I don't think that's gonna decide the game, but that for sure helps out Brian a ton. If we just don't block, we get to attack back.
Ooh.
Is this a Muktide?
Alright, it is...
4 counters.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, we're only...
And then Romario's only got 1 card in hand.
If Romario gets this Constructor move and doesn't have anything in hand, he's not going to make it out.
Math says lethal on board.
Draws a Karn. Pretty good one to top deck.
Does have the mana to jam an Ensnaring Bridge.
Koval does have a Force in his hand, but I don't think his last card is a blue card.
Even if it was, I don't know that it's necessarily pertinent to deal with this right now.
Well, if we force the Ensnaring Bridge, then we can just kill the Karn with the Murktide and have a Kaido still.
Yeah.
So, Koval in the Brazen Borrower waiting room. Still very much anyone's game. Just floats a mana. Not really a reason to go make another construct. Just going to cost us some life.
Probably just go grab another key.
I can see him grabbing a Soul Guide. But both are very reasonable.
Yeah, I think if Koval hadn't just eaten his entire graveyard, I think the Soul Guide might be a little bit more enticing.
I'm not even concerned about eating the graveyard.
You just want to draw a card. Yeah.
Which feels counterproductive with the bridge in play, but Koval's creatures are so big that drawing 1 card's not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
Because he has a 4/5 and a 7/7.
I'm curious what that last card in hand is.
It's another key.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, just cast it. We cast the bridge last turn, so we still have Karn. I like Karn, grab, Mystic Forge.
I like, either Mystic Forge or...
Well, the nice part about specifically Mystic Forge and Ensnaring Bridge is it's not putting the cards in your hand. You just get to keep casting stuff for, not free, but without hurting yourself.
That was the other option.
Yeah. Oh, he does have the blue card this time.
But you know what? I think if it's a matter of having the Mycosynth Lattice Force versus if it had been like the Mystic Forge, I think I would rather be able to go back on the Mystic Forge than like I think I would rather have that gotten in than if he had gone for you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Uptick, pass back. Yeah, might as well just untap now. Who cares? Brazen Borrower waiting room.
See a push.
Didn't find one, so we're just gonna shuffle. If we find a Brazen Borrower, it's GG's.
Yeah, I cannot honestly imagine Koval not having brought in the second Brazen Borrower.
Yeah. Looks like he drew an Undercity Sewers. Surveil. Wasteland's pretty bad here. Last card in hand for Koval's a Fatal Push. Is that a Dismember?
It very well might be.
It's just a Grim Monolith.
Okay.
Just uptick and pass on the Karn.
I was honestly worried he might forget.
Brazen Borrower? Looks like a Wasteland.
It's
just a fetch.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as Koval, if he's able to find that second Brazen Borrower, I think it's his.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he finds the second Brazen Borrower.
Fleshraker, we're gonna down tick. I kind of liked. If I'm Koval here, probably wanting to fetch and Fatal Push the Fleshraker in response.
Yeah.
Which I think
has he already used? No, he bounced. So he bounced one Brazen.
He cast one to attack, and then ninjutsu'd it back with the Kaido, and then the Brazen Borrower that's in play is the one that he ninjutsu'd back.
Yeah.
So it got cast then it got Petty Theft, then it got Cast Again, and that's all been one Brazen Borrower.
Yeah.
He has one main, one board, but we are in game 3 and very likely to have brought it in.
Yeah.
This bridge is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Decides to grab the Mystic Forge.
I agree with that. This lets him start doing stuff.
Yeah, I think if I'm Brian here, I would probably, with the down tick of the Karn, I'm supposed to push the Fleshraker. Although I think he might have also been trying to bluff like a counterspell of some kind.
Yeah.
So that way
Maybe.
Romario chooses something a little bit more conservative that he grabs off the Karn. But I think there's not a lot that you... Oh, yeah, you can't grab, grab Basic Island off of a Verdant Catacombs. It is a paper-only play when you're not on camera. Yeah, we'll make a spawn. And we do have 3 keys to be able to just filter whatever we want off the top of our deck. Probably a land. It's a land. We're almost guaranteed just casting any spell off the top of the deck. Not really at a spot to be greedy and try to pick a better spell. Because we have unlimited mana.
Yeah. It definitely feels that way. Still thinking through all of his choices. I think I said it. I said it at one point. Some of these combo decks, like Mystic Forge, there's so much thinking involved.
Mm-hmm.
I'd fumble my way through so much of this. Like at one point, I had
Fleshraker.
Oh, okay. So that it's not game, but
we cannot uptick this Karn. We downtick to grab the Mystic Forge this turn.
And I think that's what he was realizing.
And I think Brian has one more draw step here before it's lights out.
Alright, top
it
deck,
Brazen
Brazen
Borrower?
Borrower.
Might be a force.
Does it go?
Pays 4. Untap, tap. So +2 is gonna have 7 mana floating. Hugin? Yeah, Eugene.
Alright.
Just hit the Murktide first. That's the only thing that can actually kill us.
Yep. Alright.
Brian decides he's had enough. So Romario will be moving on to the semifinals.
That... Man, that was a match for sure. Alright, Romario Vidal takes it 2-1 over Brian Koval. Mystic Forge beats Blue-Black Tempo. Alright, we are back with the top 4 of the Win-a-Mox here in Columbus, Ohio. We got Ben Hewitt on Blue-Black Reanimator playing against Claire Bigelow, playing Nadu Cradle. You know, we had Claire on here. He was our backup match for a little bit there. We kind of talked about his deck as he was wrapping up his game. It is a Nadu deck. It is very different from the other two like Nadu archetypes we've seen. I think this one is most aptly compared to Elves. If you ever played the old back when Elves was like semi-decent.
This is the one that is the most entertaining to watch because it ends the quickest.
It ends the quickest. I feel like it does the most absurd amount of things the fastest.
Which,
and it's not even close.
We're playing the new card here of, I forget the name of it, but it's a 3/2 for 2 green that...
Frenzied Baloth.
It is essentially an Allosaur Shepherd V2.
It's so many words. It's 2 mana, double green. It's a 3/2. This spell can't be countered. It's got trample and it's got haste. And creature spells you control can't be countered. And combat damage can't be prevented.
It says a couple words on it.
That's... Oh, buddy.
Remember back when 2-drops didn't say anything?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure, is it Colonian Tusker?
Back in my day. Isn't that the green 3/3
yeah,
vanilla?
It's just, that's it. That's it. It's, and here we are. Technically, this one's only a 3/2, but.
And then we're gonna Entomb Reanimate this Atraxa.
That seems real good. That seems real good.
Which, it is pretty good. One thing I am interested in is I believe Claire only has 4 cards remaining. Would it have been better to grab an Archon here?
Honestly, I
mainly say that because if you get rid of one of the guys that says, hey, my stuff can't be countered, like, Atraxa usually is best whenever we can put it in play and then grab like a Force Will off of it to protect / stop what our opponent's doing. Although off of the Atraxa we are picking up an Entomb and a Reanimate, but it's possible that might be too late.
Yeah, I do think I do see your point, and honestly, yeah, I think Archon might have been the
safer play.
The safer play. Atraxa, I think it's just there is something about playing an Atraxa. It is addicting. The
other part about it though is, and one of the other reasons I kind of want to put the Archon in play, there's already an active Cradle.
Yeah.
So putting an Archon in play there literally says, I am going to make you sack a creature that is going to be impactful towards you, discard one of your last remaining 4 cards, and cut you off of a mana.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It is virtually bolting a bird.
It's bolting multiple birds. And yeah, I think Archon maybe would have been the better choice here. I mean, obviously, like I said, Ben picked up a lot of cards. Going to be able to gain plenty of life back to get that Archon. But
it might be too little too late, because all Claire has to do is just sack this token. Obviously, that's not going to mean that Claire's going to win the game or anything, but sacking okay, so we're going to Thoughtseize Nomads
Atraxa.
Yeah. What if we Thoughtseize the Atraxa and then Reanimate?
Yeah. To be fair though, the Atraxa isn't. I get the Nomads out of here. That Atraxa's not doing anything in Claire's hand. It's not impossible for him to hard cast it. Actually, in fact, I've seen him do it before.
Yeah. Choosing the 2 cursed arts for his big guys of the Sephiroth Atraxa and then the Archon that doesn't look like a magic card. Not sure if that's by choice or by needing to. Very easy, just pitch the Atraxa here because we're not like that.
Yeah, the Atraxa's not doing anything.
So we have a Gaia's Cradle in hand.
Yeah, if Claire picks up something decent here, okay. By decent, I did not mean his entire deck, but he is going to pick up all of his cards, and we're going to go to game 2.
Ben's going to be up a game, which we can pivot over to our backup in just a sec.
Just get that marked, and then
there's a lot of things going on in our backup.
All right, so this is what we got going on over here. Not exactly sure what we've missed.
I can't even begin to decipher what's happening. There's a Nomads and a Nadu on one side of the board, and there's a Tezzeret and a ton of artifacts and a Fleshraker. I don't know who's winning. I don't know who's losing. There's a lot of things happening. Someone's going to come out of it.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I like Mystic Forge OmniTell. I put the people... I just realized I put
his name as Mystic Forge.
I put his name as Mystic
Forge. It might
as well
be.
Yeah. Mystic... Mystic...
Froge.
Yeah, he's got... There's so much going on over here on this board. say life totals are. Yeah, I mean, it feels weird calling this a pretty like. All right, well, as I'm saying that, the Karn's, you know, changing things.
Yeah, just kind of storming off here. There's a enough Lotus Petals to equivalent a Black Lotus.
God.
Another Fleshbreaker off the top, which might be enough to just fully chain and kill Patrick here.
Yeah. I think we're figuring out how many Fleshbreakers or how many things are doing how many things.
My brain hurts.
And I would say, yeah, I do not have the mental fortitude to play a deck like Mystic Forge.
I believe Patrick has already used all of his activations this turn for Nadu and Nomads, or else there might be a Pithing Needle in there somewhere. I have no idea.
Yeah, we somehow ended up with a little bit of glare there on the end, but not enough to, I think, really affect our understanding of the board state coming in, you know, blind like this.
Is that a K command off the top? Yeah.
Oh,
so there is no blue card from Patrick, so we're gonna K command and just make some guys. I think X is like 4 or something, which is gonna be enough to force us to go to game 2. Patrick gonna be down a game, but being on the play with the most powerful bird in Legacy is where you want to be.
Yeah. All right, so Mario Vidal is he is gonna take game 1 over there. I assuming that was game 1. They are going to sideboards. All right, and then back on the other side.
Still resolving mulligans. Claire's going to be on the play for this game. Ben with a very, very strong start last game. I believe he didn't... his first draw of the game was the Entomb. I don't think he had the Entomb. I think he just had like a fairly decent mid-rangey hand.
And just happened to have it.
Yeah. Sometimes you just draw it.
Yeah. Every now... I don't, personally.
Have you tried?
I've tried.
I don't think you're trying hard enough.
There's a reason I'm in here and not out there.
It's because Rob asked us.
Yeah.
No, but Ben obviously playing well. He's in top 4. Got to play well and get a little bit lucky to win any event. In any card game, there's going to be variance.
Is Torpor Orb Dreadnought a combo? Yeah, actually, we saw a couple of lists, a couple of Stifle Knot lists pop up this weekend, and it's not like I'm not gonna sit here and give anyone hope and say that Stifle Knot is, you know, top tier Legacy.
Stifle Knot is tier 2.5.
Yeah, it is a popular deck, and it does put up results from time to time. We've seen it here several times. I think a Buffalo Chicken Dip ago or 2. There were quite a few lists running around. I think even ended up on stream at one point.
I see an Entomb Reanimate in Ben's hand.
Oh, Ben.
I also see an Engineered Explosives.
Oh.
But it looks like Claire's going to start us out with a bird. And the bird cannot get bolted. That's basically a bird. There's an actual Bird of Paradise in Ben's hand.
Ben, I recognize Ben moving fast because he knows he's got the goods. And then of course, notably, Claire's deck is, despite being a Nadu deck, the only.
Oh god, we have Thoughtseize into Entomb Reanimate.
Oh,
it's so good. Is that an attract? No, that's an Allosaurus.
It's Allosaurus. It's Cradle, Nomads.
Cradle, Nomad, Bird.
The new Baloth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna learn the card's name event. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna learn the card's name. It might stick one day. Yeah, Frenzied Baloth.
It'll never stick.
No. Yeah, that's the Nomads Encore. I do love that Claire's list is playing one of the other Nomads, Shaman Encore. I definitely think that's just an extra out to like Pithing Needles and stuff.
Yeah. It's also just like a way to get around Chalice.
Yeah, like it answers a lot of just random things, because Nomads in Claire's deck is like the best way to do the Nadu thing.
So we're gonna play a Nomads. Probably gonna play a Shepherd here, and then Cradle. This Engineered Explosives from Ben's gonna be huge. Because we're gonna get to just play, spend 2 mana and put a big guy in play.
Yeah. No, I definitely, I can see that. Ben definitely looks like he's got that adrenaline going right now. He's like, I have all of the things I want to do right now.
Not sure if I see a second black source in his hands. Very possible it's there and I just don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
But if he doesn't have a second black source, then he's not gonna be able to do it just yet. That was a Ponder drawn for turn. Okay, so he doesn't have the extra land. Probably gonna shuffle this if he doesn't have a land. Yeah.
Yep, ship it back. Draw an Underground Sea because, you know, why wouldn't he?
You know, you just gotta like that. Reanimator. One last card in hand from Claire, and it's a Cradle. So if Ben draws a land here, it's very, very likely that we're in a tough spot. Okay, doesn't draw the lands.
That's rough. I still think Ben's in a.
How upset can he really be?
Yeah, I think he's in a decent spot.
We can also just use the Allosaurus Shepherd. Just send both of those, Allosaurus Shepherd, pump it, make it a 5/5. Put Ben to 12, which means if we can do that twice, Ben can't Entomb Reanimate.
Yeah.
He can animate dead, but he doesn't have the lands.
Actually, okay, he does. He is on the one animate dead.
Yeah, I thought I saw that last game off the Atraxa, but it wasn't 100%.
Yeah, I've seen. There's been a few. Not like.
Pumps the Allosaurus, attacks with both. Wait. Having some issues with the life.
That looks correct.
Puts Ben to 11. If this
yeah,
is a
because he was at
land,
17, so yeah.
It was not a land, it was a Bowmasters.
Oof.
Gonna brainstorm, try to find a land. That's a land.
Okay, so at least he's not locked, but it's.
He does have an Entomb, so even if he didn't draw a fetch land specifically, he's not locked, but it's... He is kind of forced this turn to play the Engineered Explosives on one.
Yeah.
Which, not the spot you want to be in, especially considering... Okay, so he decides not to go for that. He might have a Fatal Push. Not quite sure. Is he playing? He's playing 3 Fatal Push on the board.
Yep. 3 push.
I see an Entomb. Nadu. There is a Endurance in hand for Claire, and if this Nadu resolves, that's very likely game.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one to fight now.
Especially because that Nadu's uncounterable. So we would need to have Fatal Push on Allosaurus Shepherd and then Counterspell on Nadu. So we're going to get 8 looks here. That is not in play of note. Okay, separating his piles. Fairy Macabre.
Alright.
Looks like he has
Sun.
little things.
Boseiju.
Yeah, looks like this one unfortunately slipped away from Ben. If he just drew a land earlier, he would have had just the right amount.
Yeah, just making sure that the land does have to go onto the battlefield.
Yeah.
There's a couple of cards that are worded similarly to Nadu in that, but it says May. I think I might be thinking of Thrasios. To CEDH.
I think Thrasios forces it to go into play.
Maybe there's a card.
I think it's like Risen Reef, maybe.
Maybe it's there's a card or two that do similar effects.
Okay, so we get a Nantuko.
Oh goodness! All right.
So if we hit a land, we just get to go off. We're already going off pretty hard, but we just get to go off even harder. Ben basically saying F6. Did we have a... We had a green... We had a couple mana floating off of the Cradle. Target bird. Noble. Another Boseiju. Doesn't float a mana off Boseiju, unfortunately, so he's going to lose a green there. But I don't think he cares.
It's not.
It's negligible.
This is one of those decks. The 1 mana, if that one specific
It's a
mana,
Gaia's Cradle. Okay.
All right.
Ben says I've had enough.
Yep, all right. Going into game 3. Is this finals? No, this is the top 4. We've got one more game after this, or one more match. That's what I mean. This is top 4. This is our semifinals. I can just get the right thing. There we go.
All right, and then we can see how our backup matchup's going. Same as when we last looked, except this is game 2.
Yeah, I believe this is game 2.
Both are doing a lot of things, looking better for Ro Mystic Forge himself. It's
a lot of keys.
Big old constructs. I assume one of those constructs came in this turn because it looks like Urza Saga is the top grave card. But if not, those keys can also just say target creature becomes unblockable.
Yeah. Well, no, we're just going to make a bunch of mana here.
I think there's a K command in hand.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. Alright.
I would like to scry 13 and make 13 guys. Is this okay?
It's not okay.
Does it resolve?
It should not be okay.
Decides to exile instead. Not sure what the modes were. I like just scrying 13 and making 13 guys.
And so does Romario. I agree with that. I think would have rather made the 13 guys, but I also I do get wanting to get rid of that nomads while you can.
Mm-hmm. There is a Pithing Needle in play. Not too sure what it's naming.
So yeah, I think if it wasn't for the there's just enough glare on there that's a little bit hard to tell.
There's a Karn in that pile, but it looks like that Karn's going to the bottom. This is also why I like kind of making 13 guys. Because realistically, we can just have 13 mana to play a Karn and grab a...
Yeah, we see there's 2 Karns. We see there's a ring. There's another command in there. Oh.
Okay, so they do both. Okay, one did come into play. Okay, cool.
Still gonna hit for a lot here.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe. Maybe 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8. Okay, cool. Patrick picks it up.
All right.
I can't win.
Sweet. So all right. So it looks like Mario Vidal.
One of our naughty players is gone.
All right. Now if we can just get rid of the other. Claire's a great guy.
If there is going to be a Nadu deck in the finals, I am very down for it to be the Cradle one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If for no other reason, then it doesn't. It plays very differently. It feels different than the normal Nadu decks. It is arguably more unfair, but it's more unfair in a way that is way more fun to watch.
Lower floor, higher ceiling.
Yeah.
Because Gaia's Cradle in and of itself is kind of a clunky card.
Yeah.
Where it's really good when it's really good, and it's so bad when you're not doing anything.
Yeah, and I think maybe I'm just a sucker for the Elves deck of old. Maybe it's because I'm constantly kicking myself for not buying that playset of Gaia's Cradles for like $180 back in 2012.
I didn't have that much money.
I mean, I did.
I was tempted.
Oh.
That's just the theme of the stream.
No. You are but a child. Please don't do this to me, man. Alright, we're gonna thought seize away that green sun zenith. Get that out of here.
Not afraid of the shepherd. Oh, captain, my captain.
Alright, what do we get in here? Just get a... Yep.
Now, I don't see Entomb Reanimate this time in Ben's hand, but that doesn't mean it's not there. It's always kind of hidden.
Yeah.
It's always there. I think they're palming everything.
I'm the real question is who's palming the worst cards? The Reanimator player always having Entomb Reanimate, or the Nadu player always just ripping the Nadus?
Hey,
Which is more egregious?
I do think I saw a Reanimate in Ben's hand, so if he draws an Entomb and has a second black source, this is the point where I think you should just get the Archon. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you
Entomb? Is this an Entomb? Okay, it's not an Entomb. Crowd favorite of being able to just pitch a fat idiot to a survey land.
Oh, you know what would be funny? What would be funny was if, like, what you were talking about kind of earlier, is if he had, like, Thought Seize ripped a Nadu and then just reanimated
Yeah.
Nadu.
Double Thought Seize, double Reanimate.
Ooh. Don't say things like that to me.
Don't hurt me. Not.
Nadu's not real. He can't hurt you anymore.
My soul. So plays a shepherd. I think he just has two lands left in his hand. There's the Entomb, and he has Entomb Reanimate, I believe. I see a Reanimate in his hand, deciding if he wants to play around an Endurance. But I believe he knows that one of the cards left in Claire's hand is a land, and if he does remember that, then you just go for it. Absolutely, you just go for it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When they make your second legacy turn, first 6-person FNM should I think, I mean, you could fire a 6-person FNM. I think that should count.
That's a game day right there. Store championship.
Yes, sir.
Passing. So he must not have Entomb Reanimate. I must be seeing one of those cards differently.
Entomb Reanimate. I'm so glad, Harry, in chat, that you think Entomb Reanimate is so cool. I'm happy
it's
for you.
It's so cool and fun and awesome.
Yeah. To be fair, it is. But if they banned Entomb,
I think Entomb Reanimate is cool when I do it.
When my opponents do it, it's not
it's
cool.
It's so lame. Like, how dare they?
How dare my opponents have cards?
Only I should be allowed to do this.
There was a guy, I was walking around.
You could get an Inkwell Leviathan. You are correct.
That's true.
It could even be a boat.
There was I was walking around. I forget if it was yesterday or today now, because it's been a long weekend. Walking around in between like rounds, or maybe it was before the turn. I don't know. I heard a guy saying something like, yeah, I realized I hate when other people get to play Magic, so I just started playing prison decks, and suddenly I was having a good time. I was like, oh my god.
So I think Ben does have. So Ben Thought Seized, which, funny enough, Claire drew an Endurance for turn. So I think Ben does have the Entomb Reanimate. Deciding what he wants to get. Looks like it's going to be a Traxa.
It's one card in Claire's hand?
Yeah. And we did Thought Seize it, so we know it's a Beseiju.
Okay, so if it's the Beseiju, yeah, I don't think that's wrong here.
So we go for the Atraxa. I don't think you can really go wrong with either creature.
No, not on this board. I actually think on this board, Atraxa is probably the stronger one, just because you get to look at more cards, get more answers ready for next turn. Because I cannot. Yeah, I'm fairly confident Claire does not win on his next turn.
Well, all he needs is a top deck Nadu.
Oh yeah, well.
That's an Owl Source Shepherd in play.
Oh, yeah, that is an Owl Source. Okay.
And
all
Ben's played a land this turn, so he can't like have a land plus Fatal Push or anything.
Okay,
and
so
he's not gonna be able to counter anything. anything.
Yeah, that is an Allosaurus Shepherd. It's got the original art over here, so that's what I was looking at. Yeah, that's an Allosaurus Shepherd. So yeah, it's entirely possible Claire does win on his next turn through all of this. That said, though, I think it's not as likely.
Claire just has to rip it.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're taking Brazen Borrower, Brainstorm, Flooded Strand.
And the rest of it just goes back, which is fine, honestly.
There's an Entomb in play. There we go. That's supposed to be in that pile.
Yeah.
Claire very likely to fetch a Surveil Land in the end step, and if it's anything but a Nadu or a Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, he ships it.
Or a Cord. We have a lot of looks at exactly Nadu.
Yeah, so
we have there are a lot of cards in our deck that says Nadu.
Yeah, Court of Calling is here. So
Court of Calling, Green Sun Zenith, Natural Order.
Yeah, there are plenty of cards here that could find a Nadu. I think the only one
gets a Dryad Arbor. Oh, there are no Surveil Lands.
Yeah, I don't hate getting the Dryad Arbor here though, because if he does rip a Nadu, that's 2 more activations.
Yeah, I think if you're trying to thin it all, it's definitely the best creature to grab. All right, moment of truth. Did Ben cut himself to a loss? One way to find out. Flip it on the table, coward. Huh. Is it Nadu? Is it a way to get Nadu? I don't think it is because we haven't fired it off yet.
Yeah, I think. Okay, so it was a Misty.
Well, we had one card in hand already, and I think it was already Misty. Okay.
I think you said it was a Beseiju.
Oh no, it was you're right.
If it was a Beseiju.
There is a Bitter Triumph in Ben's hands. Oh. That Engineer is supposed to be so good. Flip Tameo, uptick Tameo, gain 7. And then we have a basic island in our hand, so we can just play the island, play Engineer Explosive with literally any of the lands, and then just pop it immediately.
And that is effectively going to be game at that point.
Yeah. Decides to... May have put the island back. If we don't Engineered Explosives, I'd be very surprised. Okay. Looks like he agrees. Might as well just grab an Underground Sea. Yeah. It's not like we're expecting Wastelands out of Nadu Cradle.
No, not at all.
So with how this game is shaping out, it's looking like we're going to have no Nadu in the finals.
Oh.
Which, it's funny that we're rooting for Dimir Reanimator.
I know. Of all... today has been a day of Nadu, though.
Yeah.
Of all the decks to be rooting for, Reanimator is not one... if you'd told me this morning you'd be rooting for Reanimator to make it to the finals, I'd tell you you're wrong and dumb, and I would never do that. But here we are.
So EE for 1 cleans up everything. So now a Nadu is both counterable, and we don't have a Nomads to redirect anything. Trax having Vigilance is...
unnecessary?
It's one of those things where it's like, it's great when I do it.
Yep, alright. Claire calls it. Alright. It is finally our final match of the weekend.
Thank God.
We got Ben Hewitt playing Blue-Black Reanimator, currently one of the boogeymen of the format. It won yesterday's Mox Jet, not by Ben, but by another very good player also playing Reanimator. And then we've got Romario Vidal playing Mystic Forge on the other side. I had to personally go and thank the both of them for keeping Nadu out of the finals after this weekend.
You know what's crazy about this weekend? So this is the first ever back-to-back event I've, like, quote-unquote been a part of.
Mm-hmm.
This is our 20th round of Magic that we're watching.
Yeah.
That's a lot of Magic.
You know what else is crazy? Almost all I've had to eat this weekend is buffalo chicken dip.
On pizza.
On buffalo chicken dip and pizza. And buffalo chicken dip on pizza. I had 2 donuts yesterday as well. But otherwise, it's been buffalo chicken dip, tortilla chips, and pizza. And let me tell you what, my gut can feel it.
The lunch of champions.
Listen, if you're not exclusively eating buffalo chicken dip at the buffalo chicken dip, are you even doing buffalo chicken dip?
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
That's a good question.
Let's ask Chuck.
Yeah, the buffalo chicken dip is in fact sustenance and life. It is so good. And we've had so much. Normally, I think we see like 2 crock pots full of buffalo chicken dip. We had 2. I think
We had 3 each day.
3 each day. Pretending that each person is a separate entrant. I mean, that's 200 people basically.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of double dippers. But you know, between yesterday and today, 200 entrants worth of buffalo chicken dip has been eaten. And it goes by the end of like round 5. It's gone.
We do have a lot of chips.
Yeah, there's so many chips.
They buy.
Did you make the buffalo chicken dip in a Mystic Forge? Absolutely.
We'll ask Rob.
That's it. It has to be. It couldn't have been a regular forge. The dip is too good.
A Buffalo Forge.
A Buffalo Forge. We'll work on getting that.
Force pitch days.
Forcing Grim Monolith, like
With a key in play.
If that key wasn't there,
probably not gonna.
No. But leading on that key, man. Last Houston we ran out of chips. Goodness. We have had like occasionally like running out of chips and have to go get some more.
Oh, this is such a good ponder if he keeps it. So the ponder is Force of Will, Undercity Sewers, Atraxa.
Ooh.
So he's deciding how he wants it.
Keep Sewers, Ben Atraxa with a...
Which, interesting. Wasteland, okay.
Okay.
So he's going to draw the Force of Will next turn, and then play the Surveillance, surveil away the Atraxa. This is just build your own Entomb.
I love it. I mean...
I'm never that lucky in Legacy, but...
Yeah. Well, okay, so now that all the Nadus have been knocked out, we can go back to hating on Reanimator. That's how this works, right?
Yes. It doesn't look like our Forge gamer has a whole lot going on. Animate dead targeting Atraxa, probably gonna be the end of this game.
Yeah. And honestly, like, again, forcing that Grim Monolith, like, don't know exactly what Romario has in hand, but I feel like where he hasn't done anything really since then, and, you know, getting the Planet Nexus Wastelanded there, like, I think he was pretty dependent on having all that sick.
So, it looks like we're taking Polluted Delta, Ponder, Entomb. So we probably have some kind of reanimation effect in our hand.
The Legacy children yearn for the chicken dip mines.
The Legacy brain cannot comprehend the chicken. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I saw a double ring in Romario's hand. Yeah, if that Grim Monolith had stuck, yeah, this would have been a very different game.
Not out of it yet, but it's looking very, very bad. Wonder...
Land, Borrower, Entomb?
I'm shuffling this away.
Yeah. Oh.
Decides against it. Entomb end step. Guess he just really wanted the Borrower.
Is that Archon?
That is Archon.
That's Archon, okay.
It's a decision to play that art, but it's Archon.
Sometimes I'm a big fan of. I know I personally don't like foiling out my decks, but I am a big fan of.
He drew a Thoughtseize.
Oh no. But like I am generally a fan of using like the alternate arts and like full arts and showcases and stuff. And when I saw that somebody told me, it's like, yeah, they've got a new full art Archon and new full art Gorios, and I was like, oh sweet. And then I saw them.
They're terrible.
And
they look so bad.
I was like, that's fine. I don't need them.
So we get our Grim Monolith Thoughtseize.
The art choices in the Reanimator deck are great. Might as well just super tilt your opponents.
All right, so we're gonna go to game 2. Ben with the, not the nuts, but a very good Reanimator draw. What do we have in the board now that we don't have a backup match to focus on?
Yep.
So in the board for Ben, I like bringing in Consign,
Null
Rod, Force of Negation, which that's pretty much it. We're not wanting to play any backup plans at all. We're just wanting to kind of jam. So we're bringing in 4 cards. We can cut. I like cutting the Orcish Bowmasters and the one of Nihil Spellbomb. I don't think the Bowmasters are going to really do anything this game. I think this game for Ben is all about putting a guy in play.
Yeah.
And Bowmasters is not doing that. However, for Romario, we have...
I think it's just the 2 Fairy Macabres. Everything else can get got off of Karn.
Yeah.
Dismember, maybe Dismember if he really wants to try to hit Tamios before they flip. But I don't think that... I think just bringing in those 2 Fairy Macabres is really going to be the big thing here.
Yeah.
Bring those in, maybe cut. I'm almost thinking like maybe cut a 1-ring, cut.
I'm thinking cut maybe Tez. Tez isn't gonna do a whole lot this match, I don't think. I could be wrong on that. I'm not a Mystic Forge gamer.
I'm not either.
Which if we just need to cut 2 cards. Yeah, I really don't know. Cutting 1 ring feels sacrilegious, but it might be correct. Maybe it just is cutting the Ugins.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, obviously the Mystic Forge deck can be explosive enough in its mana production. I mean, obviously we saw, again, had that Grim Monolith not gotten forced there, Romario was probably about to start going crazy. But yeah, they're slow enough. Yeah,
my issue with Ugin in this matchup is that, like, if you're hitting a guy, it's already in play. It's already done what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, 7 and 7 is still a lot of mana, even for, like Forge decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed. I say that, and then I see 1 in his hand.
Ancient Tomb, Chalice on 1. He has no chalices. Name Wasteland, probably.
Shout out to Romario. Yep, Wasteland.
I'm so good at this game.
To be fair, there's not that many other things to name off of Pithing Needle that...
Yeah, no. It does look like he doesn't really have anything beside... Like, I think that Ancient Tomb is his only land.
Yeah.
So if that Pithing Needle doesn't resolve, then it's kind of tough. So we have to play an Opal... 1, 2, 3. I think we're playing a Flesh Raker here. Yeah.
Ooh. Definitely, I think an intimidating start.
There's
Romario.
A Wasteland drawn by Ben. So very good name. Because I think if I'm Ben here and I draw that Wasteland, I'm just firing it off on that Ancient Tomb.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to deny you mana.
Oh yeah.
Because I believe Romario only has like 2 or 3 cards left in his hand. See what the turn 1 play is. It's a Thoughtseize. So Key or Ugin, probably Key. Almost for sure.
I don't think he doesn't. I mean, look, like
the Key's not great, but it does trigger Flesh Raker and also turns Mox Opal back on, which Mox Opal is currently inactive. Is that a Grim Monolith? Oh. Okay, so I don't know how much.
5, 6, 7. So
next turn we have Ugin.
Yeah.
Eugene, the man, the myth, the legend.
Does Ben have an answer in hand?
1, 2, 3, 4. Pass.
Just gonna pass. Play it safe or play it scared?
I do wonder what Romario drew for turn. Maybe a K command.
If it's K command, I don't mind holding. Actually, I would love it if it was a K command, to be completely honest. I would love for this to go to game 3. Finals being like super close like that.
Yeah.
Like that'd be great. We've had finals before where it's just super quick and over, and it's like, all right. I mean, that was it.
Cool.
Yeah. Yesterday's was pretty quick if I remember correctly, but
it was a Reanimator mirror, right?
it was Reanimator and something else. I've already forgotten.
Yeah. Must have been irrelevant. No, Brainstorm here from Ben. There is an Archon that he drew off that. So if he doesn't have a fetch, then that Archon's just going to kind of sit there.
Kazak's command is not K command. This is Kolgan's command erasure. Listen, Harry, I'm with you, bud. I still, like, I feel dirty saying it, but unfortunately, that's the way.
There's a consign in Ben's hand.
Ooh. There's a consign in Ben's hand, and is Reanimator and Breakfast? Okay.
That's right. I forgot already.
Yeah, it's just blocking all of the Breakfast and Nadu. It's gone. It doesn't exist.
Fires off a Ponder, so we still have the... Okay. He has an Entomb on that. I think he also has a Thoughtseize in there, which is very good Ponder. Because he has a Reanimate in his hand. So we get to consign, or represent consign at least. It looks like we're going to K-command here for Romario, and that's going to get consigned. Maybe not.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. So command for 2?
Yeah.
Make some dudes.
Yeah, make guys, scry draw. That's 2 lands. I don't think Romario wants either of them. I think we're just looking for action here. Yeah, he agrees. Draws, not sure what. There's an Urza's Tower in there somewhere, and I think that's a Lotus Petal. Yeah. So hand consists of only an Ugin. I say only like that's a bad thing, but knowing that Ben's last card in hand, or not last card, one of his cards in hand is consign, it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Because we're not even going to get to exile anything off this Ugin. But Ben can't Entomb Reanimate. He's at 5.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Well, okay, so technically...
he can Entomb Reanimate not a big fatty.
Yeah.
He can Entomb Reanimate a Bowmasters. And he's entombing a Bowmaster. So he can reanimate it if he wants.
I was almost thinking, not that... I think if you go... this play pattern, I think it very much signals that you're dead on board anyway. But
cast
like
Bowmasters, ping the Fleshraker, reanimate Bowmasters, ping the Fleshraker.
Yeah.
So that puts Ben to 3. So it leaves us alive.
Yeah.
But
it's a tough spot to be in.
Urza's Saga is so good. And the Pithing Needle's still on Wasteland. Surveil.
Yeah,
Thoughtseize, yeah, that makes sense. Probably just play the Tameo here. Hiya.
Choosing the
we
block.
We don't even need to...
He's
going to untap the Grim Monolith. That makes sense.
Oh, okay.
We didn't even need to block there if we didn't want to. Saga to 2. 3 mana for a Flesh Striker. Which is going to trigger off of these constructs.
Yeah, it is.
Sure. Ponder's good. Oh, there's an Engineer's Explosives.
Explosives very good here.
Which feels weird. Because we want the Engineered Explosives, but the other 2 cards are Entomb Atraxa.
Yeah.
So, like... if we keep this, we're guaranteed just going to draw one of the 2, and we don't really want either.
I mean, at the end of the day, honestly, I don't think... I was going to say you could just Entomb the Atraxa, just get... you're not going to get use out of it, just get it out of your deck. Like, don't let yourself draw it at all. But then I was like, oh well, actually, Ben's only at 3 anyway. Like,
This engineered explosives does eat the orc army as well.
yeah, like how much extra value can really be got.
Make a construct, trigger the flesh raker, ping you for 1. Probably just make another one.
Make another one. Find a key.
Yeah, if we find a manifold key... Actually, he doesn't even need to make another one. He can just find a manifold key here, activate to give the flesh raker unblockable.
True.
Because it doesn't get hit by the onboard kill spell. Finds a manifold key. Let's see if he decides to give the flesh raker unblockable to Grim Monolith. Ping you. Which, if we have a colorless spell, we could have...
Make it unblockable. All right.
Game 3.
We are going to game 3. Keeping it as tight as possible. All right. Last game of Magic for the weekend.
I normally would say I might go home play League. Nope.
Nope.
Not this weekend.
Nope.
I'm gonna leave here, get some dessert, and watch Scrubs.
There you go. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah, you have a 2.5 hour drive home.
Yeah, I do.
I have a 20-minute drive.
Must be nice. Alright. Looks like Ben is reviewing some of his sideboard.
Potentially bringing in a card. It might be a Daze. Because he's going to be on the play for game 3.
Yeah, if he's on the play and he cut any number of dazes, I'm not...
It's either that or he's bringing in a Fatal Push for a Flesh Raker. But he decides to not do it.
Okay.
So we'll see how this game goes. If Ben just has the 1-2, I don't think Mystic Forge really has anything besides the Fairy Macabre to stop it.
No. If he has like the early Soul Guide would get him there.
Yeah, just like one of the keeping our opener, have interaction immediately.
Yeah. You get home and far as you might fire up a league as a treat. You've earned it. You've earned it. We have earned the opportunity to go home and sleep and not play a league.
I want to go home and play Valorant, but I got work in the morning.
Ugh. I'm working at band camp tomorrow.
There is an Entomb and either a Reanimate or an Animate Dead in Ben's hand. I don't think Romario really has anything. His hand is One Ring, Key, Flesh Raker, another Key, a Beseiju. He decides to keep.
I don't know about that.
Which, actually, Ben has Entomb, Reanimate, Daze.
Romario has an 8-hour drive after this. I could never.
Just get a hotel.
Yeah.
Plays the Key.
Okay.
Okay, so Ben just gets to do the thing. Because we know Romario doesn't have the Fairy Macabre. And honestly, if you're Ben and you know the
you just jam it. You go.
You absolutely just jam it.
Yeah, this is one of those times. Even if he...
Because he still has a Ponder in his hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
So worst case scenario, it doesn't work out. He can just keep going.
Yeah.
Like, that's also one of the very, very good things about this Reanimator deck is it is a tempo deck that has a Reanimator package in it.
Yeah. That's the reason the deck is a problem.
Yes. Your plans A and B are both excellent.
Yes. If your B plan is kind of mid, then I think you're fine. But yeah.
Reanimate Atraxa. Everybody say it. Entomb Atraxa, Reanimate Atraxa. Whee! Alright, gonna look at 10. Turn 2 7/7s are pretty good from what I've been told. There's...
I see Brainstorm.
He decides to take Wasteland, Engineered Explosives immediately. There's a Thought Seize in the hand, in that pile as well.
I see Brainstorm. I think that's a Murktide Regent.
It is a Murktide.
Tameo, Reanimate. Yeah, that's the Reanimate.
Chooses Thoughtseize and Murktide. It's a pretty good 4, I guess 5 to take. Yeah, because he hit the Engineered, so he's able to do that. We didn't hit a counter spell, so yeah, I think we're supposed to just strip mine our opponent here.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it.
I don't think you really can be. We put a 7/7 in play.
Yeah, for real.
I think he has 8 cards in hand, and we're probably supposed to just play the EE on... Is he discarding the Daze? I think we just play the EE on 0. Personally. Okay, so he decides to discard Tamiya Brainstorm. The combo we've seen all weekend. Romario doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
He has K-Command, the One Ring, and I believe this is a Flesh Raker he's going to cast, which this is going to get dazed. The, like, one and only time we're going to be able to cast this daze this game. Attack for 7. And then just going to play the Underground Sea again, Thoughtseize. Take the One Ring.
Yeah, this game feels pretty locked up.
Looks like we're going to have a Reanimator weekend.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Plays Beseiju. You know what's sad? We can't even cast the K-Command. We don't have 2 colorless mana.
Yep.
And you know what's also funny? I saw a consign in Ben's hand.
Oh, no.
So Romario has 1 turn to draw an out, which doesn't exist. And here comes the hand extension. Yep.
All right.
Ben's going to win.
Ben Hewitt is going to take home a Mox Diamond, winning the final match here. Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy.